Chapter 524. Even Yun Nuoxing, who was deep in cultivation, couldn't help but sneeze loudly after being talked about by more than 10 people at the same time. He even shivered and had goosebumps. However, he was now in a very strange state. His realm wasn't high enough, so he couldn't control the power of space. This was without a doubt, and everyone agreed that this was the case. Unless he had a very special constitution, he would be born with the power of space. For example, Zero, the illusory time body. He would be born with the power of time and space. Even if he couldn't use them accurately, he was strong enough to threaten the Emperor of the Netherworld. And this special physique seemed to include the Yun Nuo planet. The spirit-receiving divine body devoured all kinds of energy. Elemental energy, immortal chi, devil chi, divine primordial spirit, 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 divine primordial spirit. These were all energy. And as long as it was energy, the spirit receiving divine body would not reject it. The energy in this star with the power of space was very violent. It was so violent that it couldn't be any more violent. If a beginner god entered, he would be killed without hesitation. Therefore, even if Yun Nuoxing had the godly body of a receptive spirit, he didn't dare to let the violent space energy rush in. His body would be directly destroyed by the violent energy. Even though Yun Nuoxing had successfully cultivated the void technique, he didn't dare to directly swallow the power of space outside. However, he also knew that if he could really absorb a large part of the power of space and completely refine it, his control and understanding of the power of space would reach a new level. However, the two of them didn't dare to take the risk. Yun Nuoxing could only carefully refine the power of space from Lon Xin. He couldn't borrow the power of space outside, but it could help him quickly understand it. It wouldn't be long before he could show the greedy nature of the spiritual, receiving godly body. While Yun Nuoxing was immersed in cultivating the power of space, Xian and the others had also arrived at the 9th level of the Milky Way. Xueqing had only pushed open the door to the 8th level, so Xue Gu and the others had stayed behind to accompany her. In the end, as soon as they said this, the three of them were unceremoniously thrown up to the 9th level of the Milky Way by Xueqing. Furthermore, she had kicked them up to the 9th level of the Milky Way. Everyone found the silver blue star. Although they were curious, they did not dare to get too close to it. The spatial power that was spreading out was extremely destructive. As little immortals, it would be very serious if they came into contact with it. The shop owner was about to reach the demon stage. How can I fall behind? No, I can't fall behind. I can't. Nightmare only took a glance before roaring and running away, rushing to other places in the star field. He was eager to attack the demon rank. Everyone, let's also prepare to break through. The energy here is dozens of times denser than outside. If nothing goes wrong, we will be able to reach the half-demon stage soon. Little Star is about to reach the demon stage. We can't show any weakness, right? Yuanqi shrugged and smiled. Charge. Attack the half-demon stage. That way, when we go back, those old guys can't say anything. The time has passed. Yao Hua suddenly thought of something and shuddered violently. He still remembered that Jin Wang had said that they would reach the half-demon stage in 10 years. Now, 10 years had passed, but they were still in the 8th level of the immortal stage. If they went back and found out, they would probably be hung up and beaten. Cultivate. Half-demon stage. No, I want to break through to the demon stage. King Hell. I forgot that 10 years have passed a long time ago. Demon stage. Demon stage. Demon stage. Demon stage. Oh. Seeing Yao Hua and the others disappear into the star field like a group of demons, Xian and the others nodded and scattered in the star field to find a suitable star to break through. Xian looked back at the silver blue star. Mei Mao smiled and said to herself, "Little star, you can do it. When we come out, I will definitely surpass you." In the distance, the great mountain king clearly saw that everyone would look at the silver blue star when they left. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the child was their soul. Inside the silver blue star, Yin Nuashing naturally didn't know that Xian and the others had arrived, but he guessed that they should be here soon. As for whether they wanted to break through to the half-demon stage or even the demon stage, he wasn't worried at all. Whether it was the energy here or the form of the energy, it was enough for everyone to cultivate until they reached the demon stage. When you reach the half-demon stage, you have to understand the energy and re-examine the existence of the energy. It's not just the form, but also the way to use the energy and the understanding of the energy. All of this directly affects your combat power. Yin Nuashing thought to himself. But according to Lan Xan, the so-called understanding was enough for him to break through to the God stage. He didn't have to worry about it. And when it came to understanding energy, the energy carrier was a crystal. It couldn't be any worse than a solid one. As a result, he settled down and cultivated the void technique with all his might. His understanding and mastery of spatial force increased rapidly, and he even attempted to devour the spatial force outside. This cultivation speed surprised Lan Xan. Her cherry lips were slightly agape because of her surprise. She even watched as Yin Nuashing's use of the power of space improved. She could directly observe the effect of his gradual mastery of the power of space on the power of space in this place. Did the God Spirit blood pulse create the receptive Spirit God body? Or did the receptive Spirit God body affect the God Spirit blood pulse? Lan Xan kept mumbling. The God Spirit blood pulse could give birth to a strange body. From that point of view, she didn't know if the receptive Spirit God body had appeared because of the God Spirit blood pulse. Brother Nuashing is using the power of space to refine his body. Seeing the silver blue energy enter Yin Nuashing's body and spread through his body, it was gradually being consumed by his body. Lan Xan was shocked, but she was numb to it. It had been so many years. Whatever Yin Nuashing didn't surprise her, because he was a strange guy to begin with. She quietly watched for a long time. After seeing that Yin Nuashing wasn't having any accidents, she gently nodded. Mei Mao closed her eyes and started to practice. Even though she was only left with a soul, she couldn't increase her level. She could only practice her soul power. But there was a lot of space power there. It helped her control of the power of space to another level. Cultivation was extremely dry and dull. It was a battle that wore away one's patience. Since ancient times, the Almighties had always been extraordinarily patient. They would cultivate in seclusion for months or even years in order to obtain greater power. As for gods, a single seclusion would allow them to comprehend and gain enlightenment in an instant. However, it would take them hundreds or even thousands of years. As for high-level gods, they could spend millions of years in seclusion. God spirits closed their eyes, and the world changed. In the galaxy, a yellow-robed figure gently raised his head. He had finished his comprehension. There was a smile in his eyes. He couldn't help but murmur, this group of little guys broke through to the demon level in just half a year after entering the galaxy. The figure was the Mountain King. Since Xian and the others entered the galaxy, half a year had passed. But to him, it was as if he had just closed his eyes. Another one, too. This group of little guys can't stand the loneliness. They want to break through as a group. The Mountain King stood up with a smile. As he stood up, he felt another 7 or 8 auras rushing to the demon level. In the galaxy, the demon aura was rolling. 2 months ago, a few of the little guys succeeded. Now, the 9 united children have succeeded. Why is that child still half demon level 9? The Mountain King's deep eyes reflected the stars and swept across the galaxy. Although he couldn't see anyone, he seemed to be able to see the group of people who were far away. When he saw Yin Nuashing, he was a little surprised. Why didn't this girl change? The power of space. She has already condensed the origin of space. TSK. A half-demon level little guy has actually grasped the power of space that is comparable to a god underworld master. Just based on her understanding of the power of space, she is invincible among those below the initial god level. The spiritual godly physique is indeed the strongest physique in the world. The Mountain King smiled and stroked the tuft of beard on his chin. Back then, this group of little guys came for the secret realm. Unknowingly, they had been cultivating for almost a year. The Mountain King mumbled to himself, "Once they have stabilized, I will send them there. I wonder if anyone has found the secret treasure inside." Now that the demon world is restless, there are many demonic cultivators in the Pantheon world. Are they planning to invade the Pantheon world again? No one heard the Mountain King's mumbling. At this moment, everyone was stabilizing their cultivation level, except for a certain someone who was cultivating in seclusion in the Silver Blue Star. Lan Xen opened her eyes from Mei Mao and looked at Yin Nuoxing with joy. In half a year, he had cultivated the void technique to such a level. Moreover, his cultivation level was not enough to control the power of space. Such talent, even in their clan, was second to none. I wonder what kind of peerless girl Brother Nuoxing will marry in the future. Lan Xen inexplicably thought of this. However, she quickly shook her head with a bitter smile. Yin Nuoxing's heartless was not a bluff. Perhaps he didn't know it himself. However, Lan Xen and the others had always lived in his soul. They knew him better than he knew himself. How could they not know what was going on? However, even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. The more I look at you, the more beautiful you look. Lan Xen blinked her eyes from Mei Mao. She smiled as she stared at Yin Nuoxing. She gently stretched out her hand and stroked his face. Then, she stood up and looked at the huge, solid core behind him, which was formed by the power of space. The solid core of the space origin star. It is said that if one can refine a solid crystal formed by the condensation of a type of energy, one will have a pass to that level. I wonder if it is true or not. Lan Xen whispered to herself. She was born in the mythological era and knew many secrets that the people of this era did not know. Mei Mao was a little dignified. Lan Xen could not help but lift her foot and walk towards the core. A rich power of space flowed out from her delicate body and blocked the invading power of space outside. The distance of 1,000 miles felt very long to Lan Xen. It seemed that she could not reach the end no matter how hard she walked. However, with every step she took, she would advance a large distance or retreat a large distance. She kept walking in that direction, but it was difficult for her to get close. Am I not completely aware that I cannot get close to the space origin? Or do I need to completely control the space origin? Lan Xen sighed. However, she kept walking in that direction. Her body moved forward and backward at times. If one observed carefully, it seemed that every time she moved forward, she would move back a little more. Chapter 525. Lan Xen did not know how much time had passed. It could have been 10 days or half a month. She stopped in front of the space origin crystal. She looked at the space origin crystal, which was many times bigger than her. She could not help but sigh. During this period of time, she had felt that it was difficult to move such a large piece of the space origin crystal. I want to try. Lan Xen bit her red lips with her white teeth and nodded firmly. She slowly stretched out her jade-like hand, inch by inch, towards the space origin crystal. Boom! However, before she could touch it, a terrifying space power suddenly exploded and slammed into her jade-like hand. However, Lan Xen was prepared. A silver blue light flowed on the surface of her jade-like hand, and the space power did not cause her any harm. The space power rolled in from all directions. It was not directed at Lan Xen. It was just the space origin crystal that had been stimulated and was releasing its own pressure. Lan Xen continued to wave her jade-like hand, and a strange wave swept across the void. When the wave came into contact with the violent space storm, it calmed it down. However, this storm was only a small wave in the sea of space power. The entire star is in chaos. Sensing the movement of the entire star, Mei Mao's expression changed slightly. She turned her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was thousands of miles away. She saw that he was swaying around in the silver-blue sea like a rootless duckweed. However, this was not because Yin Nuoxing was being swept away, but because the chaotic space power was constantly changing the space he was in. If this continued, he did not even know where he would be thrown. Lan Xen gritted her teeth. Her jade-like hand suddenly crossed the distance of less than half a foot and pressed directly on the space origin crystal. Buzz! At that moment, Lon Exeter felt as if the entire space was roaring and wailing. The frightening power of space had gone out of control and was rampaging within the entire planet. Streaks of chaotic power of space radiated out into the starfield. Fortunately, Xian and the others were cultivating far away from the silver-blue planet, so they were not affected. Lon Xian, Er's expression changed, and she quickly retracted her hand. However, the space force seemed to have locked onto her and exploded on the surface of the origin source. Like a tsunami, the space force rushed towards Lon Xian. Even though Lon Xian was very proficient in the power of space, she still couldn't help but turn pale. Her hands formed a seal at lightning speed, and a shout suddenly came from her mouth. Void escape! As soon as she finished speaking, a force of space wrapped around her body, causing her to become illusory in the blink of an eye. In Lon Xian's line of sight, she saw a pitch-black void. She was directly dragged into the void by the strong force of space. Poof! However, the ferocious and concentrated spatial energy ignored the boundaries of space and distance. Even though Lon Xian was in the empty space, she was still swept by the ferocious spatial energy, causing her delicate body to become much more illusory. A huge force hit Lon Xian's body like a battering ram. She was knocked out of the void space. Her body appeared outside the space original crystal, and she was sent flying. Xian. The sudden anxious voice caused Lon Xian's beautiful eyes to be startled. Before she could stabilize her body, she felt that she had crashed into a warm embrace. At the same time, she was fiercely flying backwards with this embrace. The huge force was unable to be dispelled by the figure behind her. The two of them flew out for thousands of miles before they managed to stop in the sea of Space Force. Hearing the sigh of relief behind her, Mei Mao blamed herself. She quickly turned around in the embrace and looked at Yin Nuoxing. She said, "Brother Nuoxing, however," before she could finish her sentence, Yin Nuoxing flicked her forehead. Lon Xian was stunned for a moment. "Girl, what are you doing?" Yin Nuoxing could not help but roll his eyes at her. The space storm was too terrifying. It had directly awakened him from his deep seclusion. "Brother Nuoxing?" When Lon Xian heard this, Mei Mao blamed herself. She clenched her fists tightly and trembled. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to muster up her courage. She took a deep breath and looked straight at Yin Nuoxing. She opened her mouth slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a warm palm covered her mouth. Her expression froze. The hesitation in your heart is vividly displayed. Yin Nuoxing covered her mouth and shook his head helplessly. He said, "If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Brother Nuoxing will not force you. Everyone has their little secrets." When Lon Xian heard this, she was stunned again. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuoxing in a daze. Suddenly, she smiled. Her smile was very charming. Yin Nuoxing's eyes lit up. This smile made the surrounding silver-blue light dim. "Brother Nuoxing," Lon Xian smiled foolishly. Her red lips moved forward. When Yin Nuoxing was not paying attention, she lightly kissed his face. Then, she quickly retracted her hand. Her face was red. She continued to smile and said, "I really want to give birth to your children." Yin Nuoxing was so shocked by this hand that his soul was trembling. Then, when he heard this sentence, his handsome face was so red that it was steamed. After a long time, he came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at her. He didn't know what to say. Seeing that he was embarrassed, helpless, and a little happy, Lon Xian giggled. She imitated Ziyi and pinched his handsome face. Then she said, "But I still have to say it." After organizing her thoughts for a moment, Lon Xian slowly said those words. She did not hide a single word. Yin Nuoxing was now the person closest to her. She did not want to hide anything from him. Crystallization of the energy source. When he heard this, Yin Nuoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Energy did not have a physical form. It was illusory. Except for some elements that could become physical, such as the ice element, the rest of the elemental energies were illusory. If a strong force was used to condense it into other forms, such as Yun Nuoxing's usual elemental energy, it would only last for a short period of time. Once there was no more energy to support it, it would dissipate. Do you want it? Yun Nuoxing nodded. The Netherworld Ruins sword appeared in his hand. Ling Hongjian also appeared beside him. Brother Nuoxing, forget it. You can't get it. When Lan Xin saw this action, she did not know what he was thinking. She quickly pressed Yun Nuoxing's hand down and shook her head. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it was true. The crystallization of the space source was as big as a large city. Without a special storage device, it would be impossible to store it. After resting for a while, Lan Xin returned to his soul. Yun Nuoxing had already mastered the void technique. The power of space here would not cause him any harm. However, after being ravaged by the space storm just now, his soul had become a little transparent. Looking at the dazzling space behind him, Yun Nuoxing stared at the huge core in the distance and shook his head. His body was enveloped by the silver-blue power of space. After a while, he disappeared from his original spot. Half-demon rank 9 refinement stage. Don't advance first. Those guys should have broken through to the demon rank by now. In the star field, Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared. He looked around and then flew toward the place. I don't lack mystic technique Heart Sutras now. However, I don't have many mystic techniques. Fortunately, the mystic technique Heart Sutras I have learned come with 1 or 2 sets of mystic techniques. I don't have to worry about not having a way to deal with my enemies. It's just that my mystic techniques are slightly more advanced. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and looked at his palms. He clenched his fists slightly, and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of miles away. Phew! Fortunately, I have the void technique. Using the power of space does not consume so much energy. When I can control the power of space more accurately, I should be able to use it like my elemental power. I don't need to consume the power of the stars. For now, I'll just make do with it. Seeing that he was hundreds of miles away with just a thought, Yun Nuoxing could not help but smile. However, after a while, he shook his head. He was not satisfied. If the king of the mountains knew what he was thinking, he would probably slap him unconscious. If he was not satisfied with being able to control the power of space at the half-demon rank, how could those gods endure it? I'm here. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing stopped. He looked at the huge star not far in front of him that was made up of magic arrays. Without much hesitation, he rushed in. Inside the star, made up of magic arrays. Magic arrays were flickering nonstop. Magic arrays were constantly being formed, and there were also magic arrays that collapsed and dissipated. The energy nurtured inside was very special. It was very suitable to be used to weave magic arrays. Moreover, it would strengthen the magic arrays. Yun Nuoxing came to the core of the star. It was the gathering place of magic arrays. There were trillions of magic arrays wrapped around this ball that did not have a physical body. Outside the ball, there were thick energy array lines that extended out like a cocoon. Can I go in? Yun Nuoxing originally wanted to sit down and cultivate not far away from the sphere, but when he saw the incomparably huge core, his heart palpitated a little. He hesitated for a while, hesitated again and again, then nodded fiercely and walked towards the incomparably huge core. Yun Nuoxing looked up. He was standing very close to the core, so he could not see how huge it was. He took a deep breath and suddenly reached out his hand to slap the dazzling magic array. Yun Nuoxing originally thought that the palm would directly pass through, but the slender palm directly slapped on the array, causing Yun Nuoxing to be stunned. Before he could recover from his shock, this huge array ball suddenly split open a crack that was about 10 feet wide. 2 thick energy matrices shot out from within at an extremely fast speed, instantly wrapping around Yun Nuoxing's waist. Wait! Yun Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. He took a step back and wanted to retreat. However, the 2 energy matrices suddenly pulled him and rushed into the core of the formation. He was so shocked that he couldn't even say a word. When he was about to enter, His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. After Inuashing was swallowed into the core, the crack that was about 10 feet wide quietly closed. There was no trace of it. If one stood far enough away, they would not even be able to see what was happening. The magic array star I saw in the depths of the star field contained a very mysterious energy. Using this energy to weave a magic array could increase its power and make it easier to weave a magic array successfully. At that time, many god-level magic array masters only cultivated outside the star. No one dared to enter it. The great mountain monarch opened his eyes and looked at the 9-layered star river. He could not help but smile. Although I imprinted it here, no one has ever touched it. What a lucky kid. I wonder what they will think. Chapter 5:26. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yin Nuashing and the others had already stayed in the palace for a year. They cultivated, comprehended, and battled. The flames of war were still raging in the secret realm. Today, they found a secret treasure. Tomorrow, they dug out a palace. The conflicts between the various forces were getting more and more intense. However, Yin Nuashing and the others seemed to have forgotten their purpose in coming here. In the magnificent palace, there was a courtyard that was very unique. In broad daylight, 2 stars hung high in the sky. However, starlight shone down on this place. Looking up, one could see the bright stars twinkling in the dark sky. Below this region of the starry sky, there was a very ordinary-looking tree. However, there were crystal-like fruits on the tree. When a gentle breeze blew, the crystals collided with each other and made a crisp, tinkling sound. A small river that was only 10 feet wide drew a circle around this place, and then flowed into the distance. On this small island that had been divided, a dozen young boys and girls were sitting quietly in front of a stone table under a big tree. Cups of hot tea emitted a very unique tea fragrance. Just a light sniff would make one feel as if they were floating in the air. The middle-aged man sat in front of the stone table. With a wave of his hand, a crystal fell from the tree and accurately landed in the teapot. It was submerged in the boiling water and quickly disappeared. The transparent boiling water in the teapot was stained with a bit of green. The color was the same as the crystal that fell from the tree. The pleasant tinkling sound was like a swaying wind chime. The quiet river also made a soft sound. It was obviously still, but there was the sound of flowing water. Phew! After a long time, the white-robed youth came back to his senses. He looked at the big tree in front of him and then at the passage in the distance. Then, he raised his teacup and took another sip. He tasted it carefully and was so comfortable that his eyes rolled back. Senior Mountain, are these tea leaves the fruits of the soul crystal tree? Yuanshi finally could not help but ask after taking another sip of tea. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the big tree beside him with a smile. He also raised his teacup and took a sip. He said, "Did you find anything?" Yuanshi nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were still rolling. It seemed that he was really not far from becoming an immortal. I can feel my soul being tempered. It feels as though I have been cultivating for many years. If I cultivate now, my cultivation base might even rise to another level, Yao Hua said, intoxicated. The cultivation of the demonic rank focuses more on the control of power. Demonic chi, elemental energy, soul energy, and mental energy. For you to be able to successfully advance in one go, there's no need to talk about the purity of the elements. Furthermore, your soul energy and elemental energy have already begun to fuse. When the two powers are completely fused and can sense each other, you can step into the demigod rank. Soul crystals can temper one's soul, making it easier for one's soul power to fuse with elemental energy. They can also allow one to enter a state of enlightenment. The Mountain King's words caused everyone to open their eyes. They couldn't help but take another sip. The soul crystal tree was rare. In the outside world, a soul crystal the size of 2 fingers was equivalent to 500 kilograms of premium glazed crystal, which was equivalent to 6 million gold coins. As for the soul crystals on this tree, each soul crystal was as thick as 3 fingers and as long as a palm. Who knew how much it could be sold for? When Xian heard this, she silently put down the cup in her hand. Mei Mao looked at the passage of the palace. Such a divine item should have some effect on Little Star, right? When the Mountain King saw this, he seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh. Drink to your heart's content. There's plenty here. It's not like your little lover will miss a cup. Hearing this, a few people directly spat out their tea. Xian's pretty face was completely red. She quickly lowered her head. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. This Mountain King even knew how to joke. Why hasn't Little Star come out yet? Jining wiped her mouth and couldn't help but ask. That child had some fortuitous encounters. You should be coming out soon. The Mountain King smiled. When he talked about Yun Nuoxing, his gaze would become somewhat gentle. It was as if he was talking about his own junior. Then, he thought of something and said, "You guys have to pray that he doesn't choose to break through. Otherwise, he might be a demigod when he comes out." This time, everyone spat out their tea. Xian and the other girls choked and coughed violently. Their pretty faces were a little red. Half a demigod? Nightmare's reaction was the most intense. She jumped up and widened her eyes as if she wanted to dig them out. Of course, it's also possible that he won't break through. Don't you guys still want to go to the mystic realm? The Mountain King smiled and looked at everyone with a teasing gaze. Everyone was stunned, and then they all laughed bitterly. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, they had forgotten about the secret realm. But fortunately, although their cultivation had improved a lot, none of them had broken through the devil rank. That way, they wouldn't be restricted from entering the secret realm. However, everyone was quite shocked just now. The Mountain King's words weren't baseless. Since he said so, it meant that Yun Nuoxing could break through to the demigod realm in a year in the most violent way. She might even be able to break through to the demigod realm before she was 100 years old. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. To become a god in 100 years, that was a little scary. How leisurely. Just as everyone was scaring themselves, a light laughter came from the space. Everyone was stunned. They found the source of the sound and turned around quickly. They saw that on the empty seat beside Xian, a handsome young man in black clothes had appeared out of nowhere. He was holding a teacup and taking a sip. Then, he couldn't help but let out a moan. He seemed to be quite comfortable. Little Star. Seeing the person who appeared beside him, Xian cried out in joy. As for Yuan Shi and the others, they stared at him with their eyes wide open. Phew! That's good, that's good. Demigod, 9th cycle transformation. That's not right. Why haven't you broken through to the demigod realm? Could it be that you've encountered another barrier? Seeing Yun Nuoxing calmly drinking tea, Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but ask at once. If he was still a demigod 9th cycle transformation, then he would be the one with the lowest cultivation in the group. Their group of more than 10 people had all broken through to the demigod realm. Yes, there's a slight problem with my body. I'm currently suppressing my realm. If I break through to the demigod realm, there might be some side effects. Therefore, breaking through or not doesn't affect me that much. Yun Nuoxing smiled indifferently. To him, it didn't matter whether he broke through to the demigod realm or not. Small success in controlling the power of space. I'm afraid that with your power of space, you'll be invincible among demigods. Of course, breaking through to the demigod realm isn't that important to you. As long as you want to, you can break through to the demigod realm anytime. The Mountain Emperor's eyes were so sharp that he immediately saw through Yun Nuoxing. The moment they heard this, Yuan Shi and the others smiled bitterly. He had really managed to grasp the power of space. Furthermore, he had already achieved a small success in it. What sort of monster was this guy? As for the problem with your body, why don't you tell me and see if I can solve it for you? The Mountain Emperor took a sip of tea and said indifferently. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's expression turned slightly sluggish. His silver-purple eyes turned slightly and looked at Xian and the others. He then looked at Jin Ying and Xueqing. After pondering for a while, he nodded. Anyway, the people here were his best friends. They wouldn't expose him. Although Jin Ying and the others might tell Jin Wang and the others, they would have to say it sooner or later. Even if they didn't, Yun Nuoxing would say it himself. Thinking of this, Yin Nuashing naturally didn't have any scruples. He directly explained the situation, but he hid a part of the reason. Little star, didn't you say that the vengeful spirit wouldn't have any effect on you? When he finished speaking, Yuanshi was the first to react. He quickly asked, I thought it wouldn't have any effect. Ziyi and Xionaire's seal shouldn't have any problems. Yin Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile. But now, Qin Yin said in a low voice, a grim expression appearing on her face. Now that the evil spirit has broken free from your shadow, it's attacking you instead. The demon qi in your soul and mind is getting stronger and stronger. Compared to the shock and surprise of the others, Xian was relatively calm. She had seen Yin Nuashing's seal a long time ago. It was very scary and ferocious. Can I see the seal mark? The Mountain Emperor asked softly. He was very casual and didn't put on airs at all. Therefore, he got along very well with everyone in the past year. Yin Nuashing was stunned when he heard that. He looked deeply at the Mountain Emperor. The Mountain Emperor also looked at him and revealed a very amiable smile. Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly. You guys can leave first. Yin Nuashing turned his head and said to Xian and the others. However, he really didn't want Xian and the others to see him. He thought that everyone would be very cooperative, but Yuan Shi's gaze froze. He glared fiercely at Yin Nuashing and roared, Men, suppress him. Oh, everyone sneered. The demonic aura on their bodies went berserk. The elemental energy in their hands surged out violently, causing Yin Nuashing to shiver. Stop, stop, stop. Sai, I'm afraid of you. Just don't say that you're scared later. Yin Nuashing laughed bitterly and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He couldn't be too heavy-handed, could he? After laughing bitterly for a while, Shuiyan gently wiped his handsome face with his palm. The blue light on Shuiyan's skin flashed and disappeared. His original face was revealed. Half of his beautiful face was now covered in black runes. His eyes had become a very ferocious blood-red color. Even the whites of his eyes were gone. There was only a red light that flickered. Even though everyone was mentally prepared, they couldn't help but gasp. Even the Mountain Monarch's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It can be used to intimidate the enemy, the Mountain Emperor said calmly. The Mountain Emperor looked at it for a long time, but was helpless. Half of that thing was sealed in Yin Nuashing's soul, and the other half was sealed in his shadow. Even though he was an emperor god, he had never seen such a seal before. He tried to use energy to break the seal, but Yin Nuashing felt that the slumbering chaos in his body seemed to have become active. He quickly stopped the Mountain Emperor. Maybe an expert of that level can help you solve it. In the end, the Mountain Emperor could only say this helplessly. That level. Yin Nuashing and the others immediately understood what level it was. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yin Nuashing was even more disheartened. It seemed like he could only wait until he saw Xianin, but he didn't even know where Xianin was. Go back and rest for a day. Understand it well. I'll get someone to bring you to the secret realm tomorrow. After sitting for a while, the Mountain Emperor said. Everyone understood that they had been here for a year. They stood up and bowed to the Mountain Emperor, then walked out of the hall. Chapter 5:27. After watching Yin Nuashing and the others leave the hall, the Mountain Sovereign Emperor smiled inexplicably. With a wave of his hand, he put away the cups on the table and took out 6 more teacups. He took out a soul crystal and brewed a pot of strong tea. After pouring the tea into the 6 teacups, he took a sip from one of the teacups and heaved a sigh of relief. What do you think of these children? The Mountain Sovereign Emperor suddenly laughed and rubbed his fingers on the stone table as if he was talking to himself. However, just as he finished speaking, the door to the passageway was pushed open again. Soon after, 5 people walked in slowly and sat beside the Mountain Sovereign Emperor. They took a sip from their teacups and heaved a long sigh of relief. If Yin Nuashing and the others were still here, they would see that the 5 people who just walked in were the people on the 5 statues. I think they're pretty good. Those 9 children are from the 9 sacred halls, right? And those 4 should be from the Moron clan. Their auras are a little similar. The 2 little girls are very suitable for cultivating the fairy power. The little guy from the Yuan clan is pretty good too. The little guy with purple hair barely qualifies. He's about there. You're just short of teaching him everything you know. Not bad. You're a hypocrite. The 5 people looked at this guy with disdain. Don't say that. The 4 of you aren't any better. I took a liking to him first, but you've already taught him half of what you've learned in your lifetime. Huh? Are you trying to snatch him from me? That person was choked and retorted fiercely. Everyone appreciates talent. Old F.A., calm down. The mountain's sovereign emperor couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Calm down. You Geoduck. The mountain's sovereign emperor took a sip of tea and rolled his eyes at the 5 people, causing them to laugh evilly. The beautiful and holy woman curled her lips into a smile that could bring chaos to the world. She couldn't help but chuckle and say, "That little guy might be my junior brother." Puffed. Old witch, who are you talking about? Spiritual, godly body? The mountain's sovereign emperor couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea and glare at her. Heavenly God, Glaze's inheritance? The great emperor of the colored Glaze's inheritance came from that high and mighty god. It was a very secretive force in the myriad god world. It was passed down by the colored Glaze god. However, this force had always been hidden in the dark. Even those who weren't at their level wouldn't know of its existence. I can feel the fluctuations of the Glaze treasure mirror, and it's even more complete than mine. However, I don't think that little fellow has mastered it yet. Maybe it's because he doesn't have the Glaze divine crystal. The beautiful woman smiled, her face filled with gratification. She was extremely happy to be able to see her junior brother. What? You want to help him? A strange smile appeared on Emperor Wanfa's face as he stroked his mustache. There was a smug look in his eyes. You guessed it right. It's rare to meet such an outstanding junior brother, and he's also so cute. How can I not give him a push? Back then, Master had said that we must unite and help each other. The beautiful woman's smile was extremely stunning as she nodded. Lioli, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that brat. A man with a long saber on his back couldn't help but tease her. Even if I'm not 20 million years old, I'm at least 18 million years old, right? What's in your head? The beautiful woman glared at him and couldn't help but kick him into the water. After all, Soul Saber is almost 30 million years old. Mountain King laughed. Great Emperor Colored Glaze rolled her eyes at him. She took out a ring and placed it on the table. Then she said softly, "Mountain, give this to him." Mountain King raised his eyebrows and picked up the ring. He took a look at it with his consciousness and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. With a strange expression, he asked, "Colored Glaze, where did you get this glazed divine crystal that's as tall as a mountain?" Of course it's... The Empress covered her mouth and chuckled. Before she could finish her sentence, there was an ear-piercing shriek. D*MN. I searched the entire world for the glazed divine crystal, and you just gave it to that brat. The young man with a row of comb-like bangs stood up abruptly and couldn't help but shout. You gave him the art of annihilation and the great formation of annihilation. Don't F***king compare. The 4 of them roared. Emperor of Annihilation curled up in his chair and trembled. He looked at them innocently. The glazed divine court has very few people. Even in the entire realm of the gods, there are only 50 of them. That's even fewer than the Temple of Light. No matter what, I have to take care of this cute little junior. The Empress took the ring and gently stroked it with her slender fingers. She couldn't help but sigh. Do you think you can refine the glazed divine crystal? Back then, when you asked us to help you refine the glazed divine crystal, it took the 6 of us a total of 20 years to help you cultivate the glazed mirror to the second stage. The mountain's sovereign couldn't help but say, I think so. The Empress paused for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but cough dryly. That brat has 2 types of divine flames. I should be able to refine it if I borrow it. Wait, what did you say? 2 types. 2 types of divine flames. You're not joking, are you, old witch? Emperor of Annihilation was immediately energized. If you call me old witch again, I'll slap you to death. Black lines appeared on the Empress' forehead. She raised her hand and was about to slap them. What? You want to refine something? Mountain King looked at him with a smile. Of course. Divine flames. Divine weapons for refining. I've been looking for them my entire life, but I haven't found even one. Why is that brat breaking the rules? Wouldn't it be great if he could just give me one? I'd even go bankrupt and buy it. Emperor of Annihilation said viciously. Divine flames? I like to borrow them too. Soul Saber Emperor crawled out of the water, leaving a trail of water behind him. His eyes lit up when he heard this. Refined medicine? The Empress rolled her eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Soul Saber Emperor nodded vigorously. I know what went wrong the last time I refined the immortal grade pill. That's right, I need divine flames. With so many god emperors appearing together, are you trying to scare my little junior brother to death? The female empress shook her head helplessly. Emperor Myriad Arts raised his hand. Scram, what do you need divine flames for? The Empress, Emperor of Annihilation, and Soul Saber Emperor roared in unison. The Empress's throat felt a little itchy from all the shouting. She elegantly drank a mouthful of tea and glanced at the white-haired old man who had been silent all this while. She couldn't help but say, Old Yuan, say something as well. Mountain King and the others turned to look at the white-haired old man. He was the last statue that Yun Nuashing had seen, the primordial devouring fate beast. Old Fate's eyebrows twitched, and he opened his eyes. His left eye was very strange. It was bluish-green, and there was a cross imprinted in it. Lapis Lazuli and the little guy are fated, and this fate was established a long time ago. Maybe it's because of the Lapis Lazuli. As for the five of us, the line of fate that was originally illusory has finally become real. The old man took a sip of tea, closed his left eye, and opened his right eye. The little guy's luck is unbelievable. What do you mean? Is my junior brother's luck bad? The Empress asked with a frown. No, his fate is very strong, and it was changed by someone. He was given a very strong fate, but I can't see how it was changed. Maybe the person who changed his fate. Old Fate paused and couldn't continue. I understand. You don't have to say anymore. The Empress trembled and nodded quickly. Mountain King was also surprised. He believed that there were experts of that level in the God realm, but no one knew where they were. This kid has a lot of secrets. Mountain King couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you tempted? Do you want to rob him? Emperor Wanfa couldn't help but laugh. Why would I be so ungentlemanly? Besides, Old Fate also said that the child is a person with great luck. The demon realm is ready to make a move, and we still need these little guys to resist them. The great mountain monarch rolled his eyes. Is there a lack of experts in the god realm? There must be a lot of hell kings and hell emperors and even god emperors. There shouldn't be a big problem. Soul Saber Emperor curled his lips. He had entered and left the demon world 7 times in the past, so he wasn't afraid of them. 25 million years ago, the demonic world had invaded once. However, that was just a small-scale invasion. This time around, it's hard to say. Do you guys still remember when the last Great War was? The Mountain King shook his head. 2 billion years ago. Old Fate said slowly. 2 billion years ago? That was at the end of the last era. Excluding the invasion 25 million years ago, how much power has the demon world accumulated this time? Mountain King couldn't help but sigh. The star of calamity shines, and the stars bow. In the future, there will be a violent storm that will sweep across the entire god realm. Old Fate looked at the dark sky and said, when the star of calamity is stable, the god realm will be stable. Star of calamity? Old Fate, you said those words many years ago. Can't you be more precise? The great emperors were anxious. The star of calamity has appeared, and when the time comes. Old Fate shook his head and sighed. In the end, he didn't say it clearly. The great emperors couldn't help but want to slap him. He had been thinking about it for hundreds of thousands of years, but he still refused to say it. I think you're just an old faker. Emperor Wanfa couldn't help but roll his eyes. Looks like it's about to come out. I wonder how the other old fellows are doing. Mountain King smiled. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and see other places in the god realm. The 9 deity temples have all moved to the northern wilderness. Even the light temple has left. I wonder what big move they're making. Will the demon world invade the northern wilderness? The Empress couldn't help but mutter. The 9 deity temples are one of the protectors of the god realm. If the demon world invades, they won't just sit still. I wonder if the 9 deity temples have reached that level, Mountain King said. Xiao AI, didn't you say you're going to give the colored glass divine crystal to that little guy? I'll deliver it to you. Emperor of Destruction chuckled, his eyes glittering. Scram, I'll give it to him myself. You 5 old things are unreliable. The Empress glared fiercely at this fellow. Then she kept the ring, snorted softly, and said, I have a bold idea. The 5 of them looked at the stunning smile on her face and looked at each other. Then they laughed bitterly. This little guy was going to suffer. How would the pitiful Yun Nuo planet know that the moment they left, 6 god emperors would be discussing their matters behind them? Chapter 528. When everyone returned to the attic that they had been away from for a year, they were all a little absent-minded. A year had passed little by little in the midst of cultivation. It seemed that they had only opened and closed their eyes a few times. It was unbelievably fast. If I can become a god in the future, does it mean that each closed-door cultivation will last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years? Thinking of the closed-door cultivation of people at that level, Yuanshi couldn't help but sigh. However, he still found it hard to believe that the closed-door cultivation could last for thousands of years. He had never experienced it before, so he couldn't believe it. I'm not sure if the closed-door cultivation will last for 10,000 years or 100,000 years. I only know that it will be a little troublesome for me to enter the door. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, he smiled bitterly and pushed the door of the attic open with force. Walking into the hall, before Yuan, she, and the others could rush to the sofa, 2 messy footsteps suddenly sounded from the stairs, making Yin Nuoxing shudder violently. As soon as he turned his gaze, he saw a pink figure rushing over and flying into his arms. He was so anxious that he quickly reached out and hugged her. However, he was a little stunned. This size didn't seem to be right. Xing Xing, you left me and Yi Shi here for a year. Where did you take everyone to play? A coquettish voice sounded from his arms. The tone of the voice was a little unfamiliar, and it didn't have that childish feeling. Even Xian and the others were a little stunned when they heard it. Feng could speak clearly. Everyone turned their gazes in unison, and then Yin Nuoxing heard a few heavy sounds of chins hitting the floor. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head to take a look. This glance made him dizzy. At this moment, this seductive beauty with a devilish figure threw herself into his arms and buried her face in his chest had nothing to do with that lively 13-year-old girl. Brother-in-law, you're back. On the stairs, Yishi smiled slightly when she saw Yun Nuoxing and the others return. However, Yun Nuoxing saw a trace of resentment in her large eyes, as if she was blaming him for running away without a word. Next time, tell us when you go out. Feng has been muttering the stars are gone for half a year. Yishi walked to Yun Nuoxing's side and patted his arm. She couldn't help but sigh. I thought I would be back soon. I never thought I would be gone for so long. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He rubbed Yishi's little head and said, I'll bring you along wherever I go in the future. That's more like it. Yishi raised her head, rolled her eyes at him, and snorted softly. Feng, this is? Yin Nuoxing patted her little head and smiled. She then looked at the tall beauty who was still hugging her tightly and couldn't help but ask. She muttered for half a year and turned into a cocoon once. After she came out, she became like this. Yishi shrugged. As she spoke, she couldn't help but shiver. She looked at Feng with lingering fear. She thought about the past year. It was really unbearable to look back on the past. She was hugged like a doll, and her hair was played with foam. Yin Nuoxing patted the beauty's back and called out softly. The tenderness and doting in his voice caused Xian and the others to have goosebumps. Oh my, I'm not looking anymore. It's so sour, so boring. I'm going to cultivate. Yao Hua and the others shivered and directly walked upstairs. They all rolled their eyes at Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes back and lowered his head. His expression was a little strange. Why wasn't Feng saying anything? She fell asleep. She didn't rest or cultivate for a year. Instead, she cried for a year. Yishi shook Feng's long dress, then sighed softly and said, "Seeing that you're back, she should be relieved." She finally calmed down, like a baby who found her mother. Yin Nuashing blinked and suddenly felt a little guilty. He rubbed Feng Er's head and sighed softly. He looked back at Xian, nodded, and carried Feng up. The three of them walked back to the room side by side. After settling the two of them, Yin Nuashing wanted to change rooms, but he was stopped by Xian and Yishi. He was speechless. They should at least avoid the taboo. It's not like they didn't have a room to make do with when they were traveling. Brother Nuo, let me tell you, someone may come to make trouble later. Yishi pulled Yin Nuashing's sleeve and said, "Make trouble?" Yin Nuashing frowned slightly. Yishi and Feng hadn't left the house for a year, and they had also been cultivating for a year. Why would someone come to make trouble? It is said that they are from the demon realm. They are from a big clan, and the people in this clan have the blood of the phoenix. They are a top force in the demon realm. In terms of status, they are similar to the temple. But although they have the blood of the phoenix, it is definitely not as thick as Feng Er's real phoenix god blood. It is the blood of a pure, godly beast, the same as the blood of a god spirit, Yishi said slowly. When Feng broke out of the cocoon last time, the fluctuating aura might have attracted those guys with fake phoenix blood. They want to take Feng back to the clan, but those people haven't done anything violent, so I can't chase them away directly. Yishi spread her hands. If they didn't do anything, she wouldn't do anything. If they did, she would have thrown a god-level magic array at them. She didn't care if they were a top force in the demon realm or something else, but they just didn't do anything. They just kept talking and persuading her. They had been talking for 3 months, and she was going crazy. She had chased them away countless times, but they just kept coming. They were so shameless. Did they know that Feng was a phoenix? Yin Nuashing frowned. No, in this world, only the God King can recognize that she is a godly beast. Or maybe some people who have seen godly beasts before can recognize her. The others just think that Feng is a bird with very pure phoenix blood or a descendant. Yishi shook her head. She was no exception. If they hadn't been in the soul together for so long and seen her hatch, they wouldn't have recognized her either. Yin Nuashing was silent for a while. He turned his head and looked softly at the sleeping Feng. He looked at her cute and charming face, and he couldn't help but stroke it. Those people will come again later. Brother Nuo, what do you plan to do? Yishi asked softly. Yin Nuashing turned his gaze and looked out the window. He just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yishi understood when she saw this smile. She sat on the bed and stopped talking about this matter. She started to talk about other things with Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing wasn't good at dealing with people. He didn't have a sharp tongue. Most of the time, he just kept silent and intimidated people. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. However, if someone really wanted to negotiate or something, he would have to give it a try even if he wasn't good at it, especially when it was related to Feng. Yishi only hoped that those people wouldn't say anything. Yin Nuashing was very peaceful when he was in a peaceful state. Once someone said something that hurt his heart or made him unhappy, he would draw his sword and kill them in the next second. Yin Nuashing transmitted his voice to everyone. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and organized the things that he had learned in the past year. He didn't go far and sat beside Feng. He felt that if this girl woke up and saw that he wasn't around, she would panic. Not long after, the small hand that was held in the palm of his hand suddenly trembled. Feng Er's pair of beautiful crimson-pink eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light that contained a terrifying pressure shot out from her eyes, causing Yin Nuashing and the others to be shocked. They quickly woke up, and their gazes focused as they saw Feng Er directly jump up from the bed. Xing Xing, those people are here again. Feng Er's brows furrowed slightly as she squeezed Yin Nuashing's hand tightly. She seemed a little unhappy. Yin Nuashing nodded. Just as he was about to comfort her, a gentle voice suddenly came from outside the loft. "Missy, do you have time for a chat?" The gentle voice made those who heard it feel like spring breeze. Although they didn't see the person, they could guess that this was a very beautiful person just by listening to this beautiful voice. However, when this voice fell into Yishi's ears, it made her so angry that she directly threw the blanket away. This old lady's 800,000 years of self-restraint have all been ruined in these 3 months. Yishi didn't care about anything else. She was almost hysterically roaring. Yin Nuashing and Xian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when they saw her frantically rolling on the bed and kicking it. Yaohua, Yuan Shi, Shuega, it's time to receive guests. Dress up a little more seriously, Yin Nuashing said in the jade slip shared by the group. Then he straightened his clothes, turned around, and walked downstairs while holding Feng Er's hand. Yishi angrily followed behind, and Xian also straightened his clothes before following them out. As soon as they went downstairs, Yin Nuashing saw that Yuan Shi and the others were all dressed to the nines. They looked dignified and solemn. Moreover, they were all dressed very formally. Their clothes were covered up, and they were folded up. They looked like they were going on a blind date. Yin Nuashing pulled Feng to sit on the main seat, and Xian sat on the side. Yishi looked at everyone very disdainfully. Then, she indifferently transmitted her voice to the outside. Come in. As soon as she said that, a few figures walked in from the door. The person in the lead was wearing a phoenix robe. She was graceful and elegant, noble and holy. The people behind her all had a very noble aura. However, their heads were slightly raised. It was more like they were arrogant than noble. The person in the lead is a half-demon rank 7-cycle realm cultivator. The 4 men behind her are around the demon rank 7-cycle realm cultivator. There are also 2 old men who are God King level cultivators. Fortunately, they didn't use force. Yin Nuashing slightly sensed and transmitted his voice to everyone. With his 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he could see through anyone's cultivation as long as they weren't at the divine underworld level or above. The woman led the way in. When she saw such a large group of people, and all of them had solemn expressions, she couldn't help but be startled. The men behind her also trembled slightly. Their arrogant auras were completely suppressed. The beautiful woman, Mei Mao, turned slightly. Relying on her bloodline, she immediately found Feng Er. However, when she saw Feng Er curled up beside Yin Nuashing, she frowned slightly. Friend from afar, have a seat. Yin Nuashing didn't stand up. She just raised her arm and made a gesture of invitation, smiling faintly. The woman and the others frowned slightly. Putting on such a big show, was she trying to show off her power? However, when they sensed that there wasn't a single god here, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that there weren't any gods. They didn't stand on ceremony and directly sat opposite Yao Hua and the others. In the hall, more than 20 people were stuffed. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people feel a little depressed. Let's get straight to the point, Miss Yi. Miss Feng has a more noble phoenix bloodline than our clan. She can receive better training in our clan. She can also receive the inheritance of our ancestors and receive the baptism of the holy altar to improve her bloodline. She will even be treated as a phoenix girl by our clansmen. These are all things that can't be done in the outside world. The inheritance ceremony left behind by our ancestors can only be done in the demon realm, the noble woman said calmly. Her gentle voice was convincing. Yuan Shi and the others nodded every time they heard her words. However, their expressions were still very solemn. Then what's the price? Yin Nuashing raised her eyebrows. She calmly took a sip of tea and asked calmly. The young men frowned. They wanted to scold her, but the woman stretched out her hand and stopped them. Then they heard her say, "Who is this young master?" "My brother, the decision-maker, and also Feng Er's parents," Yishi said calmly. Yin Nuashing almost spat out a mouthful of tea. What was this girl talking about? Why did it sound so strange? Young master, since you're the one who raised Miss Feng, you naturally hope that she can receive better treatment. You are all humans. To be honest, if you don't have the means to raise a demon, it will limit her growth. The woman was halfway through her sentence when she saw Yin Nuashing waving her hand. The price? Yin Nuashing directly said. The woman frowned slightly and said, "If Miss Feng enters our clan, she will become a part of our clan and will be treated as a phoenix girl. She can even become an elder and make decisions about our clan's affairs. On the other hand, you will completely cut off Feng Er's connection with us. You will even brainwash her so that she will forget about us mortals and completely become one of your clansmen." As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Nuashing immediately spoke again, especially the word mortal, which was especially emphasized. Yin Nuashing sneered at her heart. How could there be such a good thing in the world? With Feng Er's current strength and bloodline, she would most likely be brainwashed and misled. Her mind was not very mature yet. If she left with them, she might not be able to recognize who he was in the future. That's right. If Miss Feng comes to our Sky Phoenix clan, she will not be able to leave. As for brainwashing, we will not do such despicable means. It is also her business whether she recognizes you or not, the woman said calmly without getting angry. Yin Nuashing smiled and sipped his tea. Then he said, "Let's put it this way. Although I'm Feng Er's boyfriend, when it comes to making decisions, my family is very democratic. Everything is decided by Feng. If she agrees, please treat her well. If she shakes her head," Yin Nuashing pointed at the door. "Then, Miss Feng, are you willing to come back to the Sky Phoenix clan with us?" The woman, Mei Mao, turned to Feng Er. A red light flashed in her eyes. Feeling her invasive gaze, Feng Er frowned slightly. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuashing. The latter just smiled and rubbed her head. She said, "Feng Er, follow your heart. No one can force you here. If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then stay. I will take care of you." Mei Mao gently flapped her fan. Feng directly held Yin Nuashing's arm. This seemed to be the best answer. Then, "Distinguished guests of the Sky Phoenix clan, please." Yin Nuashing smiled silently. There was not much emotion on his handsome face. If Feng Er really went to the Sky Phoenix clan, then something was wrong. Mei Mao's eyes flashed coldly, but she quickly concealed it. She said calmly, "Leaving Miss Feng by your side is really harming her. You can't even give her anything. The cultivation of the human race and the demon race are completely different." Oh, hearing this, Yin Nuashing, Yuan Shi, Yao Hua, Shui Gu, and the others all laughed disdainfully. Dozens of pairs of eyes glowed as they all looked up. "The cultivation of the demon race? Are you sure you're talking to us about resources? Or was there no one to guide her? What about demon kings? What about demon emperors? I can even find a demon emperor to be her teacher. If Feng says she doesn't want to leave today, then no one can take her away. Could it be that you want to kidnap Feng?" Seeing that everyone who had been quiet suddenly became interested and looked at them with ridicule, their soul-stirring eyes made the hearts of the woman and the others tremble slightly. Even the two god kings were no exception. At this moment, everyone finally revealed their extraordinary temperament. They all had extraordinary backgrounds and were on good terms with each other. Feng was one of the four ancient divine beasts, the phoenix. She was in existence comparable to a god. As long as they wanted to, they could go back and ask any elder, and a god emperor would jump out. "Oh, by the way, Feng Er, and I have a soul contract." Yin Nuashing knocked on his forehead, and a scarlet-pink flame symbol flickered between his eyebrows. Then, "Distinguished guests of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, please leave. Don't think about it every day. Everything depends on fate. If you want to be friends, why don't you restrain your temperament one day? It won't be too late to talk about it then." Yin Nuashing waved his hand again, ordering them to leave for the second time. "I guess you must be thinking about who these impudent humans are. Go ahead and ask around. If you can't find out anything, then it's our loss." Yuan, she said indifferently. The noble woman clenched her fists tightly. Staring at Yin Nuashing, Mei Mao was a little unhappy. However, just as Yuan, she said, she couldn't act recklessly before finding out the ins and outs of this group of people. She could only sigh and said, "Now that the god realm is in chaos, we won't be the only ones to come out of the demon realm. There will be others coming to find us. I hope you can protect her well." "Of course." Yin Nuashing nodded with a smile. With his evil spirit eye, he could see that this woman didn't have any evil intentions. She was just unhappy because she couldn't bring Feng Er back. Chapter 529. After coming out of the pavilion, the woman didn't stay for long. She directly flew away with her people and transmitted her voice to the people behind her. "Go, investigate the identity of this group of people. Keep a low profile. Maybe they're not to be trifled with. And of course, But young miss, are we going to let them go just like that? I'm sure that the phoenix bloodline in that woman's body is very pure. She might even be a great demon with a noble phoenix bloodline. The young man behind her frowned and couldn't help but say, "What else can we do? Fight with them? Let's not talk about Feng heir suppressing our bloodline. That group of people, although they're only at the 7th or 8th rank, you didn't see the eyes of the man at the head. You will know when you look into his eyes." The woman sighed and shook her head. If they could fight, they would have done it already. What was the point of negotiating? They could have just captured Feng heir and brought her back. Moreover, what if they really come from some big faction? Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we will still incur the hatred of the faction behind them. Now that the divine world is in chaos, the divine world is not our main territory. The demon world is far away in the divine land. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Don't cause trouble, the woman's cold voice warned. Understood. The few of them nodded and then returned to a courtyard. Not long after they landed, a few more figures rushed out and flew in all directions. The same scene happened in the pavilion. After those people left, Feng heir leaned on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and fell asleep. However, they didn't say anything too special. They were natives of the divine world. How could they be suppressed by people from other places? I didn't expect that the demon world would appear one step ahead of time. The demon world is also about to appear. This time, the divine world might really be in big trouble. Yuanshi received some information from the Jade Slip and understood a little bit. The human race, demon race, and monster race. These 3 races are enemies, but there might be a situation where the demon world and demon world join hands to fight against the divine world. The human race only has one race, but the demon race and the demon race have countless races. This time, there are really tens of thousands of races. I don't know if it's good or bad that we're caught up in such an era. The entrance to the demon world is in a primitive mountain in the southern plains, not far from the Golden Forest. According to this calculation, could the demon world be in the northern wilderness or the western regions? No matter how you look at it, this is already a direct attack. Yao Hua and the others couldn't help but sigh. Even they, who had always been lazy, felt a sense of urgency. If it's the demon world, they'll show up as a whole. If they show up in the northern wasteland, they'll take over the entire northern wasteland or half of the northern wasteland, including the northern ice realm, Yishi said softly. Why? Everyone was puzzled. The demon world's last full-scale invasion was at the end of the last era. Roughly 2 billion years ago, there was a small probing invasion 25 million years ago. If you're from the demon world, then you've been conserving your strength for 2 billion years. Yishi said indifferently. Then I think they'll go straight to the god world and start killing. Thunder nodded. But in reality, there are ancient scrolls that point to the beginning of this era, which is the 120th era, when the 4 races of the god world were living in peace. Perhaps things will be different. Yishi waved her wide sleeves. Wait for races? Yin Nuoxing was shocked. Weren't there only 3 races? Of course. The 3 races were different from the 10,000 races. The 3 races were just a general name. Human, demon, and demon. It could be said that they were the 3 realms of the god world, the demon world, and the demon world. In the latter 2 realms, there were many races that were collectively called 10,000 races. Human, demon, and demon. What's the last one? Yuanshi counted with his fingers. Yishi put down her teacup and sighed. She looked at Yin Nuoxing and said, the god race. Brother Na, you can actually be considered one of the god race, although your god spirit blood pulse has not fully awakened, Yishi said softly. Everyone knew he had a god spirit blood pulse, but no one had ever told anyone about it. What shocked Yuanshi and the others was the fact that there was a god spirit blood pulse. The god race is very unified. Humans with god spirit blood pulse are called god race. Humans and god race are obviously on the same side, but the god race disappeared because of a disaster. They've been gone for 15 eras. Then, if a god spirit's family has god spirit blood pulse, does that mean they're all god race? Yuanshi raised his hand. He was acting like a good student. The super factions today all had god spirits in ancient times, Yishi said. The God Spirit blood pulse is very hard to dilute, and it is very overbearing. If a God Spirit marries an ordinary human, the child will have the God Spirit blood pulse. Over time, the child will be eroded and changed by the God Spirit blood pulse. It will become a normal God Spirit blood pulse, but it will not be the same as the God Spirit. It will change the other half of the human blood pulse into a God Spirit blood pulse. It is very hard to dilute a God Spirit blood pulse, Yishi said. Even if a God Spirit's family marries ordinary humans for generations, even if it is passed down for 10,000 or 10,000 generations, the God Spirit blood pulse will still be there forever. Then, she wanted to say something. Yishi sighed. When it reaches a certain limit, the God Spirit blood pulse is very hard to change. Ordinary blood pulses will be changed. Ordinary blood pulses will cover up the God Spirit blood pulse. This process is done slowly, generation after generation. One day, the God Spirit blood pulse is completely covered. Only a weak effect is left. When that happens, the God Spirit blood pulse will become a better blood pulse than ordinary blood pulses. There was a way to unlock a God Spirit blood pulse, but that method disappeared in the river of time. Yishi paused. She pointed at everyone there and said, "That means you all may have a hidden God Spirit blood pulse, but you cannot unlock it. That requires a special method. The only one who is sure to have a God Spirit blood pulse and is awakening it is Brother Nuwa." "What happens if it is completely awakened?" Yuanshi asked. "I don't know. Perhaps you can reach that level." Yishi shook her head. She raised her head and looked at the darkening sky. Yin Nuashing stood up with Feng in her arms. She looked at everyone and said, "Let's get some rest. We have to go to the secret area tomorrow. If anything happens, we have to wait until we claim the mountain spirit and earth fire." Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. After returning to the room, Yin Nuashing put Feng on Xian's bed. She sat on the edge of the bed near the balcony. "Are you not going to rest? That is not like you." Xian looked at the back of the tired man. He walked over and sat down next to him. "I don't know why, but I feel a lot of pressure." Yin Nuashing nodded. She turned around and looked at Xian. She softly said, "You sleep first. I will meditate tonight. Do you want me to create a dream for you?" Yin Nuashing had already told them about the 1,000 Dreams mantra. "Can you create a dream for that star field?" Xian stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Yes, I have already imprinted it when I was cultivating there." Yin Nuashing nodded. Hearing that, Xian smiled sweetly. Her red lips curled up slightly. She looked both stunning and provocative. Then she lay down next to Feng, hugged her, and winked at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing walked over. She smiled and teased, creating a dream in exchange for a beauty smile. "It is worth it." "Cheeky." Xian rolled her eyes. Yin Nuashing leaned over and pressed her forehead against Xian's. The 1,000 Dreams mantra began to operate in her body. The 6-colored wheel between her eyebrows also began to operate. Then, a green energy gushed out and entered Xian's mind. She instantly felt drowsy. "Good night." Rubbing her head, Yin Nuashing said with a gentle smile. Xian's Maymao trembled. She nodded and fell asleep. Returning to the balcony, Yin Nuashing gently closed his eyes and sorted out the mess of information in his head. Yishi held her chin and stared at him from the side. Her wine-red eyes were calm and quick-witted. No one knew what was going on in her little head. Yishi's eyes flickered slightly. She stared at the spot between Yin Nuashing's eyebrows. It had become slightly transparent. Through that transparency, she could see a 6-colored wheel rotating. On this wheel, there were many tiny talismans floating there. They were shining brightly under the light of the 6-colored wheel, the product of the previous experiment. Other than other types, there are other variations. As expected of Brother Nuwa, you are really capable. Yishi smiled. She turned around and walked towards the bed. Yin Nuashing was left alone outside the balcony. The next morning, someone appeared outside the loft. He then sat cross-legged at the door without making a sound. However, he revealed some of his aura so that others could sense it. Yin Nuashing understood and led the group outside. "Young Master Yun, I'm under the orders of the Emperor to bring you and your friends to the secret realm. Are you ready? The person who came was a divine underworld expert. He cupped his hands and said to Yin Nuashing and the others, "We have troubled you. Let's set off now." Yin Nuashing also replied, "No need." The divine underworld expert smiled. With a wave of his hand, he led Yin Nuashing and the others and flew out of the mountain range. The divine underworld expert's speed was very fast. Even if he was carrying a group of soy sauce bottles, it only took 10 minutes to go from the mountain range to the depths of the mountain range. Arriving in front of the barrier, the divine underworld expert used his hand to draw a line on his index finger. A trace of blood appeared. Soon after, he drew a very strange symbol on the barrier. It looked like a word, but it was difficult to recognize. After the symbol appeared, the barrier in front of them squirmed slightly. A moment later, a hole about 10 feet in size appeared in front of them. With the help of this small hole, they could see the situation inside. It was completely different from the outside. There are many native demonic beasts and demonic beasts in the secret realm. You must be careful in this trip. There are no restrictions in the secret realm. You can even kill people without a problem. The only restriction is that you can't enter after surpassing the 9th transformation stage. Of course, you won't be expelled after advancing in there. The divine underworld expert said quickly. Many thanks. Yin Nuashing cupped his hands and nodded to the others. Xiao Feng had already entered his soul and wasn't worried about being blocked outside. Send my regards to Senior Mountain. Yin Nuashing was the last to enter and said to the divine underworld expert. The divine underworld expert nodded. With a wave of his hand, the spatial hole slowly closed. Looking from the outside, it was still a quiet forest. However, everyone knew that the inside was already turned upside down. Fourth brother, why are you here too? The divine underworld expert had just closed the door when a voice came from behind, causing him to turn his head. When he saw that the person who spoke was leading a large group of people here, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he said, "The Emperor asked me to send a few little guys here. I miscalculated the time. If I had known, I would have brought them here in one go." The people that the Emperor ordered to be sent here. When the person and the people behind him heard this, they were a little surprised. Among them, a group of people from the Heavenly Phoenix clan was also here. And let's not talk about it. I have to go back and report. I'll leave this place to you. The divine underworld expert waved his hand and flew back to the group of mountains. The person who came later didn't say much. He did the same action and opened the door. Chapter 530. After entering the silver-blue spatial door, the space in front of them seemed to swirl up into a huge whirlpool. Many images flashed and flowed in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. Those were the things that happened in the secret realm. It was extremely chaotic. There were people killing people to steal treasures, and there were people who were killed while cultivating. The mystic realm was very big, and there were many people inside. 3 batches of people would stay in the mystic realm every year. However, if they had special opportunities, they could continue to stay. There were more people coming in than coming in, so there were also many treasure hunting teams left in the mystic realm. The whirlpool in front of them suddenly shook, throwing Yin Nuashing and the others out. Everyone cried out in panic, and then their hands that were holding each other's hands were broken free, and they were forcibly dragged into the center of the whirlpool. Star Waymark. Yin Nuashing only had time to shout when he was about to be swallowed by the whirlpool. Then, he was swallowed by the huge blue whirlpool. He was not worried, and everyone knew what those words meant. Plop! A crack suddenly opened in space. Then, a black shadow was thrown out of the crack like a piece of trash. It hit a black ancient tree and rolled to the ground. A cold wind blew in the gloomy air, causing Yin Nuashing to shiver violently. His nose twitched, and the disgusting smell of rot and blood rushed into his lungs like a thief. He almost vomited. This is like a rotten corpse that has been exposed to the sun for 180 days, and then some indescribable liquid is poured on it. What the hell is the smell? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes, resisting the dizziness and nausea as he stood up. He was thrown out of the spatial vortex, and now he still felt a little muddle-headed. After standing up, Yin Nuashing finally had a clear look at this place. This was a cemetery. The atmosphere was gloomy and cold. The whistling wind was like the cries of the dead. It was sorrowful about their deaths, their unfortunate experiences, and their failures. The gloomy sky set off the darkness of this area. The tombstones, ancient trees, the ground, and the sky were all black and gray. The sunken ground not far away had not cracked open. It seemed like a clear river had once flowed there. Now, there was only the darkness of death left here. No one listened to the sorrowful cries of the dead. Resentment surged. Scram! A cold shout rang out in the distance. Soon after, a majestic demonic chi rushed out, accompanied by a series of muffled groans. It seemed that someone had been sent flying by the demonic chi. Yin Nuashing turned around and walked around the side of the small hill. Soon after, she saw many human figures surrounding a huge tombstone. A human figure stood at the front of the tombstone. He was wearing a black cloak. He was not very tall, but he was extremely tall. Waves of dense demonic chi lingered around him, causing the dark and cold atmosphere to become even colder. Sir, aren't you being too overbearing? We all found this place together. Yet you want to take it all for yourself? A young man crawled up from the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He seemed to have been slightly injured. Ants should have the awareness of ants. Your value has already been used up. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. The black figure abruptly turned around and stared at the person on the ground with his black eyes that were filled with a dense demonic aura. A murderous aura emanated from him. You, forget it. Let's go. There are still many places in this secret realm. It's not worth it to lose your life here. The young man jumped up and wanted to resist, but he was pulled back by his companions. They hurriedly advised him. This black-clothed, black-faced, black-eyed fellow was obviously not a good person. It was already good enough that he was able to survive. Let's go. The man directly pulled the young man and soared into the sky. The people behind him followed unwillingly. One of the people at the back glared fiercely at the black-clothed man. Murderous intent surged in his eyes. You dare to have murderous intent towards me. The black-clothed man coldly glanced at him. A majestic demonic chi once again soared into the sky. He suddenly punched out with his right hand. A black fist mark that was about 10 feet long soared into the sky with a gloomy demonic chi and violently charged towards the man behind him. The black fist mark appeared in front of the man in a flash. It was so fast that no one could react. The man fiercely gritted his teeth. A low roar came from his throat. Both of his fists suddenly shot out. Faint demonic chi formed palm prints that continuously slammed against the fist mark. Chi. The fist mark directly shattered the palm prints that filled the sky and solidly landed on the man's chest. The man violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and was caught by one of his companions. He stretched out his hand to check the man's pulse. His expression was somewhat gloomy. We will remember this punch. Our skills are not as good as yours. Goodbye. The person who caught the young man at the beginning said in a low voice. He led his men and flew into the distance without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the demonic chi would explode and hurt them again. So domineering. Watching the group of people gradually disappear, Yun Nuashing withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at the black-clothed man. He secretly muttered in his heart. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. He was not in a hurry to leave this place. He leaned against the ancient tree behind him and looked at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man with demonic chi came to the huge tombstone behind the small hill with his hands behind his back. He seriously studied it and did not continue to speak. The two of them were at peace. One looked at the person, the other looked at the tombstone. Have you seen enough? An ice-cold voice rang out. It was the black-clothed man. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Yun Nuashing from the corner of his eyes. You look at yours. I will stand mine. Yun Nuashing did not even glance at him. He stood where he was. However, he also shifted his gaze away. His spiritual strength merged into the void and explored this place. I should have said earlier that if you don't leave, I will not be polite. The black-clothed man narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned his ice-cold gaze and finally looked at Yun Nuashing. Demonic chi surged from his body. Unfamiliar human language. The density of demonic chi far surpasses that of a beginner demonic chi cultivator. Yun Nuashing turned his gaze in surprise. A smile flashed through his silver-purple eyes. He said, "Could it be that you are from the demonic chi?" Boom! In response to Yun Nuashing's question, the black-clothed man suddenly stomped his foot on the ground. His body shot towards Yun Nuashing like a black arrow. A huge palm rapidly condensed on his right hand and slammed towards him. Yun Nuashing's eyes were smiling. He did not panic and continued to lean against the ancient black tree. A silver-blue light quietly condensed into a barrier in front of him. Bang! The palm violently slammed against the barrier, sending layers of the surrounding floor flying. The withered ancient black tree was also snapped. A huge palm print directly appeared on the ground. However, Yun Nuashing was still leaning against half of the ancient tree at the center of the palm. She looked at the demonic chi cultivator with a smile. The demonic chi cultivator frowned slightly when he saw that Yun Nuashing was unharmed. He suddenly took a step back and retreated. The violent wind blew his cloak up, revealing a delicate and handsome face. However, half of his face was covered in black lines. His left eye emitted a cold black light. There was not a single trace of white or eyeball. There was only a black light. Demonic Tyrant Fist. The demonic chi cultivator's hands formed a seal with lightning speed. Waves of demonic chi condensed on his hands. A moment later, a huge black fist condensed on his right hand. He glanced at his right hand that had condensed into a deathly black color. With a thought, his body was pushed into the sky by a surge of demonic chi. After that, the fist violently smashed down. The black fist carried a domineering force. Wherever it passed, even the air was pushed away. A vacuum tunnel was formed in front of the fist. The black fist continued to expand in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it fell from the sky and landed on Yun Nuashing's head. The violent wind caused his windbreaker to flap loudly. The ground beside him even trembled. However, he continued to smile. Boom! With a muffled sound, a fist print that was hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. The ground caved in by a few meters. Cracks that were as thick as a thumb extended outwards. However, at the middle finger of the fist print, there was a half-broken ancient black tree and a shadow leaning against it. There was no change at all. Even the ground around it did not cave in. The demonic chi cultivator's expression froze. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he stared fixedly at Yun Nuashing below. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he only felt powerless. Yun Nuashing had maintained the same posture from the beginning to the end. She had a smile on her face. He could not hit her even if he wanted to. He only felt that his lungs were about to explode from anger. "Are you done?" Yun Nuashing straightened her body and stretched. She looked at the demonic chi cultivator in the sky and smiled. "It's my turn after you're done." The demonic chi cultivator sensed danger the moment he finished speaking. Just as he was about to move his feet, he felt a large hand suddenly patting him on the shoulder. The power contained in the palm caused a drop of cold sweat to roll down the black half of his face. "All right, you've lost. I've just entered the secret realm and need a tour guide. It just so happens that you're a demonic chi cultivator. It'll be more troublesome for you to find a human." Yun Nuashing laughed softly. The demonic chi cultivator looked at the handsome youth in shock. He looked down in disbelief. The ancient black tree was still there, but there was no one there. However, Yun Nuashing had appeared behind him. He could be killed in an instant. Come. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Yun Nuashing pulled the demonic chi cultivator to the ground, then pressed him down to sit cross-legged. She smiled and said, "Let's start with the basics. Your name, interests, hobbies, what race you're from, why are you here? Tell me everything. I have patience, so I don't mind a long explanation." The demonic chi cultivator's body stiffened. He looked at Yun Nuashing, who was smiling warmly in front of him. As a member of the demonic chi cultivator, he was born as a demonic chi cultivator. He had spent 50 years strengthening his body, casting his demonic chi, and refining his demonic chi. Although he wasn't a core member of a powerful race, he was still a powerful cultivator. He had just left the demon world and traveled the divine world for 5 years. Yet, he was defeated by this extremely young youth. Damn it, you won't kill me if I don't tell you. Thinking of this, the demonic chi cultivator shuddered and opened his mouth to speak. Wait a moment. Before the male from the Devil Clan could reveal everything, Yin Nuashing raised his hand and stopped him, causing black lines to appear on his face. Before he could close his mouth, he saw an extremely thick pillar of starlight suddenly erupt from the body of the young man in front of him. It shot straight into the sky, tearing apart the black sky. It could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. The extremely dense energy caused the male from the Devil Clan to be dumbstruck, and fear involuntarily rose in his heart. The power of the stars shot into the sky and condensed into a huge star beacon. After 10 minutes, Yin Nuashing stopped and waved her hand. She smiled and said, "Please begin your speech." The demonic chi cultivator's heart was in chaos. Chapter 531. The gigantic pillar of starlight shot up into the sky, allowing countless people within a radius of 10,000 miles to see it clearly. Xian and the others were no exception. Although everyone was alone, they all rushed towards the gigantic pillar of starlight. No matter what, they had to gather together first. Let's go and take a look. Maybe some great treasure has appeared. It might be a high-grade magic weapon. Maybe it's a semi-divine tool. Along the way, Xian heard the most talk about how everyone believed that there was some kind of treasure unearthed there. It seemed that many people were flying in that direction, which made her feel a little helpless. It seemed that there would be some trouble to meet up with them. On Yin Nuashing's side, after catching the demon man, she began to interrogate him. She wanted to get some information not only about the divine flame, but also about the demon race. She didn't know anything about this race. The race I'm from is a very ordinary race, the Sky Demon race. The territory that we rule is only 100,000 miles. The demon man's eyes flickered as he stammered. When you want to hide something, at least do a good job on the surface. By the way, I can see through your heart. I can tell if you're lying or not. If I find out that you're lying. Yin Nuashing twirled a silver needle in her hand and looked at the man in front of her with a smile that wasn't a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly threw the silver needle back. The small needle directly pierced the gigantic tombstone. The two were completely disproportionate in size, but the tombstone and the small hill suddenly shattered. You probably don't want to see this. Yin Nuashing smiled brightly, but her forehead was a little dark. The demon man was so scared that his snot was about to flow out. He hurriedly nodded and almost swore to prove that he wouldn't hide anything. How big is the demon world? What's the distribution of forces inside? How strong are they? How many races are there? Are there any upper-class demons, nobles, or royalty? Why are you here? Yin Nuashing asked in one breath. I don't know how big the demon world is, but according to the information left behind by some seniors, the demon world might be bigger than the God realm. But in the past, the demon race only had a piece of black land, but after years of civil war and invasion of the God realm, the entire demon world was torn apart. Now it's all floating islands. Plus, it's constantly developing, so it might be bigger than the God realm. But that's for the entire demon world. If it's separated, there's no place that's bigger than the God realm. And in the demon world, a transcendent force or race would rule over a part of the demon world. The biggest part of the demon world is the demon world, and its territory is as wide as 1,000,000,000,000 li. Moreover, these areas aren't grouped together, but are all floating islands of various sizes. In the demon world, the strong are respected. Whoever you want to take over, you just have to defeat or kill them to replace them. Therefore, the whole demon world has a martial spirit, and wars happen frequently. Races. In terms of races, there are a few demon god clans that have given birth to gods, and many high-level demon clans. Among the demon god clans, the most famous ones are known by the whole demon world: the six-winged divine demon clan, the soul demon clan, the blood demon clan, the firmament demon clan, and the eternal demon god clan. Our sky demon clan is just a subsidiary of the firmament demon clan. There are also some demon god clans that keep a low profile. I'm in a remote corner of the demon world, so I don't know much about them. As for why we're here, the god realm is the place where all the gods became gods. Not to mention the demon race and the human race. Even the demon race and people from other star fields yearn for it. It's a sacred place. When the male demon said this, he straightened his back a little. Becoming a god was the greatest wish of all living beings in the god realm. Is there no demon king or demon god that everyone respects? Yin Nuashing asked. No. This is also the reason why the demon race is so chaotic. Moreover, this time's invasion, there are some demon clans that don't agree with starting a war. They think that all the races should live together as equals. However, more of them want to invade and kill the human race. This is also due to the accumulated hatred from history, the male demon said in a low voice. Who don't agree with starting a war? Who are the ones that want to be beaten? Yin Nuashing asked bluntly. The male demon almost spat out a mouthful of water. His face kept twitching. This guy was really fierce. So his classification of the demon race was only those that didn't want to start a war and those that wanted to be beaten. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll know when the demon monarchs arrive. Do you have any information about the six-winged demon race? For example, what they cultivate and do they have any secret techniques? Yin Nuashing asked again. The term six-winged demon race was a secret technique that was commonly used by the demon race. However, it had been lost for a long time. Only God knew when he would habitually use it one day. Would the demon race bring him back to the clan and torture him? The six-winged divine demon race is a member of a six-winged demon god. I'm not sure about the specifics of their cultivation. The heavenly demon race is in the heavenly south, while the heavenly demon race is in the earthly north. They are completely unrelated to each other. Only their reputation has spread here. The male demon shook his head. Yin Nuashing wrinkled his nose and snorted softly. This caused the demon to tremble all over and break out in cold sweat. After asking a few more questions and confirming that this guy had nothing to hide, Yin Nuashing could only sigh softly. He had barely figured out what kind of place the demon world was. Wasn't it just a place where a group of drunken hooligans occupied a territory in the middle of the night? Hearing this, the male demon finally couldn't help but cough. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably. How many demon monarchs in the demon race could stir up a storm with a wave of their hands? In the end, they were dismissed by the description of a drunken hooligan. The sound of wind breaking came from afar. The two of them raised their heads and turned towards the source of the sound. Then, they saw a dense mass of black dots appearing from the distant horizon and flying towards their direction. The only thing that isn't lacking in this world is people who just want to join in the fun. Seeing the dense crowd, Yin Nuashing shook his head helplessly. He released the star waymark only to gather Xian and the others. He didn't expect that he would also call over some extra people. Those people must have thought that some treasure had appeared, right? How long have you been in the secret realm? Do you know where there are fewer people? Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked at the male demon. It's been 4 months. If you want to talk about places with fewer people, besides the nearest place where the group of great demons reside, there are a few places that are further away. The male demon thought for a while and said, the place where the great demons reside. Okay, take me there now. Yin Nuashing nodded. A jade slip appeared in his hand, and he sent a message. Then, he grabbed the male beside him and rushed into the distance, leaving a faint golden light in the sky. In the distant sky, Xian suddenly took out the jade slip. After receiving the message, Mei Mao flickered slightly. She looked at the faint golden mark in the sky and sighed. Her delicate body shook slightly, and her speed increased a little. When the people who came here saw a gloomy graveyard with more than a dozen corpses lying there, their expressions changed slightly. The star waymark had disappeared long ago, and even the golden mark had disappeared when the crowd arrived. For a moment, the crowd was leaderless. Unwilling to give up, the crowd landed on the graveyard and dug 3 feet into the ground, turning the entire graveyard upside down. In the sky, hundreds of miles away, a golden light suddenly flickered and appeared. Then, the golden light receded, and two figures emerged from it and landed on the mountain peak below. Not long after the two people landed, the sound of rushing wind could be heard in the distance. It was Xian and the others. When they saw that there was an additional person beside Nuashing, they couldn't help but be surprised. They had only separated for a short while, but they had made friends so quickly. "Can I go now?" Seeing the group of people coming over, especially when he felt that each of their auras was much stronger than his, the male demon's face immediately turned pale. He only wanted to escape immediately. "Where can I find a guide if I leave?" Nuashing glanced at him. "You still want to imprison me?" The male demon's expression changed greatly. "Don't make it sound so bad. It's not too late to walk 2 rounds before leaving." Nuashing fiercely slapped him, causing him to see stars. He felt extremely sullen in his heart, and could only curse himself for being unlucky to have met this ancestor. This is a member of the demon clan. Seeing Xian and the others land, Nuashing pointed at him and laughed. Hearing this, Yuan Shi and the others' eyes lit up. They looked as if they wanted to dissect him. The male demon was a little dizzy. He was a dignified and noble member of the demon clan, but he was actually being looked at as if he was an object. After telling everyone about the news that they had just received, Yaohua asked the male demon to tell them about the situation in the secret realm. After that, Yaohua and the others directly pressed him to the ground and searched his body. They found a bunch of inexplicable magic weapons and scrolls, but they threw them aside without even looking at them. Demon King's Cave? Netherworld King Expert? What are you talking about? Nuashing squatted down and looked at the humiliated male demon. She couldn't help but ask while he was being searched. "It's here, damn. Men shouldn't touch each other. Don't touch me." The male demon was angry and resentful after being searched, but his demon aura was sealed and he couldn't flare up. He could only finish his sentence in humiliation. "It's in the Great Demon Mountain Forest. There's a restriction. Don't tell me you want to trick us into the mountain and let the beast tear us apart." Nuashing said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. "That's not true." The male demon's eyes flickered and he gritted his teeth. "It's under that mountain. It's up to you whether to believe it or not." After saying that, he pointed at a place with his chin. There was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, and the peak couldn't be seen. Under the devilish torture of Yuan, Shi, and the others, the demon race man finished his business. Seeing this, Yaohua took out a sturdy iron chain and tied him up like a dumpling. Then, he placed a few layers of seals on him before clapping his hands. "Won't you suffocate him by tying him up like this? Do you want to leave a gap for him to breathe?" Nuashing looked at the mummy with pity and couldn't help but ask. "No need, no need. The seal can be undone in 10 hours. After the seal is undone, there's still a demon sealing chain. There are many of these metal chains. They're specially used to bind the people of the demon race. As long as it's suppressed, it can even bind a divine underworld expert. When the time comes, I'll get 1,000 chains for you." Yaohua grinned. Nuashing observed a moment of silence for the male demon and said, "I wish you good luck. We'll be leaving first." The male demon was tied up and couldn't even speak. He wriggled on the ground like a worm. At this moment, he really felt like crying. 10 hours and the addition of the demon sealing chain. This mountain range was filled with demonic beasts and demonic beasts. He was afraid that he would be swallowed into their stomachs along with the chains. Not long after, Nuashing and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain peak dozens of miles away. Not far from here, there was a lake filled with red liquid. Multicolored light submerged the entire forest. Thin smoke lingered in the air. It was like a paradise. However, in that beautiful place, there were piles of corpses. There wasn't a trace of blood. All of them died silently, causing this sacred place to be filled with an evil feeling. That place is empty. It's just for decoration. Nuashing used her evil spirit eye to see the colorful lake clearly and said, "There's poisonous gas. In any case, it's not a good place." At the foot of the mountain peak, there was a cave entrance. There was a mysterious light flowing through it. Under the ground, A huge dragon vein ran across it. Dragon chi gushed out and submerged this place. It was as if a layer of gauze was draped over it. Walking into it was like walking on clouds. Chapter 532. The cave was surrounded by a few huge rocks, as if it had been dug out by someone. The terrain 10 meters around the cave did not match the terrain 10 meters away. There were even cracks on the ground that were covered, as if they had been forcefully inlaid here by someone. It's so quiet. No one has been here. Yin Nuashing sensed the surrounding situation. Other than the large number of corpses in front of the lake, there were no signs of life, nor were there any footprints. It seemed that this place had just appeared not too long ago. Shall we go in and take a look? Yuanshi raised his eyebrows, pointed at the cave, and said. Yin Nuashing nodded, waved his hand, and walked towards the cave. The cave was not very large. It was only 20 feet tall and was able to allow 3 people to walk side by side. Although there was a faint fog lingering around it, this place was unusually dry. The steaming dragon aura pounced on their bodies, causing everyone to feel extremely comfortable. The blood in their bodies began to flow swiftly as they greedily absorbed the essence. After walking a few dozen meters into the cave, an ancient stone door abruptly appeared in front of them, blocking the entrance to the cave. There were many runes engraved on the stone door, as well as some imprints that formed a hole. Every once in a while, they could see a dim light flickering on the stone door. Seeing the door, Yishi's eyebrows lightly knitted together, and a reminiscing expression appeared on her face, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Yin Nuashing reached out his hand to gently touch the ancient stone door, wiping away the layers of dust on the surface, revealing the runes even more clearly. There were also some ancient words on it, but he could not understand them. Opening his evil spirit eye, Yin Nuashing saw the runes and imprints light up in his eyes. After observing for a while, he understood what to do. A large array appeared in his hand, and he imprinted it into the stone door. Ka! It was as if a mechanism had been activated. After the formation entered the stone door, the runes and markings on the stone door lit up. A moment later, a heavy sound came from the stone door, shaking off a cloud of sand and dust from the ceiling. Then, the sand and dust slowly shrank into the stone walls on both sides. The evil spirit eye is a cheat. Even if you don't understand it, you can solve it. Seeing this, Yishi couldn't help but sigh, her tone filled with envy. However, Yin Nuashing still hadn't finished cultivating, and a portion of the evil spirit eye's cultivation content was still locked in his mind, so he hadn't passed it on to her. Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and take a look. Her evil spirit eye saw that there were many glowing things inside. They were all arrays, charms, or runic markings. Yin Nuashing planned to go in and take a look. Be careful. Come back if you can't handle it, Xian said softly. Mei Mao stared at him. Yes. Yin Nuashing nodded. With a flash, she charged into the cave behind the stone door. With every step she took, a formation slowly expanded and enveloped the entire tunnel. It removed some of the things hidden in the walls and illuminated the cave. You should be fine, right? Everyone looked at the tunnel covered in formations and couldn't help but wipe their sweat. A formation with every step. Just how high was his attainment in formations? Looks like Big Brother Nua's year of cultivation has already brought his attainments in formations to an extremely high level. Now, he should be able to weave deity-level formations more easily. Yishi said softly in her heart. Seeing Yin Nuashing's attainments in formations getting higher and higher, she was naturally very happy. Within the tunnel, there were bursts of immortal light. Dense dragon chi rose from the ground and flooded the entire tunnel. It was as if they were walking in clouds. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a white flight of stairs. Below the stairs was a spacious area that looked like a stone platform. There were 5 flights of stairs in several directions around the stone platform. Including the one that Yin Nuashing was currently on, there were 6. At the top of the stairs, there was still a cave entrance. However, at the bottom of the stairs, there was a circle of darkness. A circle had been hollowed out to isolate the stone platform. Even with her evil spirit eye, Yin Nuashing couldn't see how deep it was. The footsteps, covered in formations, landed on the white jade stairs. Formation after formation spread out, sticking to the stairs and spreading to the stone walls below. When the footsteps landed in the center of the stone platform, Yin Nuashing sent a transmission for everyone to come in. Then, she began to examine this strange place. The back of the stairs was made of white jade. The other 5 stairs were made of 5 different colors. From left to right, they were red, purple, black, green, and yellow. The platform was quiet, and the 5 stone steps that were emitting a faint light were also emitting a faint light quietly. It was so quiet that Yin Nuashing could hear his own heartbeat. It was not until a gust of wind came from behind, and Ziyin and the others walked over that the silence here was broken. "The door is closed," Ziyin hurriedly said as soon as he came in. "Closed? It's fine. We can open it after we go out." Yin Nuashing was slightly startled. However, she didn't mind. She could just open it after closing it. 5 colors. Where do you want to go? Yin Nuashing pointed at the 5 stairs, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "Black is your representative color. Let's go to the black one first." Yuanshi smiled. It didn't matter. It was the same no matter where they went. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Actually, compared to the black one, she wanted to go to the purple one first. However, she didn't say anything. It was just a matter of order. Looking at the black stairs, Yin Nuashing took a step forward. As usual, she created a formation with every step. Her spiritual force and mental strength were very boundless. She didn't have the slightest worry that she would run out. Everyone was speechless when they saw that she seemed to have inexhaustible energy. However, they had no choice but to follow her. The flowing mist and draconic aura disappeared after entering the black passage. However, this place was much brighter. Yin Nuashing used the light element to bring everyone into the depths of the cave. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passage. The space in their line of sight suddenly widened by dozens of times. Outside the cave, they were connected to a vast underground cave. It was at least 300 meters tall. The most shocking thing was that at the end of their line of sight, there was a huge altar. Is this the place where a ceremony is being held? Yin Nuashing and the others were a little shocked. The altar was very big. They could see it from far away. It was as big as a small mountain. There was a path under their feet that led straight to the altar. Many things were placed on both sides of the path. They saw a field full of unknown plants. The color of the field was suffused with a black light. As for the plants, they were emitting a black light. They were very rich in vitality. These medicinal ingredients have grown for who knows how many years. And this place, no wonder the draconic aura couldn't come up. It turned out that they were all gathered in this field. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but gasp. Yishi took small steps and ran towards the medicinal field. She approached the black plant and extended her small hand. She touched it lightly. She instantly understood. This medicinal ingredient has a history of 1,000,000 years. PFFF. Yin Nuashing and the others spat out a mouthful of water. A medicinal ingredient with a history of 1,000,000 years. Just one stalk could help refine a saint or even a peerless pill. Even if it wasn't refined, it could extend one's lifespan by hundreds of thousands of years. That's not right. This medicinal ingredient should have already been extinct. Yishi frowned. I have a prescription that needs this medicinal ingredient. If it's refined, it will definitely be a saint pill. However, the core medicinal ingredient of this pill, the demonic dragon vine, has already been extinct since ancient times. How can there be a demonic dragon vine that has grown for 1,000,000 years here? Yishi frowned. Her small face was full of doubt. Who cares? Let's put it away first. If we sell this ancient medicinal ingredient, we can buy a city. Yuanshi's eyes lit up. It was a medicinal ingredient that had grown for 1,000,000 years, and it was also extinct. Its value was beyond precious. Don't. We can't use it now. If we keep it for nourishment, it can still grow. Who knows, it might even grow into a divine medicine. It won't be too late to harvest it when it can be put to use in the future. Yishi hurriedly waved her small hand. Then, should we move the entire field away? Yuanshi asked. Yishi gritted her teeth. She shook her head and said, "Although my spiritual world has become an evolved world, it hasn't been forged into a real world by me. Foreign plants won't take root and grow in it." "Is there anything?" Yishi seemed to be a little anxious. However, she saw Yin Nuashing waving at her. She couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly ran back. She raised her head and asked doubtfully, "Brother Nua?" Yin Nuashing smiled. With a flip of her right hand, a small emerald mountain wrapped in a red crystal appeared on her palm. This was the Godhead weapon core of the Azure Flame Meteor. It contained a world inside. It could even merge with other regions. Last time, she used this to take away 2 regions in the Tana's Water God Temple. This, Yi Shi, who used to be an underworld emperor, was even more sensitive to this thing. She could feel the enormous power contained in this thing. It was so powerful that it made her divine soul tremble. Yin Nuashing waved her hand. A world suddenly appeared in front of everyone. However, this world was only 100 zhang wide halo. As soon as this world appeared, it was smashed downwards by Yin Nuashing. It smashed into the 100-meter long and wide medicinal field. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just when they thought they would see the medicinal field being smashed, they saw the halo wrap around the medicinal field. Then, with a sudden pull, the entire medicinal field was uprooted, along with a large piece of land, and taken back into the red crystal. Could this be a realm power stone? Qin Yin and the others saw this for the first time. They couldn't help but ask in astonishment, "What's that?" Yin Nuashing turned around and asked doubtfully. This was a Godhead weapon core, but he obviously hadn't heard of a realm power stone. A realm power stone contains a chaotic space that hasn't been opened yet. With a thought, the realm power will spread out. It can take an entire region into the crystal. Qin Yin explained softly. However, the success rate of an alchemist refining a realm power stone is extremely low. As a result, realm power stones are extremely expensive on the market. When Yin Nuashing heard this, he opened his mouth slightly and laughed bitterly. Then, he shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I found it by accident one day. But according to what you said, it should be after putting away the medicinal field." Yin Nuashing directly turned her gaze towards the altar. The altar was divided into 4 levels. A flight of stairs led from the center to the very top of the altar. At the top of the altar, there were 2 stone pillars that stood upright. The stone pillars were engraved with strange birds and beasts, like 2 totems. An altar. A black altar. Why would an altar be placed here in this dark dwelling? Yin Nuashing could not help but mutter inside. She felt more or less frightened. However, she was still thinking about something else. The black stairs led to a black altar. Could there be several other altars in other places? Chapter 533. The 100-meter-tall black altar was as tall as the cave. It was tightly pressed against the mountain wall, and 2 long pillars were even inserted into the rocks at the top. At first glance, it was just a black stone, and it was impossible to tell that it had 4 levels. Unlike the other altars that were solemn and dignified, this black altar only gave Yin Nuashing and the others a gloomy feeling. Over a dozen pairs of footsteps staggered up and down the stairs, and a series of slow and heavy footsteps sounded. Yi Shi, who had just stepped onto the altar, felt her heart inexplicably thump. Her little hand reflexively grabbed onto Yin Nuashing's windbreaker, causing his footsteps to stop. Everyone else also stopped and followed his line of sight to look at the former. They saw Yi Shi using her sleeve to grab onto Yin Nuashing, and their gazes were somewhat puzzled as they looked at the dark altar. "It's nothing. Let's go." Seeing that everyone was looking over, Yi Shi shook her head. After speaking, she walked around Yin Nuashing and walked in front. Everyone was also a little confused, but they didn't ask much and directly followed her. After walking halfway, there was a staircase that was as high as their knees. Everyone could only step up. Yi Shi jumped into Yin Nuashing's arms. Facing the indescribably tall staircase with her height, she still had to climb it. There was nothing at the top of the altar except for 2 slender pillars and a circular platform. Other than that, there was nothing else. Turning around and looking down from the altar one could overlook the entire cave. Other than the dug-out medicinal field, there was nothing else worth seeing here. "Little star," Zian called out softly. Zian softly called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw her pointing at a place with her slender finger. That was the direction of the pillar on the left side of the altar. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. At first glance, there was nothing, but Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. Her expression stiffened. There was a person sitting cross-legged under the pillar. There was no aura at all. That person was also dressed in black and blended in with the altar. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it. Their skin is all black. Could they be from the demon race? Yuanxi was astonished. This was a person who had already passed away many years ago. His skin and face were all black, and he looked like a powerful god of the devil race. He had died many years ago, but his body was still intact. The inside of the evil spirit, I made Yin Nuoxing's hair stand on end. Looking at the skeleton, she was even more certain that this cave had existed for at least 10 million years. The skeleton that was a mixture of black jade and gold indicated that this person was at least a god emperor expert. Adding the layout of this cave, if there were no accidents, this person should be the owner of this cave. However, would a god emperor expert pass away in a place like this? An emperor god expert, if there were no accidents, could live for at least 1 trillion years. What's more, those with strong life source could extend their lifespan greatly. It wouldn't be difficult for them to live for 1 or 2 eras. There's a god emperor expert who passed away here. He must have existed for many years. Hearing Yin Nuoxing's words, Yuanxi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could this be a god emperor cave? However, why was there only one herb field? Could it be that the other things were left in the other 4 places? Boom! A soft rumble came from within the cave. The altar beneath their feet shook slightly, causing everyone's expression to change slightly. More than 10 pairs of eyes wandered around. Finally, all of them were fixed on the 2 giant pillars. The 2 stone pillars that had been silent for an unknown number of years lit up at this moment. Rays of light spiraled up from the bottom of the stone pillars, flowing through the images of birds and beasts and rune markings. Finally, they connected directly to the top. The 2 stone pillars lit up completely. Then, rays of light shot out from the 2 stone pillars and entangled with each other. In the center of the altar, a huge circle was formed. It was a picture. The picture was divided into 5 areas. In each area, there was an altar. The 5 altars were the same color as the 5 stairs that Yin Nuoxing and the others had seen: red, purple, black, green, and yellow. After the 5 altars appeared, 5 different colors of energy gathered from afar. They gathered in the center of the altars like a whirlpool. Then, the 5 altars seemed to come alive. They lit up with brilliant light. A crystal appeared in the center of the top of each altar. The scene changed to a spacious area. Each of the 5 types of crystals emitted a beam of light. Finally, the light gathered in the middle of the 5 altars. After that, a boundless palace floated in the sky. It was majestic and solemn, like the palace of an ancient god. It had the aura of divine authority that the 5 of them could shake. God Spirit Palace? Or God Emperor Palace? Everyone's eyes froze. They stared at the illusory palace in the picture. Even though it wasn't real, it still gave them a terrifying pressure. Just the illusory palace alone seemed to be able to pierce through space. The power of death. As everyone stared at the picture, a low voice suddenly rumbled in the sky above the altar. Then, everyone's expression changed. Yin Nuoxing and Yi Shi looked at each other. The power of death? However, before they could recover from their shock, Yi Shi's expression changed abruptly. An enormous suction force had descended upon her, and the extraordinary pressure caused her to be unable to resist at all. She felt like her soul was about to be sucked out by this terrifying suction force. Little Shi. Yin Nuoxing's expression changed drastically. Seeing the pain on Yi Shi's face, the Netherworld Ruins sword appeared in her hand in an instant. Swoosh! However, before Yin Nuoxing could do anything, the suction force suddenly increased several times. It pulled out a huge amount of black energy from Yishi's body. It turned into a black whirlwind and finally merged with the circular platform on the altar. Yin Nuoxing was shocked. After the black energy was pulled out of Yishi's body, the latter's pretty face turned pale. Her small body collapsed weakly. The light element brought him to her side in a flash. He picked her up and placed his palm on Yishi's chest. After sensing it slightly, his expression changed and he breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Yuan Shi and the other's expressions changed slightly. From the sound to Yishi's collapse, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. They didn't even have time to react. Little Shi, how are you? Xian hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Yishi's wrist. A strange expression flashed across her pretty face as she examined her. She's fine. It's just that her energy of death has been sucked dry. Everything else is fine. Her mind suffered a little from the forceful extraction of her energy of death, but it's nothing serious. She just fainted. Yin Nuoxing shook his head gently. His pale face slowly recovered, but there was a hint of self-blame in his eyes. Little Shi was just 5 meters away from him, but something like this had happened. Boom! In the sky outside, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying sound of thunder. It was as if millions of lightning dragons were roaring in the clouds. It shook the entire cave, and the ground began to shake. Gravel kept falling from the top of the mountain. Yin Nuoxing was startled. He turned around and looked at the altar. There, a black crystal was slowly condensing. It was condensed from Yishi's death energy. Thinking back to the scene he had just seen, he instantly understood what was going on. Go, let's get out of here first. Gritting her teeth, Yin Nuoxing carried Yishi. With a roar, she flew down the tunnel they came from. Behind her, everyone screamed and hurriedly followed. When they rushed out of the tunnel and arrived at the platform, Yin Nuoxing saw that the other 4 stairs had disappeared. However, she couldn't care less about that at this time. The cave was shaking more and more violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Huge rocks kept falling from the sky, so she could only rush out. She used the most violent method to send the huge door in front of her flying with her sword. She led everyone out of the cave. Before she could stand firm, she saw the gloomy, thunderous sky. In the sky, under the huge, dark clouds, a chain of palaces suddenly appeared. They were like lofty, divine palaces. They were vast, majestic, solemn, sacred, and inviolable. The palaces seemed to suppress the 9 heavens and the galaxy, causing the space to show signs of exploding. There was also an aura of supremacy descending from the sky. Under this aura, Yin Nuoxing and the others felt a little scared. It's that palace, that divine palace. 5 altars. Could it be that the other 4 altars have been activated? Yin Nuoxing looked at the palaces in the sky and couldn't help but murmur. This isn't the place we entered. I'm afraid that when we entered the door, or when we stepped on the black stairs, we were already transported to the corresponding location of the black altar. Xian Mei Mao looked around, then looked at Yin Nuoxing and said. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly glanced around when he heard this, and he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, they were standing at the entrance of a cave, and an enormous black altar stood towering on the mountain range behind them. At the top of the altar was a dazzling black crystal, and it was a crystal condensed from all of Yishi's death energy. Buzz! Not long after Yin Nuoxing and the others came out, the huge black crystal suddenly shot out a thick black light beam, shooting towards the bottom of the palace. And at the same time as this beam of light shot out, Yin Nuoxing, with the help of the evil spirit eye, saw 4 other beams of light shooting out from several other places. They streaked across the distant space, and under everyone's nervous gazes, they gathered together. Then they shot straight into the palace in the sky. As the 5 light pillars entered, the huge projection of the palace gradually solidified under the watchful eyes of everyone in the secret realm. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure also became extremely strong after a few minutes, under the intense gazes of everyone. The palace in the sky was no longer illusory. It stood in the sky, and five-colored light flowed on the golden palace walls. A vast pressure spread throughout the secret realm like an explosive energy wave, causing everyone to bow slightly. Those who were still flying in the sky were violently slapped down from the sky by this pressure, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Bang, bang, bang. A terrifying force descended from the sky, causing the surrounding terrain to sink a few meters. The space rippled like water, and cracks as thick as thighs appeared. Those who were weaker were forced to their knees by the pressure, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Buzz! The whirlpool zither rushed out of the heart due to the pressure, and a circle of silver-blue light quickly spread out, enveloping the group of people from Yun-Nuo planet. The pressure that was like a huge mountain pressing down on them also disappeared, but pressed down on the barrier of the whirlpool zither, causing the ground at the edge of the barrier to sink. Divine pressure. Yin-Nuoxing had already experienced this kind of pressure before. Only a pressure of the same level, a pressure of that level, could make the swirling zither automatically jump out to defend itself. We're in big trouble. Did we release something that shouldn't have been released? Yin-Nuoxing laughed bitterly. Chapter 534. God's Palace. At this moment, it was not only Yin-Nuoxing and the others who saw it. In the entire mystic realm, all the people and beasts who were suddenly affected by the pressure saw it. At that moment, countless people and beasts who were kneeling on the ground all raised their heads with difficulty and stared at the palace in the sky. The mighty palace, coupled with a huge thunderbolt behind it, was extremely impactful. The huge palace made everyone's eyes change slightly. There was fear, awe, yearning, and of course greed. Crack! Far away at the edge of the secret realm, the space barrier suddenly became distorted. A huge vortex appeared on the barrier. Waves of mighty divine power spread out from the palace and collided with the barrier, causing it to shake violently. Then, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The sound of something shattering shocked everyone. Boom! A dull sound, like a heavy hammer hitting a golden bell, reverberated throughout the secret realm in a few breaths' time and affected the spatial barrier. The crack continued to expand because of the sound wave. It shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye and spread to half of the spatial barrier. Then, boom! The shattered barrier suddenly shattered into pieces in an instant. A divine power swept out like a storm and spread rapidly in all directions. Even the mountainous city, people felt the pressure. Those who were weaker couldn't resist the divine power and directly knelt on the ground. The secret realm is shattered. Someone has touched the ultimate secret of the secret realm. On the top floor of the palace, the great mountain king and the rest who were leisurely frowned. Their expressions changed as they looked in the direction of the great mountain king. Their eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Who was it that had triggered the ultimate secret of the secret grounds? The 5 altars seemed to lack the power of death. No one should be able to touch the last altar. How can a demon-rank cultivator have the power of death if he doesn't control the power of will? The mountain king frowned. This was a special period of time. The mystic realm had been shattered, and the god spirit's palace had descended. That pressure could not be stopped. This time, it was likely that more people would come to the remote areas of the Taiyuan region. Let's go and take a look. Now that the demon world and demon world has appeared, the news can't be hidden. A large number of powerful people will gather there in a few days. Emperor Wanfa slammed the table and formed a seal with his hands. 500,000 years. After guarding it for 500,000 years, is the seal finally broken? The mountainous emperor's eyes were a little dazed as he couldn't help but murmur. Old F.A., hurry up. The soul saber great emperor couldn't help urging. Emperor Wanfa nodded, but soon he was stunned. His hands were forming a seal. He suddenly raised his head and looked as if he had eaten a dead fly. He couldn't help cursing. F***K. It's suppressed. We can only run. The 5 great emperors were stunned and opened their eyes wide. Huh. In the secret territory, on a mountain range in front of the black altar, the group from Yun-Nuo Star stared at the huge palace in the sky and took a deep breath. They also knew that the secret territory was broken, and there would definitely be countless experts descending here. It would not be as simple as the glazed divine dojo. This time, there would definitely be Emperor God experts among the experts who would be dispatched. The experts of the Human Clan, Demon Clan, and Demon Clan would definitely descend there. Let's go first. The barrier of the whirlpool zither can block the pressure from outside. Yin Nuashing gritted her teeth. F asterisk asterisk K. I don't know what kind of luck we have. We can find the divine spiritual palace just by walking around. This is too fake, too fake. Yuanshi cursed. Everyone nodded, but they couldn't care less at this time. Yin Nuashing handed Yi Shi to Xian and held the whirlpool zither with both hands. Under his windbreaker, a string of golden chains shot out from the space and tied everyone up. With a loud roar, everyone jumped down the mountain and ran on the ground. Yuanshi's words made Yin Nuashing's heart tremble slightly. Although it wasn't the time to think about these things, he couldn't help but think about it. It's too coincidental, really too coincidental. Is it just a coincidence? Of course, he quickly stopped thinking about it and just treated it as a coincidence as they ran on the ground. The wind blew on their bodies. As they got closer, the space trembled even more violently. Rumbling sounds kept ringing in their ears. The ground was shaking as if the world was about to be turned upside down. The godly spiritual palace was above the world. Everyone and all living things had to submit to it. Even the Emperor God experts were no exception. This was the prestige of the supreme expert. However, there was a group of people who ignored the so-called dignity and began to run on the ground. Whenever they passed by some people, those people would look at them as if they had seen ghosts. Everyone in this place was suppressed. No one could get up or fly. Why would there be a group of people who were running without the slightest scruple? It seems like everyone is kneeling down. Yuanshi was a little shocked by what he saw along the way. They were protected by the whirlpool zither and couldn't feel the pressure outside. However, when he saw everyone kneeling down, he could roughly guess how terrifying it was outside. The majesty of the divine spiritual palace is unshakable. It cannot be provoked. I have seen it and felt its power. It is a power that makes everything in the world bow down. Yin Nuashing said in a low voice, "Little star, why do you seem unhappy?" Jining looked at him suspiciously as she ran. Yin Nuashing turned his head and met her pitch-black eyes. Then he retracted his gaze and shook his head, saying, "Happy? No, I think it's terrifying. Don't you think so? How long have we been in here? In just 4 hours, we saw the divine spiritual palace. Moreover, we open it with our own hands. We're the only ones running on the ground. We are running without any fear." Yin Nuashing became a little excited towards the end. Yuan Shi and the others trembled when they heard this. There were thousands of experts in the secret realm every year. No one had opened it for 500,000 years. Why did it open when they encountered them? Little star, don't think too much. The other 4 altars have already been opened by others. Moreover, didn't the altar say that it had the power of death? Ordinary people in the demonic plane don't have the ability to change the power of the elements. It might really be a coincidence, Yuanshi said softly as he patted his shoulder. Yin Nuashing was stunned. His eyebrows furrowed, but he still nodded. Yes. Will the mountain spirit and earth fire be in the divine spiritual palace? Yin Nuashing murmured at his heart. He didn't need any other opportunities. He just wanted to see the dazzling flame. We're almost there. We can't fly now, and the divine power hasn't been removed. This means that the divine spiritual palace isn't ready for people to enter yet. What should we do? Yao Hua asked anxiously. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He stared blankly for a moment before he thought of this problem. The palace was 3,000 meters tall. How could they go up? Yin Nuashing lowered his head to look at the chains, then at his running feet and the surrounding floor. He suddenly had an idea and shouted, "I have a bold idea. Can you keep up with my speed?" "Put away your bold idea. We can't outrun you." Everyone shuddered violently and waved their hands. What kind of joke was this? How could they outrun him? Even Yao Hua wasn't confident about this. Light element. If you're fast enough, you can even fly for a short period of time. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Nuoxing roared. Understood, but I don't want to try. Everyone's faces turned pale. This was really going to cause trouble. There was no need for Yin Nuoxing to explain. They already knew what was going on. Remember to carry me in. Hold onto the chains tightly. Don't let go no matter what. The protection of the swirling zither can only be used by your side. If you let go, something will happen. Yin Nuoxing ignored everyone's resistance and said directly, This, I didn't write a will. Everyone turned pale with fright. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes fiercely. The light element slowly condensed towards his feet. Clusters of dense light particles floated around his body and entered his feet. Everyone saw that his feet had turned into a dazzling golden color at this moment. They hurriedly tightened their grip on the chains wrapped around their bodies and steeled their hearts. They were all prepared to die. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yin Nuoxing could already see the majestic palace after circling around a mountain. Although he was mentally prepared, he still put his hands in his pockets. At this moment, there should have been a mountain range below the palace. However, it was crushed into pieces by the heavenly might. Huge rocks rolled down the mountain and formed a huge crater in the ground. The crater was tens of meters deep, forming a huge basin. Everyone, get to your positions. Yin Nuoxing suddenly roared while running. Everyone was so frightened that they hurriedly tightened their grip on the chains. They were also so worried that they tightened their grip on the people around them. Get ready. Yin Nuoxing's eyes shone with a golden light. He suddenly ran to the edge of the crater. This place was more than 10,000 meters away from the palace. However, everyone was already prepared. Jump. The light element gathered under his feet suddenly erupted. The terrifying jumping force directly pulled everyone along. He shot forward like a golden cannonball, drawing a dazzling golden line in the sky. Then, he rushed towards the palace in the sky. Boom! Bang! In just a split second, everyone felt a great rise and fall. Weightlessness and supergravity fell on their bodies at the same time. Even their blood seemed to have been thrown to their backs. In that extreme state, they only had time to hug each other, use a barrier to protect their heads, and close their eyes tightly. Then a violent collision suddenly fell on their bodies. They only felt that after experiencing a strong centrifugal force, their internal organs were smashed on their chests by a meteorite, and they were almost thrown out. However, everyone was still holding on to each other. The clanking sound of chains could be heard incessantly. They didn't even know how many clanking sounds could be heard. It seemed like something very heavy had fallen to the ground, and the sound of it collapsing echoed incessantly. Finally, with a muffled groan as the ending point, everyone suddenly opened their eyes and looked around. This was a dazzling palace. Even the roof of the palace was thousands of meters high. They were in a passage, and at a certain point in the passage, there was a round hole in the wall. Rubble fell to the ground, and the wall was filled with cracks. After passing through 4 or 5 holes in the wall, they could see the dark sky outside. Occasionally, there would be a flash of thunder. We're in. Everyone was stunned. Then, they all stood up, still holding the loosened golden chains in their hands. When they felt the cold touch of the chains in their hands, they suddenly thought of something. They turned around and saw Yin Nuoxing lying on the ground with her back against the wall. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Half of her bright silver-purple hair had turned white. It hurts. Just when everyone thought that Yin Nuoxing had fainted and panicked, her limbs trembled slightly. She supported herself with both hands on the ground and turned over with difficulty. She panted heavily twice. "Little star, are you okay?" Xian quickly helped her up. Seeing his handsome face was pale, Mei Mao's heart ached for him. This guy, last time in the Tana's Water God's temple, he barged in. Now he barged in here too. Couldn't he take care of himself? Chapter 535. After taking a few deep breaths and resting for a few minutes, Yin Nuoxing finally recovered. She hugged the Wulong zither and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If I don't plunder some good stuff, I'll be sorry for my crazy rush. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly at herself, and the others laughed bitterly as well. This was the highest level of self-inflicted evil. However, under such circumstances, if they didn't use that method, they wouldn't have been able to enter. Let's go. Let's go to the main hall. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand fiercely, ignoring her injuries. She had been to the Tana's water god temple and knew that the most precious things were usually placed in the main hall. As for the rest, they didn't lack those things since their background wasn't weak. Outside the mountains, a large group of experts gathered in the forest. They were struggling to make their way towards the secret realm. That terrifying divine power made everyone stop in their tracks. Now, the divine power had already spread to several other cities. This was no longer secret. One person spread to 10, and 10 to 100. The speed at which it spread was as fast as the speed at which a virus spread. The divine aura doesn't allow anyone to blaspheme it. Even if these people enter the boundary of the secret realm, I'm afraid they won't be able to enter. On a mountain peak outside the thousands of mountains, the Mountain King and the other 5 looked up at the majestic palace in the sky. The former couldn't help but sigh. Even they could feel the super terrifying aura when they arrived at this place. Was it left behind by a heavenly god or just a lower god? The Empress couldn't help but sigh. Her beautiful and sacred face was filled with shock. No matter which one it was, as long as it was an expert of that level, everything left behind would be enough to cause a bloodbath in the realm of the gods. Let's wait. We can only wait for the divine aura to dissipate and rush in immediately. However, looking at the situation, the news has already spread to China, right? I'm afraid many of our old friends will come. Emperor Wanfa sighed heavily. He thought he had the geographical advantage and could be the first to enter. I wonder how those kids are doing. It's too much for them to encounter such an incident on their first day here. The Mountain King couldn't help but shake his head. It's fine as long as he's fine. The Empress nodded and felt that she was unlucky. If the Mountain King and the others knew that Yin Nuoxing and the others had already entered the palace, what would they think? Boom! In a resplendent palace, terrifying forces erupted. On the golden walls, talismans and formations flickered one after another. However, no matter how powerful these formations were, they were unable to deal with the silver-blue barrier below. They could only watch helplessly as the barrier passed over their heads. How humiliating. This deity is really generous. The formations on the floor are all divine-level forbidden heavenly seals. If there's a room with a large number of formation scrolls, I'll definitely rob it clean. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh as he supported the barrier of the swirling zither. He wanted to sit down and learn all the formations, but time was limited and he couldn't do so. He didn't know when the divine aura would dissipate. His group was like a small boat in the sea, swaying unsteadily under the power of the formations. He felt sorry for the swirling zither. It could only be used spontaneously 3 times, but he had to use it for defense every time. Every secret chamber and hall left behind by God must contain a lot of treasures, but the most precious treasures are none other than the legacies left behind by the god and the eternal divine weapon. Obtaining either one of them would be enough to establish a superpower, Yuanshi said softly. Look, how about the eternal weapon belong to me? Yin Nuoxing winked at everyone and smiled. How would we dare to disagree with a great demon like you? Yao Hua and the others spread out their hands and joked. Little Star, you're wrong to say that. You were the one who brought us in. To put it bluntly, we're just here to share the spoils. We're all just bystanders. One deity is responsible for more than 10 people. What do you think? Shuigu also joked. Speaking of which, she still felt like she was in a dream. This was the palace of the deity. There were so many restrictions and powerful formations, but they were walking through it like it was flat ground. That's true. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and raised his gaze. He stood outside a certain passageway and looked at the main palace. He couldn't help but frown. The complexity of the vast palace was far beyond his imagination. The winding corridors were like a maze. Moreover, there were times when he even felt that they might have turned back. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruin sword appeared in his hand. Yin Nuoxing held the Whirlpool Zither in his left hand and the Netherworld Ruin sword in his right hand. An extremely terrifying aura exuded from his body. He was like a deity descending to the mortal world, causing the extremely stable space to explode. Even with the help of the Netherworld Ruin Sword and the Whirlpool Zither, I can't transmit my soul power out. Yin Nuashing gritted his teeth. As soon as his soul power rushed out of the barrier of the Whirlpool Zither, it was met with an extremely powerful pressure that caused his mind to tremble violently. His soul was almost shattered. Yin Nuashing gave up after failing to use his soul power to explore the way. He held the two divine weapons and rushed forward like a headless fly. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for around 20 minutes. The space in front of him suddenly widened, and he rushed forward again. An ancient and majestic hall finally appeared before everyone's eyes. The hall was a brilliant golden color. The passage of countless years had caused the golden color to seem even deeper. An ancient and primordial aura emanated from every stone tile on the floor. It made everyone feel the vicissitudes and tranquility that had been silent for countless years. After stepping into the hall, the divine aura suddenly disappeared. Everyone was shocked. The Whirlpool Zither in Yin Nuashing's hand, which was still exuding an unparalleled aura, suddenly quieted down. The hall was extremely spacious. People standing in it were like ants. In the center of the hall, there was a square platform. 4 steps were placed on a golden platform, 2 at the front and 2 at the back. A glorious and noble throne abruptly appeared on the platform. The brilliant colors made it seem as if countless worlds were flowing within the throne. It was as if there was a world stored within. The flowing colors and specks of starlight made it look more like a starry sky. It looked more like a starry sky throne. On the starry sky throne, there were a dozen huge balls of light. The balls of light were suspended in midair, and within the dazzling light, one could vaguely see the existence of weapons. As soon as Yin Nuashing and the others saw these balls of light, their hearts jumped violently. Were these all eternal weapons? Looking from left to right, in the balls of light, there were broadswords, spears, giant swords, halberds, hammers, giant cauldrons, sacred pagodas, golden bells, golden books, and long staffs. All of them were shining with an extremely brilliant golden light, floating up and down, exuding an extremely powerful aura. Sweeping his gaze across the strange weapons one by one, Yin Nuashing's eyes widened. There were so many eternal weapons. Were they trying to help him achieve great success in one go? Why do I smell the scent of a conspiracy? A bad feeling emerged in his mind. Yin Nuashing instantly fell from the clouds of excitement to hell. They were all eternal weapons. Was everything that happened along the way really a coincidence? Yi Shi's power of death, his light element, and the Whirlpool Zither. Why did everything seem to be arranged? His gaze finally fell on the starry sky throne in the center of the hall. His gaze paused on a black star bead on the throne. There, he felt a very strange aura of life. Buzz! The black star bead suddenly trembled. An array of extremely strong light shone out. It was so strong that everyone hurriedly covered their eyes. After a long time, they slowly opened their eyes. When they focused their eyes, a few large words appeared above the dozens of balls of light. This handwriting, it's very ancient. I can't understand it. Yuan Shi and the others looked at the line of words and frowned slightly. This line of words should be ancient. They didn't even know which era it came from. However, when Yin Nuashing saw this line of words, his whole body trembled. The uneasy guess in his heart became even more firm. Little star? Yuan Shi and the others saw Yin Nuashing's body tremble slightly and hurriedly called out to him. However, they saw that he was only staring at the line of words. A thought suddenly emerged in their minds, causing them to have goosebumps. Could it be, young Master Yin, do you recognize this line of words? Xueqing couldn't help but ask when she saw Yin Nuashing's abnormal reaction. Among those present, only the 4 of them didn't know that Yin Nuashing could recognize the Kanzai language. Yin Nuashing clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and nodded. Of course he recognized it. The Kanzai language, the bloodline of the gods, the language of the gods, and the era of mythology. This was something that had always led him forward guiding him forward, but didn't want him to come in contact with it. It had even been a long time since he had given up on searching for it. Today, it had come knocking on his door again. Reincarnation, destiny, this life, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A gloomy voice came out of Yin Nuoxing's mouth. The moment his voice fell, the line of words in the air suddenly trembled. A terrifying light poured out from the line of ancient words and shone on Yin Nuoxing, causing his body to instantly stiffen. Hearing this, everyone trembled. I've been waiting for you for a long time. This, was it said to Yin Nuoxing? At this moment, the words Yin Nuoxing had just said, the speculation he had made not long ago, repeatedly washed over their minds. If it wasn't said to him, why did the line of words in the air react when Yin Nuoxing said it? The terrifying light poured out and landed on Yin Nuoxing. The seemingly gentle light caused the expressions of Xian and the others to change drastically. It was as if an extremely sharp gaze was staring at them, causing their hearts to tremble violently. Despair involuntarily surged into their hearts. Drops of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Everyone resisted the trembling of their hearts and fiercely gritted their teeth. Divine weapons flashed in their hands. Nightmare took a fierce step forward and roared, "Let go of the boss." After this roar, everyone suddenly felt their bodies lighten. Then, the spiritual pressure that filled the sky disappeared without a trace, causing them to heave a sigh of relief. Their gazes were fixed on Yin Nuoxing. The light that enveloped the latter didn't fade away. Buzz! A moment later, the light that enveloped Yin Nuoxing quietly retreated. It turned into a cloud of white mist and floated back to the black pearl on the throne. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly took a step back as if he had been pardoned. He panted heavily a few times. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, soaking his clothes. Xian hurriedly supported him. He stretched out his hand and wiped the sweat on his head with his sleeve. There was a hint of concern in Mei Mao's eyes. The black star bead on the throne suddenly trembled gently. The cluster of white light suddenly agglomerated in front of it. Immediately, it turned into a golden-robed human figure in front of everyone's anxious and disbelieving eyes. The human figure stood straight in front of the throne with his back facing everyone. An aura that caused even the world to tremble slowly spread. Reincarnation of 10,000 paths, the will of the heavens. When you ascended, the heavens and earth mourn for your arrival. I have waited for this moment for too long. Chapter 536. 10,000 Reincarnations, Destiny. When you ascend, even the heavens and earth mourn for your arrival. I have been waiting for this moment for too long. The deep voice contained a hint of lament. This sigh seemed to have traveled through time and space and descended from a distant era. The expressions of Yin Nuoxing and the others changed slightly. Other than Yin Nuoxing, no one else could understand this language. However, they seemed to understand what that person was saying. You have finally come here. The golden figure turned around. His pitch-black eyes seemed to have magic. Those who were looked at by him felt as if they had no secrets and had been seen through with a single glance. They were transparent. Why are you so weak? The golden figure stared straight at Yin Nuoxing. A hint of surprise seemed to flash across his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. However, he frowned. Your divinity, your deity position, your soul. I see. The Five Lives Tao fruit has been left in this life. The era of destiny has finally arrived. Our long-cherished wish will finally be fulfilled. Yin Nuoxing was shocked and confused when he heard this. He looked at the golden figure uneasily. He did not feel any joy because of the appearance of that person. He only felt a little panicked. He was afraid that this person would remind him of some bad things. Do you know who you are? The deep voice of the golden figure reverberated like a bell, causing Yin Nuoxing and the others to tremble slightly. Yin Nuoxing gritted his teeth. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who am I? I don't know. Everything happened so inexplicably. Everything seemed to be guided, but everything seemed to be chaotic and unclear. Buzz. The god imprint in his mind suddenly emitted an incomparably bright glow, causing Yin Nuo Star, whose mind had almost lost control, to suddenly calm down. The imprint surfaced on his forehead. The bright glow caused everyone to be startled. The golden human figure beside the throne frowned slightly, after which he seemed to have come to a sudden realization and relaxed his frown. The brilliant silver-blue light condensed on Yun Nuoxing's body and gradually condensed into a tall figure behind him. His long silver hair fluttered and draped over his shoulders. There was a hint of displeasure on his holy and flawless face. The silver-blue eyes carried a sense of majesty that looked down on the world. He stared at the golden figure and was slightly stunned. Then he suddenly snorted softly. "Don't let Big Brother remember those things. Now is not the time. You should understand the true meaning of this world." Xian Yin's cold voice did not have a trace of emotion, but she seemed to be a little angry. "I see. I was reckless." The golden figure did not get angry. He just bowed slightly and cupped his fists. This posture made everyone gasp. He was a deity. How could he bow to a virtual figure? Xian and the others looked at the equally holy and noble virtual figure with some shock in their eyes. They had all heard from Yun Nuoxing that there was a powerful figure behind him. Could it be this woman who was as beautiful as a goddess? She must be a deity to be treated so well by the golden figure, and she must be even more powerful than the former. Xian Yin's virtual figure, Mei Mao, glanced at the golden figure and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then she lowered her head and saw Yun Nuoxing looking up at her. Mei Mao's eyes revealed some longing, but she did not say anything. She raised her head and looked at the golden figure. She said slowly in a cold voice, "Since you are here, it must be that person's arrangement. Other than not affecting Big Brother's memory, I think you should know what to do." "I understand." The golden figure bowed again and nodded gently. "It's too early. It's still too early. It's far from the time for the dusty history to be revealed." Raising her head to look at the sky, Xian Yin's beautiful eyes seemed to have seen through something as she murmured softly. After her voice fell, Xian Yin's tall figure slowly shrank. In just 2 blinks of an eye, she had shrunk to her normal height. Her Mei Mao quietly stared at Yun Nuoxing. She did not say anything, but smiled sweetly. Then she turned into a silver-blue light and entered the mark between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. As Xian Yin's figure disappeared, the silver-blue light that filled the sky also dissipated into nothingness. Everything quieted down once again. The mark between Yun Nuoxing's brows also slowly disappeared under his skin, as if nothing had happened just now. Yun Nuoxing was a little bewildered. His eyes kept flickering. When he saw that the figure beside the throne was still staring at him calmly, he felt a little uneasy. However, the mark between his eyebrows kept calming his uneasy emotions. "Come here." The golden figure looked at Yun Nuoxing. His gaze gradually became gentler. He sighed softly and waved at him. Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat as he looked at him. Although he wanted to leave this place, for some reason, he moved his feet and walked towards a golden platform. Xian saw him walking straight over. Although she wanted to say something, she knew her place and kept her mouth shut. In front of such a powerful person, she did not even have the right to speak. Senior, standing in front of the golden figure, Yun Nuoxing was a little flustered. He cupped his fists and saluted. Hey. When the golden figure saw his action, his expression changed slightly. He seemed to be even more flustered than him. He quickly jumped to the side and stretched out his hands at lightning speed. He straightened Yun Nuoxing, who was about to bow. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "When I saw you set foot here, I thought that it was time for everything to be unraveled. However, since God Ouyang said that it was not time yet, then let those who should be asleep continue to sleep. It was not a coincidence that you were able to set foot here. It was an inevitable process. You set foot here because it was arranged. However, we did not expect this. It was too early. You have not reached the post-God level, so it is not appropriate for you to know these things." The golden figure seemed a little melancholy. His soft words made everyone's hearts skip a beat. Yun Nuoxing could not help but swallow. What kind of secret was it that he could only know after reaching the post-God level? When the golden figure saw his dull gaze, he could not help but laugh. I did not expect that I would be able to see such an expression on your face in my lifetime. Interesting. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing suddenly came back to his senses. His handsome face could not help but turn red. What was this? How could he be mocked for being in a daze? The golden figure stretched out his hand and grabbed his wrist. He pulled him to the front of the starry sky throne. Then, he suddenly pressed him down on the throne. Senior, this. Yin Nuashing had just sat down when he suddenly jumped up as if there were thorns in his buttocks. This was the throne of the gods. How could he? This was originally your seat. The golden figure supported him and pressed him down on the throne again. This made Yin Nuashing feel a little flattered. He felt a little uneasy. He did not know what kind of person he used to be. However, from the memories he had now, he was just a half-demon Yin Nuashing. When he was asked to sit on the throne of the gods, he always felt as if there were thorns in his buttocks. He felt a little uneasy. You once had the whole world. However, for the sake of your long-cherished wish, you did not hesitate to reincarnate. You reincarnated again and again. You rose and fell. You left behind a legend in the realm of the gods. However, you slowly faded away. You should have stood above the 9 heavens and looked down on the whole world. At this point, the golden figure seemed to be a little agitated. His hands could not help but tremble a little. It was as if he was talking about his own affairs. Now that things have come to this, there should be a conclusion to everything. Ouyang God has arranged your affairs. I will not interfere too much. Let things proceed in a casual direction. If you encounter something unbelievable one day, don't be too surprised. Perhaps it is a gift left for you by an old friend. Just like today, you are sitting on this throne, the golden figure said slowly. The golden figure slowly said, causing the uneasiness in Yin Nuashing's heart to gradually disappear. Was it a random direction? However, there were some established facts. Regardless of whether it was Xian Yin or some people he had never met, they had all left something behind on his path forward. This feeling made him not know whether he should be happy or helpless. However, there was one thing that had never changed. He was even more eager to know who he was. We do not need you to experience any difficult life. We do not need you to temper yourself in the mortal world. We do not need you to become famous. We do not need you to care about our affairs. We only need you to wait for the day when you ascend to the divine level and everything will be revealed. Before that, let's just let everything go on peacefully. The golden figure's words touched Yin Nuashing. It will be fine as long as he ascended to the divine level. However, since ancient times, how many people, how many heroes, how many ambitious and ruthless people have been stopped at the divine level? Why were Xian Yin and the others so sure that he would be able to ascend to the position of God? As if he had guessed what Yin Nuashing was thinking, the golden figure did not respond. He only sighed and waved his hand. He took the black bead and gently rubbed it with his palm. Then, he placed it between Yin Nuashing's eyebrows. The moment the black bead was placed on Yin Nuashing's forehead, it emitted a terrifying energy. The light on the surface seemed to be flowing like a flowing galaxy. Then, it directly penetrated between Yin Nuashing's eyebrows, as if it was going to be embedded in his forehead. That terrifying energy descended on his body. It was as if a star was pressing down on his body, causing Yin Nua's handsome face to show some pain. However, he tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, not letting himself roar out. He is still as proud as before. Just like in the past, he would never scream because he was injured. When the golden figure saw this scene, he sighed and murmured softly. When he saw that the black bead had already melted slightly between Yin Nuashing's eyebrows, he turned around and stared at Xian and the others with his sharp golden eyes. You're his friends? Are you willing to accompany him for the rest of your life? The golden figure's words made the hearts of Yuan Shi and the others tremble. The words just now made it difficult for them to calm down. They all knew that Yin Nuashing was once a super expert, a post-god level expert, and possibly even a god. However, for the sake of his so-called long-cherished wish, he did not hesitate to reincarnate and reincarnate again and again. Xian and the others, who had seen his reincarnation disc, were deeply moved by this. He was once a supreme expert. He was so powerful that even the heavens and earth mourned for him. One day, he will ascend to the starry sky throne that belongs to him. You should know what this means. The golden figure said faintly. Senior. Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Soon after, they relaxed. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, no matter what little Xingxing's identity was in the past, I only know that he is by our side right now. We are willing to travel with him. Be it now or in the future, it will be the same. When Yuan Shi and the others heard this, they nodded and took a step forward. They all knew that Yun Nuoxing's identity was not simple, but they did not have any ulterior motives. They just felt that he was an interesting person and that it would be fun to follow him. That was why they chose to accompany him. Little star? When the golden figure heard these 3 words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly laughed heartily and could not stop. He patted the starry sky throne, as if he had heard something incredible. Little star, what little star? That's a good nickname. Very good. I will remember it. When he completely awakens in the future, I will definitely tell him. Ha ha. The golden figure held his belly and laughed, making Xian and the others feel awkward. Little girl, I see that you seem to have feelings for him. Do you like him? The golden figure laughed for a while. Then his expression suddenly became serious again. He stared at Xian and said softly. Xian's delicate body trembled. There was a great shock in these words, which made her a little nervous. However, she was not afraid. She stubbornly raised her head and looked directly at Yun Nuoxing on the starry sky throne. She nodded and said, yes, seeing that she admitted it. A playful and smiling expression flashed across the golden figure's eyes. He said with a faint smile, in his life, he has never married or had a family. He believes that feelings are a burden to him. The chains of heart sealed his feelings and allowed him to cultivate at a speed that is 1,000 times faster than normal. However, it made it difficult for all feelings to progress on a deeper level. It also completely sealed off the so-called love. Do you understand? Hearing this, Xian and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Yuan Shi and the others could not help but swallow. Sealing off feelings? How could it be like that? No wonder Yun Nuoxing's feelings were so strange. So this was the reason? If he can succeed, I don't mind. However, those who used to love him will probably fight it out with you. It seems quite interesting when you think about it, the golden figure said to himself. Then, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled inexplicably. This seal has lasted for so many years. After such a long time, there are finally some cracks in it? Then I wish you good luck. The last sentence was naturally directed at Xian. He looked at her with a playful gaze. He did not try to persuade her, nor did he ask her to back down. Sooner or later, he would ascend to the position that belonged to him. He would look down on all living beings and accept their admiration. The people who stood beside him would also accept the worship of all living beings. However, nothing was certain. Presumably, she would fight for it herself. You don't have to ask anything. I'm following the will of Ouyang God. Since I won't tell him, I won't tell you either. I won't force you to do anything. Everything is up to your heart. This is also his principle. Since you have chosen to accompany him, then accompany him well. Watch over him and don't let him act recklessly. You have accompanied him for a short period of time, should know that he is a very reckless guy. The golden figure sighed and said, he is a peerless sword, and all of you are his scabbard. Do you understand? Xian and the others nodded, but then they looked at each other. This guy, had he always been so reckless before? Even after reincarnation, he did not restrain himself a little. He, who was born as a god, naturally has his own pride. Reincarnation can erase his obsession and his pride. To him, you know, may be very peaceful, but that's because he hasn't awakened yet. But one day, he will show it completely. When that time comes, you will need to pull him back from the abyss of destruction. The golden figure talked about some things, but he did not mention Yun Nuoxing's former identity. From his tone, Xian and the others felt that Yun Nuoxing was a fool who needed others to take care of her. Otherwise, this golden god would not be so long-winded and ask them to take care of her. Chapter 537. The golden figure rambled on and on. Xian and the others listened quietly, gaining a deeper understanding of what kind of person Yin Nuashing was. He was arrogant, noble, and pretentious. He was peaceful, afraid of strangers, burdened with everything, and believed that all living things were equal. He was deep, quiet, lonely, afraid of loneliness, and liked to be alone. He was steady, childish, lively, mischievous, introverted, contradictory, and not what he appeared to be. It feels like he has schizophrenia. Yao Hua couldn't help but murmur. A contradictory personality. If this person didn't have schizophrenia, then he had an eccentric temperament. However, he really felt that the golden figure was right. Yin Nuashing was indeed like that. By the way, that guy is a bottom. The golden figure suddenly laughed sinisterly, causing Zi Yin and the others to be speechless. How could this high and mighty Lord God crack a joke? Well, I'll leave the rest to you. I won't interfere too much. Do you know what happened today? The golden figure glanced at Xian and the others. Understood. For Little Star's sake, we won't tell anyone. Yuanshi nodded and said solemnly. Everyone nodded lightly. They had learned too much today, and they couldn't accept it all in a short time. If others knew, the realm of the gods would be turned upside down. Well, you can leave now. Treat him well in the future. The golden figure nodded and murmured softly. He waved his hand. His voice lingered in their ears. Xian and the others were stunned. In front of them was a black altar surrounded by mountains. It was very quiet. The dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, and so had the magnificent palace. The divine power that filled the world had also disappeared. Holy shit! Outside the mountains, the mountain monarch and the others were dumbfounded. That vast divine might that could crush the heavens and the earth had disappeared without a trace. Even the temple had disappeared with it. What's going on? Could it be a bluff? Heavenly Emperor Myriad Arts and the others were also dumbfounded. At this moment, outside the thousands of mountains, there was a large group of experts waiting on the mountain peaks. There were underworld emperors and god emperors. However, in the blink of an eye, everything had disappeared. That terrifying pressure shouldn't be fake. Let's go take a look. The Soul Saber martial monarch shook his head. He vanished into thin air with a flicker and reappeared a few thousand li away. As he moved, the mountain sovereign king and the rest followed closely behind. The onlooking experts hurriedly dashed towards the mountains. Clearly, they were unwilling to return empty-handed after making such a trip. After the palace in the sky disappeared, the black altar in the secret realm lost its luster and fell silent, as if it had lost its function. Xian and the others were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. At that moment, they didn't even have time to react before they were moved out of the palace without any warning. Little Star. After coming back to her senses, Xian realized that Yin Nuashing was lying on her arms. She quickly knelt down and placed her flat on her legs, hugging her tightly. Yuan Shi and the others turned to look at Yin Nuashing, who was sleeping peacefully in Xian's arms. It would be a lie to say that they weren't shocked by what had happened today. However, it wouldn't affect their friendship with Yin Nuashing. They had put aside their so-called identities to get together. Even if Yin Nuashing had another identity now, it wouldn't affect their friendship. Deity Starry Sky Throne. At this moment, Yi Shi, who was in Qin Yan's arms, finally opened her eyes. Her voice was still slightly weak, but she had already recovered. She had heard every single word that had been said in the palace. Now that she had woken up, there was still a confused look in her eyes. Xian turned around and saw that she was standing steadily on the ground. She seemed a little confused, so she quickly asked, Xiaoxi, are you okay? Yishi sighed and shook her head. She walked to Yin Nuashing's side and looked at him in a daze. At this moment, the black star bead was completely embedded between Yin Nuashing's eyebrows and melted into his skin. His face was already devilishly handsome, and now that there was a black pillar, he had a majestic charm. Oh! While Yishi was sizing him up, Yin Nuashing's eyebrows faintly furrowed as a groggy voice was emitted from his throat. Soon after, everyone saw Yin Nuashing's eyelids slowly curl up. Within his silver-purple eyes, there was a somewhat lost and sleepy look. Yuanshi walked over and stopped in front of Yin Nuashing. He couldn't help but tease. "You're awake, heavenly guardian?" Yin Nuashing was still a little confused, but when he heard this, he completely woke up. When he saw Yuan Shi's mischievous smile, he resisted the urge to slap him. Instead, he rolled his eyes and said, "What are you talking about?" "Then what did the senior say to you?" Yin Nuashing's handsome face was slightly pale as he supported Xian's weak shoulders. He stood up with difficulty, rubbed the star bead between his eyebrows, and sighed. He said, "You're an idiot." Xian giggled when she heard this. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. His hands were like fierce dragons emerging from the sea as he rubbed Xian's soft hair with all his might. Her pretty face fell a little, and she tried to pull his hand away. However, she wasn't as strong as him, so she could only let him do as he pleased. Mei Mao looked pitiful, and his heart softened when he saw this. "Ahem. Little star, what's that black bead?" Yuan Shi couldn't help but ask when he saw the two of them fooling around. "This." Yin Nuashing looked up, and his eyebrows twitched. He squeezed the black bead, blinked, and said, "This is that palace." "Huh." Everyone was shocked, and they all stared at Yin Nuashing with their eyes wide open. However, the latter was tidying Xian's long hair as if nothing had happened. Seeing their jaws drop, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and ask, "What's wrong?" "There's another soul fragment of mine here. It's already fused with it, and there's another memory core in the memory star sea. However, just like the previous one, all the memories are sealed." Yin Nuashing sighed. Xian and the others all knew about him, so he didn't bother to hide anything. Moreover, he heard some of the words that the golden figure said later, but he didn't intend to hide anything from them. "God of heaven, since you've obtained that palace, shouldn't you take out something good?" Yao Hua poked Yin Nuashing's stomach with his elbow and grinned. His smirk made everyone speechless. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes, slapped him in the face, and pushed him aside. Then, he said softly, "There are many things in the palace. Some of the restrictions seem to have been lifted. I'll take you around when I have time." "Hey, I'm just kidding. Why are you so serious? Just throw something to us." Yao Hua came up with a flattering smile on his face. "Forget it if you don't want it." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. Yes. When Jin Ing and the others saw this clown, they couldn't help but raise their slender legs, wanting to kick him. However, they put them down bitterly and couldn't help but sigh. After the secret realm disappeared, the suppression also disappeared. Feng couldn't help but jump out and throw herself into Yin Nuashing's arms. This made him smile bitterly. This girl was already so big, but she was still so clingy to him. Hugging this delicate body, Yin Nuashing sighed and carried Feng on his back. He held her feet with both hands and looked at the sky, lost in thought. "Oh no, I forgot something." Just when everyone thought that he would be in a daze for a long time, they suddenly heard him cry out in surprise. He suddenly took out the treasure map, looked at the map, and then let out a strange cry and hurriedly led everyone to fly off into the distance. Everyone was taken aback when he took them away. After thinking for a while, they suddenly realized something. This guy forgot about the mountain spirit and earth fire, holding the map and flying in the sky. Yin Nuashing and the others saw many experts gathered at the place where the palace had been. The basin that had been squeezed out by the divine power had been turned upside down. Among these experts, there were even existences above the emperor of the underworld. Vast energy spread out, causing many people to tremble. Seeing those experts looking at everyone with scrutinizing eyes, Yin Nuashing and the others felt a little guilty. They didn't know what the others would think if they knew that the palace was between his eyebrows. They saw that the red dot on the map was above the swaying flame icon, but below it was a mountain range. It was very quiet, and the fire element wasn't very strong. This made the group a little confused. When they saw Yin Nuashing take out the Netherworld Ruin Sword and was about to dig up the ground, they hurriedly stopped him. Right now, there are many gods in this secret territory. If you act so casually, you'll attract a lot of people. By then, the mountain spirit and earth fire might not be yours anymore. Yuan Shi blushed with shame as she pressed down Yin Nuashing's Nethervoid sword. Yin Nuashing thought for a while and seemed to think that it made sense. He put away the Netherworld Ruin sword and then gave 2 orders. Then he took Xian, Feng, and Yishi to search in the mountain range below. The group also scattered in all directions. They busied themselves from the afternoon until sunset. Finally, they found an underground cavern thousands of miles away. They entered from there and wandered around the underground maze. They even took many wrong paths along the way. After taking many twists and turns, they did not know how long they had walked in the underground maze. In the end, it was Shanren who used the earth element to sense the direction. He led them around the underground cavern and came to a place filled with magma. Wow, we ran into the underground magma. Yin Nuashing looked at the red and boiling magma and couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Did they run into hell? 20,000 miles underground. It's dark and completely isolated from the outside world. The strong fire element and the deep earth element mix here. No wonder the divine flame was born. Shanren couldn't help but wipe his sweat. He used the earth element with all his strength to find this place and almost used up all his devil chi. This magma is so big. Do we have to split up to find it? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He took out the swirling zither and placed it in Xian's arms. Then he smiled and said, "You guys can just watch the show." After his voice sounded, his long hair and eyes suddenly lit up. Subsequently, an aura of a sovereign slowly spread out from his body. Light purple and light gray flames entwined and intertwined around his body, causing the already blazing temperature of the place to increase by several times. Chi! Just as Xian and the others hurriedly retreated, the magma suddenly boiled. Even the underground cave shook. Then, a part of the boiling magma suddenly protruded, creating a huge wave of fire that was thousands of feet long. Then, it slammed into the magma. In the magma, a brown scorpion's tail that was thousands of miles long suddenly pierced the mountain wall above, causing the underground cave to shake. Mountain spirit earthly fire is a huge scorpion. Seeing the huge creature rushing out of the magma, Yuan Shi and the others' faces couldn't help but twitch. The divine flame, ranked 30th, already had enough intelligence to transform and even had the power of God Emperor. What kind of monster would the top 30 divine flames be? However, just as they exclaimed, they saw Yin Nuashing charge toward the huge fire scorpion with two huge swords. He smashed the two swords on the scorpion's head. Then, both man and scorpion charged into the magma sea, creating huge waves of fire. They even pounced onto the shore and slammed against the silver-blue barrier. There were sizzling sounds as the surrounding mountain walls melted. Does young master you need help? It was the first time Xueqing and the others had seen such a violent scene. Their hearts couldn't help but beat violently. Xian and the others silently turned to look at her. The former patted her shoulder and shook her head. When the gods fight, the mortals retreat. We just have to wait. Xueqing and the others smiled bitterly. Chapter 538. 20,000 miles below the ground, in the raging magma ocean, the dark red, sticky liquid suddenly turned brown. In the surging picture, one could see a brown, gigantic object waving its two enormous claws in the magma ocean, colliding with an insignificant human figure fiercely. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal colliding came from the magma, and a 10-meter-long purple-black greatsword swept across the magma, tearing a crack in the magma's sea, and then fiercely chopped at the two huge pincers of the colossal creature. A metallic sound suddenly rang out, and the magma here was pushed far away, tearing a huge hole in the magma sea. As the lava receded, a huge brown scorpion that was several thousand kilometers long could be seen. It was surrounded by extremely hot brown flames, and its 8 eyes were the size of lofts. All of them blazed as they stared at the tiny, ant-like silver-purple figure. The tiny figure gave it an extremely terrifying feeling of deterrence, as if it was facing a god. "If you don't listen to me, I'll kill you." Yin Nuashing laughed loudly. He could sense the vast energy within him. He picked up 2 huge swords that were over a dozen meters long and charged towards the brown scorpion. The 2 huge swords were like 2 mountains as they smashed towards the scorpion. Clang! The huge sword and the two mountain-like pincers violently collided, once again pushing the approaching magma far away. The force of the explosion caused both of them to retreat some distance. Although the brown scorpion was huge, its movements were not affected at all. It was extremely fast, and the lava was its territory, so it was not at a disadvantage when it clashed with Yin Nuashing. Natural moat. World-severing formation. Yin Nuashing roared out. Several storms of energy suddenly appeared behind him. 5-colored elemental energy and 2 types of divine flames surged towards the storms of energy. Before long, 12 huge flaming swords that were over 30,000 meters long condensed behind him. Destructive energy swept out like a storm. Huh! He roared explosively, and then the swords in his hands suddenly slashed downwards. After that, the 12 enormous swords suddenly trembled and slashed down towards the brown scorpion in the most violent manner possible. The scorpion's 8 huge eyes stared at the 12 huge swords as they slashed down like a storm. Even with its huge body, it found it difficult to dodge for a moment. Its pincers actually danced like a human's hands. As it waved its pincers, the entire sea of lava suddenly became violet. Huge pillars of flame burst out from the lava below like a volcanic eruption. As soon as they came into contact with the 12 huge swords, they were split in half by the terrifying power of the swords. Clang! The 12 enormous swords slashed down on the brown scorpion's body with the force of meteorites, causing a series of metallic clangs to ring out. 4 of the swords were clamped down by the pair of pincers, and the scorpion used its body to bear the brunt of the remaining 8 swords. However, it wasn't cut into pieces. It's very tough. Yin Nuashing roared out. Several dozen divine artifacts flew out. His hands moved, and the 8 swords that were not clamped down suddenly changed directions. They stabbed into the scorpion's body in pairs, completely sealing its movements. Yin Nuashing waved his hands, and a 1,000-meter-thick golden chain suddenly shot out from the space in front of him. It wrapped around the huge swords and completely wrapped around the scorpion's body. Then it suddenly tightened. Hiss! The brown scorpion let out a furious roar, causing the sea of lava to boil. Huge pillars of lava shot towards Yin Nuashing. However, when the flames collided with Yin Nuashing, a silver-purple halo would light up around him. The flames would disappear when they touched the halo, and Yin Nuashing's aura would become even stronger. He had directly absorbed the energy within the flames. Struggle. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Yin Nuashing roared. His hands formed seals at lightning speed, and a huge cross suddenly flashed out from the light patterns on his body. It rushed towards the scorpion's back. At the same time, Yin Nuashing swung the lunar altar, and the golden chain clamped onto the scorpion's abdomen. 2 terrifying energies spread out like the might of the heavens, causing the scorpion to hiss violently. At such a close distance, even a god emperor would be killed by the aura of an eternal divine weapon. 9 heavens spirit-subduing array. Yin Nuashing's hands paused, and he suddenly pressed down in the void. Brilliant golden energy surged out from his body. The divine artifacts that were clamped down on the scorpion's body by the golden chain exuded terrifying energy. Accompanied by silver-purple flames, they swarmed forward like hungry wolves, enveloping the entire scorpion. A huge formation covered the scorpion that was thousands of miles long. The moment the formation appeared, the scorpion's strength seemed to have been stripped away. Its huge body relaxed, and the divine artifacts took advantage of this and stuck close to the scorpion's huge body. The light of the formation flowed, extracting the scorpion's energy to seal it, making it extremely weak. Such a huge scorpion. I can't cook it in one pot. With a grin, Yin Nuashing instantly opened his evil spirit eye, causing the world before his eyes to drastically change. Although it was still a brownish-red color, the surroundings of the gigantic scorpion were filled with the energies of various divine artifacts. As for the brownish-brown scorpion, it gradually turned transparent. At the center, A scorpion that was 100 feet in size, with a slightly black color, was powerlessly lying there. Its 8 eyes were filled with brownish-red flames, the luster of its eyes sparkling, giving it quite a bit of intelligence. Clearly, this scorpion already possessed a very high level of intelligence. While Yin Nuashing was observing the little scorpion, the latter seemed to have discovered him as well. Immediately, a ferocious glint surfaced in its 8 eyes as waves of frightening brown flames slowly rose from within its body. Boom! Not long after the terrifying brown flames rose, a terrifying suction force from the outside sucked the flames away, causing the scorpion to lie on the ground again. It was like a dog that had its spinal cord pulled out, paralyzed, and unable to move. The Nine Heavens soul concealment formation suppressed all objects with energy in the world. Furthermore, it used the object's own energy, which was equivalent to putting a seal on oneself. The more energy it released, the weaker it would be. Who could escape from the seal of one's own energy? Its body is only 100 feet long. Yin Nuashing's colorful eyes blinked, and he chuckled. Although the brown scorpion looked a few thousand miles long, its body was only 100 feet long. The thing that was lying there was actually the core of the earthly fire of the mountain spirit. Yin Nuashing stretched his back and took a step forward, walking into the Nine Heavens soul concealment formation. He passed through the huge brown scorpion, and 10 minutes later, he arrived at the core of the earthly fire of the mountain spirit. "Hey, big guy, can you talk?" Yin Nuashing put his hands on his hips and looked at the huge scorpion as he spoke in an old-fashioned manner. The scorpion's 8 eyes stared fiercely at Yin Nuashing, reflecting his figure. If it wasn't for the Nine Heavens soul concealment formation suppressing it, this fellow that dared to walk into its body would definitely be burned to ashes. "Can't talk? Your spiritual intelligence is so low, Sai?" Yin Nuashing couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the scorpion was only glaring at him fiercely. He seemed to despise the low spiritual intelligence of the earthly fire of the mountain spirit. Yin Nuashing didn't mutter for long. He walked around the huge scorpion, then stood firmly in front of it. He stretched out his hand, raised a finger, and said softly, "The first choice is to preserve your spiritual intelligence and follow me. You won't let down your position of being ranked 30th. Then he raised a second finger and said coldly, "The second choice is to let me destroy your spiritual intelligence." After Yin Nuashing finished speaking, he thought that the scorpion would choose the first choice. However, when he saw the human-like viciousness in its 8 eyes, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. The six-colored wheel between his eyebrows spun fiercely, and the 2 flames on his body formed a vortex that spun between his eyebrows. A terrifying spiritual storm swept out and entered the scorpion's mind. A dazzling light rose in this spiritual space like a colorful sun. The surrounding dark red flames that were like blood seemed to have been sucked in by an irresistible and violent force. They surged toward the colorful sun continuously. In just a few blinks of an eye, the dark red sea of fire was completely devoured. In the soul, the sea of fire dissipated. In this soul space, there was only a powerless scorpion and Yin Nuashing left. At this moment, the scorpion's eyes were filled with panic. His body wanted to retreat, but he couldn't move. "Since you are unwilling to follow me, I will forcefully restrain you." Yin Nuashing sighed as he looked at the dark red scorpion, which had revealed a panicked expression. A 6-colored wheel slowly surfaced on his palm. A terrifying suction force continued to pull the scorpion's enormous body over. Within a couple of whizzes, the scorpion was pulled in front of him, after which the scorpion's tail was wrapped around. While the scorpion roared and struggled, it was pulled into the 6-colored wheel in a lightning-like manner. As its entire body approached the 6-colored wheel, the dark red scorpion's enormous body rapidly shrank. In the end, the scorpion's outer appearance finally collapsed. It turned into a dark red fire glow that was sucked into the 6-colored wheel and killed. An unnatural expression flashed across Yin Nuashing's eyes as he looked at the dark red scorpion that disappeared into the six-colored wheel. However, he quickly hid it, after which he sighed in relief. His body moved, and he withdrew from the spiritual space. Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened his eyes the moment he came out of the spiritual sea of fire. His silver-purple eyes immediately looked at the 1,000 feet large brown scorpion in front of him. At this moment, the latter's 8 eyes were completely devoid of life. They had become a little dull. "Why are you sad?" Ziye's voice slowly sounded from the bottom of his heart, as if he had sensed Yin Nuoxing's state of mind. Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. However, he didn't show much of a reaction. He only nodded and said, "This is the first time I have erased the intelligence of a divine object. It feels a little unnatural. This kind of competition is a matter of life and death. It's already hard to find someone like you who has walked the third path. However, the essence of it hasn't changed. If you don't destroy it, once it gains strength, it will destroy you." Ziye's gentle voice caused Yin Nuoxing's melancholy to recover slightly, after which he let out a long sigh. "I know. It's nothing. I'm just lamenting." Yin Nuoxing shook his head and threw those thoughts to the back of his mind. Looking at the 1,000 feet large body in front of him, Yin Nuoxing reached out his hand and squeezed. A suction force surged out. The latter turned into an extremely deep dark red flame and slowly flew into his palm, after which he opened his mouth and swallowed the dark red flame into his stomach. When the dark red flame entered his body, an extremely terrifying heat suddenly spread out from within. Yin Nuoxing paid no attention to it and walked out of the huge scorpion's body. Within his body, a purple flame and a light gray flame were like 2 hungry wolves that suppressed the dark red flame. 9 heavens, soul subduing array. Freeze! As Yin Nuoxing walked, his hand seals changed. Brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in his body. He actually used his body as a drawing board to weave a formation, firmly suppressing the dark red flame. Thereafter, he allowed Ziyi to control the 2 flames and pour them onto the formation. Absorb all of this enormous energy. Don't waste it. Walking out of the scorpion's body, Yin Nuoxing looked at the huge scorpion that was completely motionless. He sighed softly and changed his hand seals. The dozens of divine weapons unleashed an extremely terrifying suction force. As for the huge scorpion, without the control of the origin flame, it exploded bit by bit and turned into a monstrous brown flame. However, before it could spread out, it was all condensed and compressed by the divine weapons, after which it was fed back into Yin Nuoxing's body. In his lower abdomen, a dark red energy crystal slowly formed. Rubbing the black pearl between his eyebrows, Yin Nuoxing's gaze became even more strange. This thing was actually nourishing his soul like the divine spiritual imprint. Moreover, it had amplified his spiritual energy by several times. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to clash with the mountain spirit and earthly fire soul. Under the suppression of the purple night dark flame, the Een spirit fire, the Godhead, and the 9 heaven spirit concealment formation, the mountain spirit earth fire in his body didn't even have time to unleash any powerful destructive power. It didn't even have the chance to leave behind any last words before it was annihilated and turned into dark red energy. Seeing this scene, Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. Several profound techniques in his body whistled as they circulated. Along with the dark red energy, they rapidly circulated along a specific meridian. In the end, there was even a whistling sound in his body. Even a magma around him was stirred up, as the dark red energy was continuously absorbed and gathered in his lower abdomen. Yin Nuoxing moved his long hair in front of his face. He watched helplessly as the color of his long hair slowly changed. From top to bottom, it slowly changed from silver purple to a brilliant purplish-red color. Furthermore, that color actually seemed to be flowing like a purplish-red sky that was slowly spreading out. Even his eyes had turned purplish-red. "It's over. I can't show my face anymore." Recalling how Shui Gu had called him a flirtatious *tsh, Yin Nuoxing's handsome face couldn't help but crumble. How could he show his face in this state? After sitting cross-legged in the magma for 2 hours, Yin Nuoxing waited until all the energy had condensed in his lower abdomen and formed a dark red energy crystal. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. This time, he didn't need to fuse or refine too much. Therefore, he didn't have to go into seclusion for too long and ended in just 2 hours. Chapter 539. I haven't refined the enormous energy of the mountain spirit and earthly fire. If I refine a little, I might be able to break through to the demonic rank. No way. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh as she felt the 3 energy crystals formed by the divine flames in her lower abdomen. She realized that something was wrong, and her expression changed slightly. You're only using the mountain spirit and earthly fire to stimulate the evolution of the spiritual divine body. You have a divine weapon, so the divine flames and demonic lightning won't be of much use to you. You just need the enormous spiritual intelligence and divine flames to help the spiritual divine body evolve. Ziya's voice quietly came from her heart. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Whether it was collecting the divine flames or demonic lightning, he was only using these spiritual items to help the spiritual divine body evolve. The divine flames weren't of much help to him. To him, the help they provided was far less than in the hands of alchemists and blacksmiths. Yin Nuoxing inexplicably thought of something. She looked at the pattern on her chest. Originally, the pattern was left behind by the purple night flame. It was just a light purple seed with a rhizome extending towards the bottom of her body. Now, after absorbing 2 types of divine flames, the rhizome had extended quite a bit, and it even depicted a very bright leaf. The bottom rhizome had already extended to her lower abdomen, and the top rhizome had turned into a purplish-red flower bud at her chest. Wow, this position is a little dangerous. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. The flower bud was about to bloom, and the purplish-red pattern was on her chest. She could see the dazzling pattern when she pulled open her clothes a little. Moreover, the pattern was actually flashing with light, and the rhythm was exactly the same as her heartbeat. Flower bud? This is the manifestation of the spiritual divine body's breakthrough from the small success stage to the middle stage. It's just that your realm isn't there yet. When the flower blooms, it'll be the large success stage. Z also saw it and said softly, Doesn't the large success stage of the spiritual divine body mean that I'll step into the demonic rank? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask. In the end, she didn't ignore Ziyi because of the previous incident. That's why your cultivation level can't keep up with the growth of your physique. You'll be stuck when the time comes. Ziyi sneered. Oh. Yin Nuoxing nodded in bewilderment. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through, but with his current state, he was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to take it. If I can find something that can suppress the devil chi, I might be able to suppress it. Ziyi knew what he was thinking, so she gave her own suggestion. She had never believed that the light godly king could help him. The matter of the received spirit godly body would most likely have to be solved by the received spirit godly body itself. For example, Yin Nuoxing asked cautiously, Devil lightning. Ziyi softly said 2 words, then continued. Devil lightning and divine flames are both extremely strong spiritual items of heaven and earth in the God realm. They can purify all kinds of filthy things. However, you have 3 divine flames in your body right now, yet the hidden dangers in your body don't seem to have lessened. Perhaps. What happened? Halfway through her sentence, Ziyi suddenly froze. Her cry of surprise stunned Yin Nuoxing for a moment. Then his consciousness hurriedly entered his soul. When he opened his eyes, he saw a world of purple flames, light gray flames, and dark red flames. Yin Nuoxing appeared in a flash. Seeing Ziyi standing not far away with her eyes wide open, he hurriedly ran over and asked, What's wrong? Seeing him appear in front of her, Ziyi and Mei Mao's eyes flashed with surprise. She reached out her demonic claws towards him, pretending to pull him into her embrace. Yin Nuoxing was so frightened that his entire body trembled, and he hurriedly retreated a distance away. You finally dare to appear in front of me. You've been hiding from me for a year. Ziyi softly snorted and retracted her hand, causing Yun Nuoxing to let out a dry laugh. The memory of being humiliated last time floated before his eyes, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. This isn't, I but you sigh. A hint of fear appeared on Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. He opened his mouth and said a few words, but in the end, he could only sigh. No matter what he said, he felt that something was wrong. All right, I was wrong last time. I'm sorry. I let you take advantage of me. Ziyi smiled and walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. Under his uneasy and frightened gaze, she pulled him into her embrace. Her voluptuous body tightly stuck to his body, causing his handsome face to suddenly turn completely red. Her soft red lips slightly touched his lips, and Ziyi giggled as she let him go. Seeing that his entire body was trembling and his handsome face was completely red, she nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Just treat it as compensation. A real man can't be so calculative." Her jade-like hand lightly pinched Yun Nuoxing's cheek and lightly brushed across his lips, causing his face to become so red that water could be squeezed out. His gaze was slightly evasive, and he didn't dare to look at Ziyi. Calm down first and look ahead. Ziyi shook her head and held Yun Nuoxing's hand as they jogged over to Lan Xiner and Feng. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked in front of Lan Xiner, Feng, and the Netherworld ruined sword. His eyes trembled slightly, causing him to be slightly stunned. That place should have been dark and chaotic, but now it had completely disappeared. Brother Nuoxing, you're here. When Lan Xiner heard the sound of footsteps, she turned around and saw Ziyi holding Yun Nuoxing's hand and rushing over. Mei Mao's serious expression caused Yun Nuoxing to feel uneasy. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing ran over to the two of them. Fenger looked at him with great attachment, but at this moment, she didn't show anything. She just stared straight ahead with her Mei Mao, causing him to also look ahead. Then, his pupils slightly narrowed. The darkness in the chaotic sealed area had completely disappeared, but there were still a few thick energy chains revolving around it. In the center of those chains, replacing the darkness, was a dagger. It was a black dagger that was only a foot long. It was deep and restrained, and the black color was like flowing water. It was breathtaking. That was formed by the chaos, and it changed not long ago. Lan Xion's clear voice was very serious. Xing, that thing is very scary. It has its own consciousness. Feng held Yun Nuoxing's hand and said nervously, "It changed from such a big thing to such a dagger?" Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The dagger gave him a strong sense of uneasiness. Judging from its appearance, it was an ominous object. The black gas that it emitted made his divine consciousness feel suffocated. If the seal broke, he was afraid that he would soon fall into it. Just as the few of them were feeling uneasy, the dark dagger trembled slightly. Then, a deep and dark voice seemed to come from the front, causing the few of them to change their expressions. "Thou art my host?" The deep and dark voice carried a heavy feeling, causing their minds to tremble when they heard it. "Chaos, right? What do you want?" Yun Nuoxing frowned. This thing had appeared in his soul, and now it made him even more uneasy. He didn't even know why it had chosen him and why it had lodged in his body. After the voice finished speaking, the spiritual sea realm became silent. Yun Nuoxing and the others stared blankly at the black dagger, which was only a foot long. In the sea of fire, it was terrifyingly quiet. "Thou hast no desire. If you want power, come find me." The low and deep dark voice was like a heavy wooden mallet smashing on his chest, causing Yun Nuoxing's breathing to become sluggish. That low voice actually caused his mind to tremble a little, as though it was tempting him to pick up the dagger. Yun Nuoxing bit his tongue hard and quickly came back to his senses. He turned around, opened his arms, and hugged one person in each arm as he flew away. He only stopped when he was far away from the seal. He put Feng, and the other two down and said softly, "Don't worry about it in the future, and don't need to maintain the seal. If something happens, it will come for me. I don't want to see any of you get hurt. If there is an emergency, go to Xin Yin's God's spiritual imprint. It It should be able to isolate chaos. Don't refuse. Listen to me. Seeing that Lan Xner and Feng were a little anxious, Yin Nuashing stretched out his hands, rubbed their heads, and said softly. Lan Xine bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. She lowered her head slightly and nodded sullenly. That voice could directly penetrate the seal and affect them. If Hundun really wanted to do something, they would not be able to stop him with their strength. Don't worry. It should be fine. I won't touch it. Yin Nuashing smiled and patted their heads. Yin Nuashing turned his head, looked at Ziyi, and said softly, Z, if I advance to the demon level, what do you think is the possibility of me falling to the demon level? Ziyi and the other two's delicate bodies trembled, and they quickly looked away. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She did not even dare to look at Yin Nuashing, and her breathing became a little rapid. 80%? Moreover, every time you advance to the next realm, there's an 80% chance of falling to the demon level. Yin Nuashing smiled, causing Ziyi and the other two's expressions to change slightly. The nether void sword fell from the sky. You, little star, how did you know? Su Ming trembled as he floated in front of Yin Nuashing and could not help but ask. They were so careful when they spoke, and even blocked his senses. Moreover, they had only mentioned it once. How did Yin Nuashing know? Ziya's delicate body trembled, and she seemed to have thought of something. Mei Mao suddenly turned around, and, as expected, she saw Yin Nuashing looking at her with a smile. This made her so anxious that she stomped her jade-like legs. Yin Nuashing patted Ziya's shoulder lightly and said softly, Ziyi and I are connected mentally. You can know anything about me at any time, and I can naturally know anything about you at any time, as long as you don't hide it. Don't forget, you were the one who planted the imprint here. Yin Nuashing patted the flower bud on his chest and smiled. No. Ziyi hurriedly grabbed his arm and fiercely shook her head. I won't allow you to take this risk. Yin Nuashing only smiled when he heard that. Isn't there still a 20% chance of safety? Trust me, it'll be fine. But, and look, seeing Ziyi so anxious and helpless like a little girl, Yin Nuashing smiled and said, Feel my aura. Ziyi and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. It was just a thought, and they instantly understood. Mist even condensed in their widened eyes, and Yin Nuashing's heart shook when he saw this. Demon rank. 1 seal. In Yin Nuashing's lower abdomen, the most dazzling energy crystal had turned into a thumb-sized ball. Furthermore, there were extremely small doors 1 centimeter away from the ball. There were a total of 10 large doors and 90 small doors, and all of them were wide open. However, 1 large door and 10 small doors were completely closed and sealed. Once all 10 doors were completely closed, it was time to ascend to the demigod rank. Could it be that just now? Z muttered helplessly. He should have guessed that if he subdued the mountain spirit and earth fire, even if he didn't refine the energy, 1,000th of it would still be unconsciously refined. This was something that couldn't be prevented. Furthermore, Yin Nuashing had been forcefully suppressing his realm, and he had been suppressing it at the demigod rank 9 transformation stage. Sooner or later, he wouldn't be able to suppress it anymore. When that day came, he would directly ascend to the first seal of the demigod rank, and even advance 4 small realms. You can't advance another big realm. There's an 80% chance that you won't be able to withstand the next one. Ziyi shook her head frantically, and her jade-like hands tightly pinched Yin Nuashing's arm. Her fingernails even left a mark on his arm. It was completely different from when she was teasing and serious just now. Ziya's current expression gave him Feng air and the other two a fright. Yes, I promise. I will try my best to suppress it. Yin Nuashing smiled and nodded. However, looking at his nonchalant look, Lan Xner and the rest were a little worried. This guy, every time he made a promise, in the end, he would still take risks. Void Underworld, do you have any sealing techniques? Lan Xin couldn't help but send a message to the Void Underworld sword. Mei Mao turned around with a glimmer of hope, but she saw the Void Underworld sword spinning in a circle, which made her feel even more helpless. Chapter 540. After coming out of the soul world, Yin Nuashing suddenly sighed, as if he wanted to turn what he had just seen into a breath of depression and spit it out. That dagger formed from chaos directly facing him made him feel that his soul was trembling. Looking at the dark red and viscous sea of magma, Yun Nuoxing clenched his fist. 3 different colored flames spewed out from his body, instantly tearing the magma apart. The sea of magma trembled slightly, as if it had met its master. Yun Nuoxing's soul moved slightly. In his perception, there seemed to be something stirring in his mind. He could not help but touch it lightly. Then he opened his right hand, and a foot-long dagger appeared above his palm. It slowly began to spin. Seeing this thing, Yun Nuoxing was so frightened that his hand trembled, and he almost threw the dagger away. After he calmed down, he focused his eyes and observed it. The black dagger was only a foot long, and there were no special patterns on it. It was the most ordinary dagger, but the flowing black color made Yun Nuoxing feel uneasy. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he felt uneasy and did not dare to touch it. Thou hast no desire. If thou desire power, come and find me. That low demonic voice was like a seductive whisper, tempting him to touch the black dagger. Even if he didn't touch it, he would still be driven crazy by the voice as time passed. Forget it, I don't care. That day should not come. Yun Nuoxing inexplicably thought that he might need to use this black dagger one day. However, this thought only existed for a moment before it was ruthlessly erased by him. Not even the slightest trace of it would be left behind. 1 demonic rank, and there are 9 large doors outside the crystal body. In front of each large door, there are 10 small doors. Closing 1 door is equivalent to advancing 1 rank. Yun Nuoxing looked at the spherical crystal body in his body and could not help but laugh, saying, "Interesting measurement method." Yun Nuoxing shook her head and let out a long sigh. Then she felt a little strange. She seemed to have sighed a lot in the past 2 days. He slapped his head hard and threw all those thoughts out of his mind. He sensed the direction in this magma hole that had been torn open, then rushed towards the top of the magma. The surrounding magma burst and churned, emitting a blazing aura. Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground at the passageway that Yun Nuoxing and the others had come from. She had entered a state of cultivation, and the silver-blue barrier completely isolated her from the scorching heat. Behind her, the group also sat cross-legged and waited patiently. No one knew how long Yun Nuoxing would take, so they could only use cultivation to pass the time. In the tranquil sea of magma, there were occasional sounds of boiling and exploding. Apart from that, there were no other sounds. 20,000 miles underground, deathly silence was the only sound here. There was no life, no other aura. There was only a dense fire element flowing here. For hours after Yun Nuoxing dived into the sea of magma, Xian and the others suddenly felt an extremely powerful aura rushing up from the bottom of the magma. They hurriedly opened their eyes, and the moment they opened their eyes, the sea of magma in the distance suddenly exploded. A black figure shot out from it, somersaulted in the air, then landed on the magma. Her feet touched the waves of fire below, and 3 flames spiraled behind her, as if the god of fire had descended after rushing up from the bottom of the magma. Yun Nuoxing looked around and finally fixed her gaze on Xian and the others not far away. She smiled slightly, then stepped on the waves of fire and walked over unhurriedly. "Little star, did you succeed?" Xian hurriedly got up and greeted her. Mei Mao was a little surprised when she saw the brown flames behind Yun Nuoxing, but she still chuckled. "Yes, I didn't try to fuse the flames this time, nor did I refine much energy, so I completed it very quickly." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "Phew, 3 divine flames. You dyed your hair again." Yuanxi looked at her and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Her aura had already reached the 1st demon rank. She had surpassed them in an instant, which was a huge blow to him. "Brother Yun, you're walking further and further down the path of a flirtatious slut." Shuige couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the change in Yun Nuoxing's hair and eyes. Her bewitching face was full of shock. Yun Nuoxing was instantly petrified. The group of people ran quickly in the underground cavern and retreated back the way they came. When they arrived at the entrance of the cavern, They couldn't help but cover their eyes when they saw the brilliant and gentle blue moonlight. The underground cavern was extremely dark, and there was no light. It had only been 2 hours, but they felt so uncomfortable when they saw the moonlight again. "What are your plans?" Yin Nuashing asked Shui Gu and the others as she blinked after getting used to the moonlight. "A year ago, we wanted to come to the mystic realm to cultivate, but looking at the situation now, I feel that it might be better to go home. Moreover, there are many more powerful gods in the mystic realm. I'm afraid that the great opportunity here won't be ours." Shuiga spread her hands and smiled. "Young Master Yin, do you want to take a walk around the Morong family?" Shuiching smiled and invited Yin Nuashing. The Morong family is in the northwest of the West region, near the Taiyuan region, right? Yin Nuashing thought for a moment, then shook her head and said with a smile, "Shuiching, it's rare for you to invite me, but we're going to the northeast of the Taiyuan region now. If you have any urgent matters, you don't have to worry about us." Shuiga nodded and smiled. His handsome face made Yin Nuashing want to leave a shoe print on it. Shuiga then said softly, "All right, we'll go back first. Little Star, if you're free, come visit our family. Father and the others will welcome you very much." "Of course." Yin Nuashing nodded with a smile and said, "Do you need me to give you a ride? Although it's not on the way to Xingming City, it's fine if it's a little detour." "No need. We have the space formation map. If you're busy, you don't have to bother about us." Yufeng smiled and returned Yin Nuashing's words to her. "All right." Yin Nuashing spread her hands, but still insisted on sending them off. She led the group and flew towards the mountains. With the current speed of her light element, it could be said that she was chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Moreover, after advancing to the first demon rank, her energy had increased by several dozen times compared to when she was a half-demon rank 9th cycle realm. She didn't have to worry too much about exhausting her energy after using a large amount of light element. Above the clouds, an incomparably vast palace had unknowingly stood there, majestically extending for several thousand li. It was like a small city. The entire palace was golden in color. When the blue moonlight fell on it, it was draped with a thin layer of silver gauze. It was magnificent, like a city of immortals. "Is this enough? There's still a lot inside. It's useless to leave them all to me." Yin Nuashing stood at the entrance of the palace, looking at Shuiqing's group of 4. The moonlight poured down. This place was very close to the sky. The moon had become the background, illuminating the 4 handsome and beautiful faces, especially Shuiqing's and Yujing's faces. A thin layer of silver light emitted a holy aura. The 2 of them were so beautiful that it was suffocating. "That's enough, brother. Don't bite off more than you can chew. I still haven't digested all the things I've learned in the past year, and I've taken so many things from you. It's quite embarrassing." Shuigu smiled and shook his head. "All right, come find me if you need anything." Yin Nuashing nodded. "Don't worry, I won't be polite with you at that time." Shuigu nodded solemnly. Since the Golden God had tacitly approved of their existence, he hoped that they could accompany Yin Nuashing. Combined with the friendship between the 4 of them, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Yin Nuashing nodded, walked forward, and gave the 4 of them a tight hug. Shuiqing and Yu Jing's faces were red, but they returned the hug slightly. Yin Nuashing looked at the 2 girls' shy faces with interest and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, my sister isn't married yet. Do you want to consider it?" Shuigu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. He hooked his arm around Yin Nuashing's neck and whispered, "Shuigu, isn't it a little inappropriate for you to sell your sister like this?" Yin Nuashing was speechless and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although the 2 of them spoke very softly, Shuiqing, who wasn't far away, still heard them. Her face was so red that it was about to drip water. She was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. She stomped her foot on the ground and scolded angrily. "Brother, if you continue to act like this, don't call me your sister in the future." Shuiga suddenly shrank his head when he heard this voice. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Then, he winked slyly at Yin Nuashing, causing him to be at a loss for words. "Brother is also looking for a good man for you. Look at Brother Yin. He's so handsome. Although he's a little inferior to me in terms of looks, he has unlimited potential. Good fellow. He's the successor of a god. He's a good man. In the future, he'll definitely step on the throne of the starry sky and look down on all living things. Don't you want to consider it? Shuego patted his sister's head and laughed loudly. Why didn't we realize that you were so narcissistic? Yin Nuoxing, Shueqing, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Go to hell. If you want to get married yourself. I haven't thought about this. Shueqing rolled her eyes fiercely and almost pulled out the silver sword her waist. Yin Nuoxing smiled. He really felt relaxed when he was with this group of friends. Shueqing and Mei Mao were stunned when they saw his smile. Under the moonlight, the cold moonlight fell on Yin Nuoxing's devilishly handsome face. Together with the black star pearl between his brows, there was a special charm to him. Those peaceful and tranquil purple-red eyes were also quietly staring at her. Mei Mao was actually a little dazed for a moment. She stared blankly at him, and her heartbeat quickened slightly. However, she suddenly came back to her senses, and her beautiful face flushed red. I am leaving first. You guys take your time. Shueqing's face was so red that she felt a little dizzy. She hurriedly flew into the distance. When Yu Jing saw this, she smiled at Yin Nuoxing and nodded. Then, she hurriedly chased after her. Take care. Yin Nuoxing waved at the four of them and sighed softly in his heart. How long would this farewell be? Ha! Little star, we're leaving first. No matter where you meet in the future, no matter what the occasion is, remember to say hello to us. Shuego laughed loudly and flew into the distance with Yufeng. She even laughed out loud. Definitely. Yin Nuoxing also shouted with his hands by his mouth. Shuego and Yufeng's laughter came from afar. Under the moonlight, Yin Nuoxing felt a little melancholy as he watched the four of them walk further and further away. In the end, they disappeared. He let out a long sigh. Xian, Feng, and Yishi walked past quietly behind him. They didn't come out to say goodbye just now, but everyone was watching from inside. However, they didn't want the scene to be too comical, so they didn't come out after letting Yin Nuoxing and the others say goodbye. Little star, you're showing mercy everywhere. Let's see how you're going to deal with them in the future. Xian and Mei Mao looked at the place where Shueqing and the others disappeared and couldn't help but shake their heads. I don't think I did anything, right? Yin Nuoxing trembled in shock and looked strangely at Xian, who was standing beside him. Who knows? Xian chuckled. There was a serene smile on her beautiful face. The blue moonlight fell on her body and illuminated her purple clothes, making Yin Nuoxing feel a little absent-minded. Back then, she was also like this in his dream. She wore a snow-white dress and looked like a fairy in his dream. She was so beautiful that it was unreal. She looked at him and smiled at him. Feng, jumped onto Yin Nuoxing's back and hooked her arms around Yin Nuoxing's neck. Her lively appearance made the four of them smile. The sadness of parting was diluted by a lot. Chapter 541. The night was beautiful, and the moonlight was alluring. The palace on top of the clouds only appeared for a short while before disappearing. The surroundings were silent, and no one noticed that a palace had appeared on top of the clouds. There's spatial energy fluctuation. The group of people hurried on their way under the moonlight, heading towards Mountainous City at a leisurely pace. Every step they took covered a distance of 1,000 li. The man with the handlebar mustache suddenly raised his head and looked toward a certain direction not far away. His footsteps came to a halt, and so did his 5 companions. Their deep gazes looked towards the direction he was looking at, penetrating through an unknown distance. It's that group of children. One of the middle-aged men in yellow robes smiled gently. He didn't expect that group of children to be here. No wonder we couldn't find my junior brother, even after searching the entire secret realm. It turns out that he has already escaped. The beautiful and sacred woman couldn't help but smile. Under the moonlight, she looked noble and charming. What was that bold idea of yours? The man with the long saber on his back moved his shoulder and asked. That. The beautiful and sacred woman chuckled and then muttered a few words, causing the expressions of the others to change. What a bad taste. The young man couldn't help but sigh. You've lived for a long time. It's good to play once in a while, but don't treat those children as toys. If they hold a grudge against you, I'll see where you go to cry." The middle-aged man in yellow robes shook his head in disapproval. "What do you think of our junior brother's character?" The woman rolled her eyes at him and chuckled. "I'm not sure, but I heard from those children that I know a little about him. At least he won't hold a grudge so easily." The middle-aged man in yellow robes frowned and said, "Then that's it." The woman chuckled softly. With light steps, she turned around and walked towards the place where they sensed the aura. Sigh. This woman still has a childlike innocence. The middle-aged man in yellow robes and the others shook their heads and sighed before quickly following her. Under the cool moonlight, Yin Nuashing and the others sat on the huge Netheruan sword. They were still cultivating diligently. As for Yin Nuashing, she sat on the edge of the Netheruan sword. Her feet dangled in the air as she gently swayed back and forth. She stared at the huge moon in the sky with her purplish-red eyes. She was extremely calm and could not help but feel happy. It was as if her mood would improve as long as she could see the moon. He turned around and looked at the others who were cultivating not far away. It was rare that even Feng Er didn't stick to him and was cultivating diligently. Everyone seemed to be stimulated. The moonlight is so beautiful. It would be even more beautiful if there were two moons. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at the moon disk. She couldn't help but smile and murmur. She opened her hands and stretched them forward as if she wanted to touch the moon. Yes, the moonlight is so beautiful. A soft laugh was transmitted from behind her. The voice was gentle, but it caused Yin Nuashing's expression to change drastically. This voice had never appeared in her memory. Ugh! Yin Nuashing was just about to turn around when she felt a delicate hand forcefully cover her mouth. There was also a small hand pressing on her back. A terrifying energy was about to erupt at any time. Yin Nuashing's eyes shrank when her life gate was suppressed. Her heart slowly sank when she sensed the terrifying energy. The Netheruan's sword wanted to move, but she was connected to Yin Nuashing's soul. The two of them could communicate directly in their hearts. Therefore, Yin Nuashing stopped her and did not act rashly. "A God Emperor elite wants to kill me." Yin Nuashing felt her entire body turn cold. She didn't expect that someone would discover their tracks. Moreover, it seemed like it was an enemy, someone from the 12-star palaces, or the chief family. She hadn't offended any major forces. Only a few major forces would be able to send a God Emperor elite to capture her. "What are you trying to do?" Yin Nuashing swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but speak in a trembling voice. A soft laugh that sounded like a silver bell came from behind her. Yin Nuashing could tell that it was a woman. She wasn't old, or at least she didn't look old. Of course, a God Emperor elite was extremely old. Who knew how old the woman behind her was? "I want this little guy to come with me." The woman behind her laughed softly. "My friends." Yin Nuashing's brows trembled slightly, and her breathing became a little rapid. "Them? Of course they have to come with you." The woman laughed softly. The hand that was covering Yin Nuashing's back exerted a little more force. That energy almost seeped into his body. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing's eyes flashed fiercely. He didn't have any objections to anyone touching him, but he hated it when someone involved his friends. Scram! Yin Nuashing roared. Her body turned into light particles and disappeared in an instant, causing the woman's hands to miss. Maimao trembled slightly and was a little surprised. She couldn't help but ask, "Light element?" The explosive shout instantly jolted Ziyin and the others awake, and they instantly opened their eyes. However, before they could even react, a silver-blue light suddenly flashed in front of them. In merely an instant, it vanished on the spot. When they opened their eyes once more, they only saw a mountain range, and they didn't know where they'd been teleported to. The nether void sword instantly shrunk from its 100-meter size. Yin Nuashing grabbed it with her right hand, and the Linghong sword appeared in her left hand. She put her hands together, and the two quickly fused together. 6 wings also spread out in an instant, reaching a size of 60 meters. Terrifying elemental energy condensed around her. The divine sword also broke through the air with a muffled sound of thunder. Who sent you? Holding the huge divine sword in her right hand, Yun Nuoxing's evil spirit eyes suddenly opened. In a breath's time, she had adjusted herself to a boiling state. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but want to applaud. Little guy, you have many tricks up your sleeve, but you should know that in the face of absolute power, those tricks are useless. The woman covered her mouth and laughed softly. There was a smile and killing intent on her beautiful and sacred face. However, in Yun Nuoxing's eyes, there was only anger. However, there was also some doubt in his heart. Why did he feel like he had seen this woman before? Yun Nuoxing's face was gloomy. Her right hand that was holding the divine sword trembled. All the energy in her body surged into the divine sword like a tide. When the latter received this energy, an extremely destructive energy suddenly appeared under the night sky, causing the space to collapse. Little guy, you're disobedient. Big sister will teach you a good lesson. When the woman felt the energy, she was shocked. Mei Mao's face turned slightly serious. She took a step forward and her figure disappeared. In an instant, she appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. It was as if the distance between them didn't exist. Buzz! Her jade-like hand suddenly grabbed at Yun Nuoxing. However, before she could touch him, the figure in front of her suddenly turned into a ball of dissipating light particles. She missed. This little guy's speed is so fast. The woman, Mei Mao, was slightly stunned. Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared 1,000 feet away. The divine sword in her hand emitted rolling black energy. It was like two angry dragons entangling with each other. She looked coldly at the woman who was looking over from afar. She raised the divine sword in her hand and pointed it at the latter. An invisible pressure directly froze the space around the woman. Spatial suppression. A formation suddenly appeared beneath the woman's feet, causing her delicate body to tremble violently. A wisp of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes. She had actually been frozen. Of course, Yun Nuoxing didn't have the ability to seal an emperor god. However, with the combination of the two divine swords, along with the power of space and the formation, she could temporarily suppress an emperor god for a second. It was only a second, but it was enough. When she felt that the energy in her body was almost depleted, a few runes suddenly exploded from the six-colored roulette in between Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows. They turned into rolling energy that surged into her body. Her exhausted body was instantly filled with energy. Moreover, even more energy surged into the divine sword. After sensing the strength of this energy, even that woman's pretty face changed slightly. Even she felt her heart palpitate. How does this little guy know such a powerful Xian skill? In the void, looking at Yun Nuoxing, who was 1,000 feet away from the woman, their faces trembled violently. Then, they felt the increasingly violent power of the divine sword in her hand. The man with the handlebar mustache couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "This little guy can withstand an attack from an eternal weapon with his bare hands and not be injured. He even shattered 3 eternal weapons. What do you think?" The middle-aged man in the yellow robe couldn't help but laugh bitterly. His expression was grave. He thought that if this attack was directed at him, he would probably be seriously injured. "I'll stop him. Luli will most likely be seriously injured after this attack," the young man said hurriedly. He broke through the void and rushed out. The other 4 people couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Boom! A vast aura suddenly soared into the sky, shaking the space to the point that it shattered. The woman suddenly broke through the restraints of the formation, but when she saw that Yun Nuoxing had already raised his divine sword, her pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. Netherworld ruins, terminus, that's the end. Just as the divine sword was about to fall, a deep voice came from behind Yun Nuoxing. Then, a palm landed on Yun Nuoxing's back, causing his expression to change drastically. 2 god emperors. The divine sword in the air that was about to descend fiercely trembled, but in the end, it did not descend. However, a terrifying sword light still shot up into the sky from the few feet of space it had carved out. It shot toward the horizon and even cut space apart. "You've put on a good show. However, we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Come with us. Maybe the patriarch will spare your life on account of your talent." The young god emperor frowned. His heart was in a mess when he said this. He seemed to be in extreme pain and had goosebumps all over his body. Yun Nuoxing's tall body stood in the sky. His huge 6 wings were still unfurled, and his purplish-red eyes quietly looked at the woman who was gradually walking over. At this moment, the divine sword in his hands was raised high, and the light it emitted was even more resplendent. The energy it contained was already like a volcano that was about to erupt, and waves of cataclysmic power gushed out, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the space. 2 people, both of them have come out? Yun Nuoxing looked at the smiling woman, then used his soul to look at the young god emperor behind him. The corners of his mouth lifted into an almost cruel smile as he spoke softly. "Be careful." The woman, Mei Mao, shrank back slightly and shouted sharply. The young god emperor's expression changed. He grabbed at her with his large hand. However, there was only a ball of dissipating light elements left. A sense of uneasiness surged into his heart. Netherworld ruins, terminus slash. 1,000 meters away, Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared like a ghost, and the divine sword in his hand fiercely slashed down towards the 2 of them. Then, an extremely brilliant sword light, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, rushed out with a loud bang. Chapter 542. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the sword beam that was millions of feet long shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was far faster than the speed of light. It was like an eternal light. With the sound of space collapsing, it instantly pounced on the woman and the young man. The gigantic sword ray expanded to 1,000,000 kilometers in size in an instant, covering the entire sky. The mountain range below evaporated and was replaced by a deep abyss that was tens of thousands of kilometers wide. The entire ground shook violently. Cracks spread from afar and swallowed hundreds of mountain ranges. Phew! In the distance, Yun Nuoxing was panting heavily. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her right hand, that was holding the divine sword, hung limply by her side. Large droplets of sweat rolled down her forehead. Even her mind was slightly dazed. Looking at the space being swallowed by the spatial crack, Yun Nuoxing didn't shout out that destructive word. Fortunately, they were high up in the sky, and there was no human habitation below them. If they were in a city, this sword strike would have swallowed the entire city. 2 god emperors, really King, think too highly of me. Chief family, I will remember this. Yun Nuoxing clutched her chest and panted heavily. She put this on the Qi family. If Qi Wei and the others heard this, they would definitely curse her. How could she be blamed for this? They didn't even provoke her, okay? However, that young man had said the word patriarch, so it was actually quite normal for Yun Nuoxing to miscalculate. Her hand trembled as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. If she hadn't used the energy talisman between her brows to replenish the energy that the divine sword had absorbed, she would have collapsed after letting go of her sword. However, even though she had replenished her energy, she hadn't been able to swing her sword in time. Almost 80% of her energy had been absorbed by the divine sword. In the distance, the spatial crack slowly closed. In the void, 5 figures appeared. 2 of them were being supported by others. Faint coughing sounds could be heard from them. Seeing 5 silhouettes appear there, Yun Nuoxing's breathing suddenly became sluggish. She didn't care whether the 2 were still alive or not, and promptly turned her head. Her light element burst forth to the extreme, and she suddenly rushed into the distance, leaving behind a golden beam of light. In the air, the man with the handlebar mustache glanced at the young man on his left and the woman on his right. Both of their clothes were in tatters, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Their chaotic auras seemed to be telling him that they were already heavily injured. Have you gone too far? You thought that he was just a little guy, but in the end he pulled out a 10-meter-long sword from his crotch and told you that he was a ferocious dragon. With a whoosh, he tricked you and slapped you into the void. This time, TSK, 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 you're lucky that you didn't die. If you can recover in 10 years, I'll change my surname to yours." The man with the long saber looked at the two people with disdain and couldn't help but shake his head. Cough. How was I supposed to know that this junior brother would be so ferocious? The woman coughed heavily and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her pretty face was completely pale and her gentle voice trembled slightly. "I was defending with all my might, okay? How could that sword ray be so fast?" The young man took in a cold breath and felt that his entire body was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He exchanged a glance with the woman and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did they shoot themselves in the foot this time? I'll take care of the two of them. You guys go after them, the old man with the snow-white beard said to the other two people while carrying one person in each hand. This time, when we meet this little guy, just knock him out. Don't cause trouble. If we get close enough, we can report to the underworld. The man with the long saber on his back said to the man with the handlebar mustache with lingering fear. Okay. The latter was clearly a little scared as well. He nodded hurriedly and rushed in the direction that Yun Nuoxing had left. Under the pursuit of a god emperor with all his might, with Yun Nuoxing's half-baked light element, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Cough. Don't hurt my junior brother. Otherwise, I won't let you off. The woman saw the two people disappear in an instant and hurriedly shouted. As a result, the wounds on her body twitched and she couldn't help but take in a cold breath. In the space beside her, a yellow-robed figure silently appeared. He glanced at the two people indifferently, and his cheeks twitched slightly. He sighed and shook his head, saying, "Played too much? Took a trip to the gates of hell, right? Do you still want to play? Don't say any more, Dashin. My heart hurts. My liver hurts. My stomach hurts. My whole body hurts." The young man's mouth twitched, and he almost cried. "You asked for it. I told you not to play and to meet directly. Look at this. Now you're injured all over, right? Exciting, right? Feeling good, right? That sword strike could seriously injure even me with all my might. What's the use of using all your strength?" The yellow-robed middle-aged man glared fiercely at the two of them. The young man and the woman looked at each other and laughed bitterly. They couldn't help but lament that the evils they brought on themselves were the hardest to bear. Yun Nuoxing pushed the light element to its maximum speed and reached the speed of light in an instant. However, it only lasted for 5 seconds before she suddenly stopped. Her hair was snow-white, and even her handsome face was as white as gold paper. She hurriedly descended into the endless forest below. Pucci! Her figure landed heavily on a grassland. The ancient trees that covered the sky completely covered her body. After exhausting all her energy, the divine sword rapidly split into the Nethervoid sword and towering sword and entered her body. How fast is an Emperor God expert? Yun Nuoxing hurriedly took the time to ask in her heart as she clutched at her wildly beating heart. At full speed, it's many times faster than when you use all your light element. Zi sighed softly and couldn't help but shake her head. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. Logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to discover them. Why would an Emperor God appear? Just in case, I'll borrow your power. Yun Nuoxing pounded her chest to calm her heart. Then, she suddenly held her breath. An Emperor God expert was so fast that she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. She could only hide here. Don't worry. With Big Sister here, I guarantee that you won't die. However, I still have to praise that sword move just now. It's well done. Zi laughed softly with some praise in her voice. Yun Nuoxing was slightly delighted, but didn't dare to laugh out loud for fear of being discovered. Pucci! In the sky, two figures suddenly appeared, causing Yun Nuoxing's pupils to shrink slightly. She hurriedly stopped her vital functions. They actually sent more than 2 Emperor Gods. She saw 5 figures in the crack in the void just now. Did the chief family give an order to kill her? 5 Emperor Gods were sent out at once. According to my calculations, this should be the limit of this little fellow. However, didn't he just recover his strength during the battle? Maybe he'll recover and continue running. After all, he's still a light element. The world is so big. If he runs away, we won't be able to find him again. Wow, I'm speechless. If I knew this would happen, I would have let them do it cleanly from the start. I'll go to the left. You go to the right and take a look. All right. Ling Hongjian had given his soul the ability to enter the void. Hence, he heard the conversation between the two. Then, he saw the two of them disappear into the distance in a flash. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was really faster than his speed of light. "Little star, let's go." Suddenly, Z roared from the bottom of her heart, causing Yin Nuoxing to be shocked. She quickly gathered the remaining light element. However, before she could rush out, a huge force suddenly came from the back of her head. Her mind shook and her vision suddenly turned black. "Emperor God, how dare you sneak attack me? Shameless." Yin Nuoxing's eyes rolled back. Her body softly fell to the ground. However, before she fell, she felt a pair of soft hands pick her up. At this time, Xian and the others, who were far away from Xingming City, had uneasy expressions. They looked at the soul tablet in their hands. Although they didn't see it shatter, they saw it gradually dim. The hearts of Xian and the others also slowly sank. "Sister Jining, can you call the people from Nine Gods Temple for help?" Xian hurriedly pulled Jin Ying's arm. Mei Mao was red, and there seemed to be mist condensing. "I've already sent the news back to Nine Gods Temple. Teacher and the others have also received the news. However, I don't know when they'll be able to come." Jining was also very flustered. She was clearly cultivating a second ago, but in the next second, she was suddenly thrown out of Xingming City. Cluster Mountain City was an astronomical distance away from Xingming City. Xingxing is fine, but very weak. I have to go save Xingxing." On the side, Feng hesitated in place. Her pretty face was full of anxiety. If not for Xian telling her to wait, she would have already flown out. "Fenger, wait first. You can sense Little Star's location. I'm counting on you to lead the way later." Xian pulled Fenger into her arms. Her jade-like hands tightly wrapped around the latter's slender waist. Her red lips moved, and she constantly murmured. Mei Mao was slightly distracted. Her expression broke the hearts of Yao Hua and the others. "Don't worry, Little Star will be fine. He survived so many difficulties. This time he'll also survive." Wood Spirit gently patted Xian's back. Although she was comforting her, how could she not be anxious? "They're coming, the God King and the others are coming." On the side, Yao Hua was so excited that he jumped up. Light elements broke out of his body, as if they were indicators. When the light elements rushed out, more than a dozen figures descended from the sky. "Teacher," Jin Ying hurriedly bowed when she saw them. Her pretty face was slightly anxious. Although it was Yin Nuoxing who threw them back, it could be said that she had accidentally lost them. Jin Wang saw that his disciples were safe, but only that agile figure was missing. His golden eyes immediately turned red. Before he had time to rejoice that they had all reached the demon realm, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed into the sky. "Xingxing, go save Xingxing! Go save Xingxing!" On the side, Fenger shouted. Then, holding Xian in her arms, she turned into a crimson flash of lightning and rushed into the distance. The people who had just landed did not even say a word. They grabbed Yao Hua and the others and rushed out after the crimson figure. "F*CKU. You dare to touch my little divine child. Do you want to die? Damn it, I want to turn Taiyuan territory upside down. Search and confiscate. 9 eternal divine weapons are here. We must sink the Taiyuan territory. Kill, 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 kill. You're finished. Let me tell you, go play ball. I greet your whole family on behalf of my 18 generations of ancestors." It was not until Yao Hua and the others were dragged into the sky that they heard Jin Wang and the others looking excited and swearing. Even the great elder and the others had come. With such a lineup, it was only the temple master who had come in person. When they heard those vulgar words, they could not help but sweat. Was this a gathering of bandits? The sky was slightly brighter. Everyone felt that today would not be peaceful. At this time, in a very, very far away place, in a valley that contained strange energy, there were high mountains, flowing water, and a lake. High up on the shore, there were a few neat little thatched cottages, surrounded by divine energy and strange flowers and fruits. It was like a paradise on earth. At this moment, a pair of beautiful purple-red eyes slowly opened within a small cottage. A blurry scene slowly gathered together. Immediately, an unfamiliar ceiling appeared in front of her eyes, causing the owner of this pair of beautiful eyes to be a little dazed. Suddenly, this person thought of something, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. He jumped up from the bed and patted his body lightly with both hands. It was still the same set of black clothes. His body was not missing any parts, and he was not dead. Where is this? Realizing that he was still alive, Yin Nuoxing's eyes were a little blank. He looked at the black windbreaker hanging by the bed and clenched his hands. His body was full of energy, and the after effects of overdraft had disappeared. This made him a little confused. He was caught last night, right? Why was he not tied up or crippled? Little guy, you're awake? Suddenly, a chuckle came from the door. Sunlight poured down, and a figure with a long saber on his back walked in gently, appearing in Yin Nuoxing's line of sight. However, it was the appearance of this person that caused his expression to change drastically. He picked up his windbreaker, and the light elements suddenly circulated, wanting to rush into the sky. Calm down. What happened last night was a misunderstanding, young man. The figure with the long blade on his back quickly flashed to Yin Nuoxing's side, pressing his hands on his shoulders. Yin Nuoxing did not care so much. When he saw the person who caught him last night, he was like a frightened little animal, struggling with all his strength. The two divine swords appeared in front of him again, and the terrifying energy made the man sweat. Calm down, look at me, the man with the long blade shouted, causing Yin Nuoxing's mind to tremble. His whole body quivered, but he really calmed down. His gaze trembled a little, and when he met the eyes of the man with the long blade, he seemed to see peace and kindness. There was no malice or killing intent. Is it really a misunderstanding? Yin Nuoxing swallowed his saliva and could not help but ask. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. The two of them were just teasing you yesterday. They thought that you would give up resisting. Who would have thought that you would be so fierce, little guy? You even seriously injured your senior sister. The man with the long blade sighed helplessly and said, Senior sister? Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes. Since when did he have a senior sister? The man with the long blade sighed softly and said, Let's talk as we walk. Let's go and see them. As he spoke, he walked outside. Standing at the door, he turned his head and nodded at Yin Nuoxing. The latter glanced at him doubtfully and reluctantly placed them on the side of trustworthy in his heart. He put on his windbreaker and walked out. Chapter 543. Within the valley, a waterfall cascaded down from a cliff, condensing into a lake below. The waterfall struck against a giant boulder, releasing clear, splashing sounds. Water vapor pervaded the air, merging with the immortal energy, making this place seem even more ethereal, as if it was an otherworldly paradise. Yin Nuoxing and the man with the long saber walked side by side on a small path. The distance between the few thatched cottages was a little far. There were 6 slopes around the lake, and at the top of the slope there were 6 thatched cottages. Looking at the peaceful little valley, the nervousness in his heart quietly dissipated. Since they were here, he should take things as they came. There must be a reason why they didn't kill him directly. Maybe it was really a misunderstanding, Yin Nuoxing thought. Looking at the peaceful and artistic valley, Yin Nuoxing felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still confused about the situation, he would have chosen to lean against the tree and quietly enjoy the peace here. Listening to the sound of the wind and the flowing waterfall was also very good. Along the way, the man with the long saber didn't walk very fast. He told Yin Nuoxing some things in detail. Only then did Yin Nuoxing realize that this group of familiar emperor gods were the 5 statues he saw in the mountain palace that day. In other words, Senior Mountain is here too? Yin Nuoxing laughed embarrassedly. Mountain is here too. He was watching from the side yesterday. He wanted Colorly to come back, but he couldn't persuade that girl. Soul Saber Great Emperor sighed and shook his head. Colored Glaze Great Emperor is really my senior sister? Yin Nuoxing blinked in disbelief. Colored Glaze, treasure mirror on you. This is what Color Glaze said. You can wait for her to tell you the details. Moreover, You have accepted the inheritance of the five of us. Even if she's not your senior sister in name, she's still your master in name. Although it's only in name, Soul Saber Great Emperor said snappily. Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue and muttered, "Who asked you to play like that?" Any normal person would have reacted that way. You can't blame me. You're an emperor god, but you came to scare me, a little demon. You even gave me a surprise attack. Hearing this, the Soul Saber Emperor could not help but laugh bitterly. This little fella seemed to be a little resentful. Yin Nuashing looked up at Soul Saber Emperor and couldn't help but mutter, "Besides, can't we just meet normally? It's not like I'm going to pretend that I don't know him. It's just that I don't know him in the first place. Why did he have to do something so thrilling? If I had used a little more force yesterday, Lou, wouldn't Sister Lou Lee and Big Brother Shatter have to report to the Underworld? That's their own fault. Teach them a lesson so that they won't be so playful. But who the hell knew that you would be so fierce? Shouldn't a normal Devil Realm cultivator shiver when they see a God Emperor expert? Shouldn't their soul leave their body and fall to the ground? You almost killed him." Soul Saber Emperor glared at him and shook his head helplessly. "That's it seems, but I did kill him." Yin Nuashing pouted, feeling wronged. "By the way, you've already called Sister Lou Lee and Big Brother Shatter. Shouldn't you call me that too?" Soul Saber Emperor pointed at himself with a smile. "No." Yin Nuashing turned his head and snorted. "Brat, you—" The Soul Saber Emperor had completely lost his temper. However, he was relieved. It seemed like this brat didn't hold a grudge against him. He let his guard down quickly. Of course, it was also because of the Mountain King. Yin Nuo had a good impression of him. Therefore, he also thought that the 5 people he knew were good people. To put it bluntly, he was a little careless. The Soul Saber Great Emperor went to a cottage close to the lake and knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. After a long time, a weak response came. The Soul Saber Great Emperor couldn't help but frown and pushed the door open. Inside the cottage, the Empress was lying on the bed obediently. Her beautiful and holy face was completely pale. Mei Mao blinked when she saw Soul Saber Emperor rush in. "What's wrong? Why are you so angry? You got out of bed, right? Are you still walking around in the cottage? Are you still reading books?" The Soul Saber Great Emperor glared at the woman. He opened his hand and suddenly grabbed a book. The Empress' expression changed slightly when she saw this. "Old antique, you're so stubborn." The Empress rolled her eyes at Soul Saber Emperor when she saw the book in her hand being taken away. She turned her head and snorted. You. Damn it. I try my best to take care of your injuries. How dare you treat me like this? I'm not doing this anymore." Soul Saber Emperor was flustered and exasperated. He roared and rushed out, leaving Yin Nuashing dumbfounded. He stood at the door and looked around the cottage. The layout of this cottage was very similar to the one he had just stayed in. Except for some small white ornaments and accessories, there was a delicate fragrance and some medicinal fragrance. It made the cottage look a little feminine. He couldn't help but blink. The God Emperor's room didn't seem to be any different from an ordinary person's. On the bed, he could see that the blanket was covering a lithe body. He could see the perfect curves of her body. The person on the bed was angrily leaning against the wall, as if she was extremely unhappy. Yin Nuashing walked to the bedside quietly and squatted down. Looking at the Empress, who seemed to be asleep, he couldn't help but blink and whispered, "Sister Lioli." The Empress was annoyed when she heard his voice. However, when she heard the gentle voice and the way he addressed her, Mei Mao's eyes lit up. Her delicate body trembled slightly. She quickly turned around and stared blankly at the young man squatting beside the bed. A stunning smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yin Nuashing blinked. "Little junior brother, it seems that old bastard Soul Saber has already told you everything. That saves me the time to explain." The Empress smiled. Mei Mao's lips curved into 2 crescent moons. It was obvious that she was very happy. "Senior sister, I'm sorry." Yin Nuashing lowered his head. His head was almost buried in his knees. He couldn't help but feel guilty when he thought of what happened last night. It was really like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. Seeing the young man's guilty look, the Empress couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out her lily-white hand from under the quilt and gently stroked Yin Nuashing's head. She smiled and said, "I'm fine. My skin is thick and can take a beating." Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat when someone stroked his head as if he was comforting a child. He blinked his purplish-red eyes and reached out with his trembling hand. He grabbed the lily-white hand that was stroking his head and pinched it on his wrist. A wisp of soul energy quietly surged into the Empress's body. "Little brother, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a period of recuperation. When the time comes, I'll help you cultivate the glazed treasure mirror. Little junior brother, you haven't even reached the first stage yet, right?" The Empress looked at him in astonishment. She didn't mind the additional warmth in her lily-white hand and just smiled. Then her smile froze. Yin Nuoxing took out a jade bottle from his ring, opened the cork, and poured out a blue pill that was the size of a longan fruit. There were a total of 8 different colors drawn on the pill, and they were connected together like a phoenix. The dense pill fragrance lingered in the air like a cloud of smoke, causing the thatched cottage to be filled with a celestial aura. Yin Nuoxing sneezed fiercely and hurriedly closed the cork. Yin Nuoxing pinched the blue pill with 2 fingers. He looked at the Empress, who was lying on the bed with her mouth wide open in surprise, and said softly, "Sister Lioli, as punishment for your careless greeting last night, you have to eat this pill." After he finished speaking, he placed the pill next to the Empress's rosy lips. His purplish-red eyes pretended to be fierce as he glared at her. Seeing that the Empress was indifferent, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Eat it quickly." Mei Mao looked deeply at Yin Nuoxing and saw some concern on his handsome face that was pretending to be fierce. The Empress couldn't help but snort in her heart. This little fellow, what if she wasn't actually his senior sister? Was he so gullible? However, the Empress didn't suspect anything. She opened her red lips slightly and swallowed the elixir. The soul blade was still in the valley. Even if this was poison, he could still detoxify it. Although this elixir looked very powerful, as soon as the pill entered the Empress's mouth, it turned into a clear stream and rushed into her body, emitting an extremely strong and gentle force. The Empress was astonished to discover that the injuries in her body and the wounds on her organs were actually healing at a very fast speed. Some of the hidden ailments had also quietly disappeared. The Empress looked at Yin Nuoxing in astonishment. Originally, the Soul Blade and the others had speculated that the 2 of them would need at least 10 years to recover. Soul Blade was originally an apothecary and was also a well-known apothecary in the apothecary world. They all thought that when Soul Blade said that it would take 10 years, they would really need to recuperate for a period of time. However, Yin Nuoxing was able to recover to full health with just 1 pill. Of course, if she knew that this pill was refined by a deity, she might not be so astonished. Sitting up on the bed, the Empress opened her small mouth, but didn't know what to say. She clenched her small hands and felt that the pain and powerlessness had completely disappeared. She was even more astonished. Yin Nuoxing stood up, smiled, and said, "Sister Lioli, are you all right?" The Empress blinked her eyes in a daze, then smiled bitterly and nodded her head. She seemed to have underestimated Yin Nuoxing. This fellow probably had a strong background. Otherwise, how could he have such a powerful mystical technique and a pill that could directly restore her to full health? Any one of these things would fetch a sky-high price. That old bastard, why didn't he tell me? Isn't it as if I'm asking for trouble? The Empress ruthlessly scolded the great mountain monarch in her heart. Among the 6 of them, only the great mountain monarch knew a little about Yin Nuoxing. The 5 of them were completely unaware. When Yin Nuoxing did those big things, they were still in seclusion. Although they had revealed some information last night, it wasn't much different from not knowing anything. Looking at this handsome young man who was half a head taller than her when he stood up, the Empress smiled, rubbed his head with her jade-like hand, and said, "Little Junior, do you still have that pill? I would like to buy 1 from you." Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes and instantly understood what she was trying to do. He nodded his head and saw the Empress smiling faintly. Her jade-like hand clasped onto his wrist as she jogged outside. In front of the lake, the Soul Saber monarch heard footsteps and couldn't help but frown. When he turned around and saw the Empress jogging with Yun Nuashing, he spat out a mouthful of water and cursed. Old witch, why don't you King cultivate? Huh, what the hell? He couldn't finish his sentence because he felt that the Empress's injuries seemed to have completely healed. The Empress didn't even look at him. She snorted softly and ran directly to the thatched cottage where the great Emperor of Destruction was staying. The Soul Saber Monarch was stunned. What was wrong with her? How could she have recovered so quickly? Scratching his head in astonishment, the Soul Saber Monarch muttered that he might be hallucinating. Then, he looked at the lake and grabbed the fishing rod by his feet. Just as he was about to throw it out, he heard footsteps again. He turned around abruptly and saw the three of them walking to his side like normal people. They even sat down. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. Soul Saber, what did you say last night? If you recover in 10 years, you will take our surname, right? The Empress laughed evilly, causing a row of dense black lines to appear on the Soul Saber Monarch's forehead. Forget about the original surname. How about codenames? Broken Saber and Loose Saber. I think that's fine. The great Emperor of Destruction picked up the fishing rod and tossed it into the lake. Then he turned around and grinned. You two are infuriating me. The Soul Saber Monarch glared fiercely at the two of them. Then he turned his vicious gaze to Yun Nuashing. The two of them definitely didn't have the ability to heal her injuries so quickly. The only explanation was this young man. Yun Nuashing shuddered violently when she was glared at by the great Emperor. She hurriedly retreated and hid behind the Empress. She shrunk her neck and mumbled, Hey, you can go back on your words, but don't vent your anger on my little brother." The Empress glared at the Soul Saber Monarch and rubbed Yun Nuashing's head affectionately. "Your little brother? We've only met less than 2 hours ago, right?" The Soul Saber Monarch was so angry that he lost his temper. What's wrong? Have both of you recovered from your injuries?" While Hun Dao was feeling flustered and exasperated, a soft laughter was transmitted from afar, causing the few of them to turn their heads. Soon after, they saw a yellow-robed, middle-aged man slowly walking over. There was a gentle smile on his face when he saw the few of them. "Senior Mountain." Seeing the person who came, Yun Nuashing hurriedly stood up, cupped his hands, and called out respectfully, "It's all right. You've already addressed one of them as brother and the other as sister. If you still call me senior, my old friends will think that I'm putting on airs. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother." The Mountain Monarch smiled and waved his hand. "Brother Mountain." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and called out helplessly, "Damn, you're infuriating me, you brat." The Soul Saber Monarch was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. This brat didn't call anyone but him. Was he deliberately trying to anger him? Let's see what you can call old Yuan. The Soul Saber Monarch was so angry that he threw his fishing rod to the ground and sat down angrily. As soon as he said that, a white-haired old man walked out of the last hut and walked toward them. His deep eyes seemed to contain stars as he quietly looked at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing smiled slightly and didn't seem to be affected. She cupped her hands respectfully and said with a smile, "Uncle Yuan." He knew that this should be the last statue, the ancient Yuan-devouring beast, the Shifter Emperor. However, he couldn't help but blink when he saw how old he looked after transforming. This person was probably the oldest among the six. He could sense a strong aura of time from him. He didn't know how long he had lived. Seeing that Yun Nuashing wasn't affected at all, old Yuan's old eyes were a little surprised. Then he smiled kindly, and his gaze was very gentle. It was as if he was looking at his own junior. "You?" puffed. Soul Saber Monarch glared at Yun Nuashing when he saw that his 5 old friends were overjoyed by his greeting. He pointed at Yun Nuashing and was speechless for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. 7 people, 1 demon sovereign, and 6 god emperors sat quietly by the lake and fished. This scene was as strange as it could get. It was as peaceful as it could get. At the beginning, Yun Nuashing didn't feel very natural. The 6 god emperors beside him were all god emperors. They were existences that were rarely seen. Today, however, there were 6 of them sitting beside him and chatting cheerfully. While the 7 of them were getting along well, An extremely terrifying energy pressure suddenly appeared in the distant sky, causing the entire space to tremble. Countless cracks appeared in the space, and even the immortal aura in the valley receded slightly. It was as if an army of millions was marching toward this place. That murderous aura could be felt from afar. Accompanying this murderous aura was a terrifying energy that caused the elements to lose balance. The expressions of the Empress and the others changed slightly. They glanced at the sky with a sharp gaze. Then, as if they had thought of something, they all looked at Yun Nuashing in unison. When the latter saw that they were looking at her, she quickly shrank her neck and whispered, "It seems like the Divine King and the others are here." The 6 people were speechless when they heard this. "Your lord is really strong." Chapter 544. Sensing the familiar aura, Yun Nuashing hurriedly jumped up and threw away the fishing rod in his hand. Then, he quickly ran to the edge of the valley. With a thought, the power of the stars condensed into an extremely huge pillar of starlight that shot straight into the sky. It was like a huge star beacon that could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. As Yun Nuashing advanced to the Devil Grade, the pillar of starlight became even more condensed. The pitch-black energy was embellished with tens of millions of light particles, making it look like a real starry sky. The mountain monarch and the others quietly walked behind Yun Nuashing and prepared to welcome his parents so that they wouldn't have to fight later. Just as the pillar of starlight shot into the sky, the terrifying power in the distance became even more terrifying. A scarlet-pink flame flew over from the horizon, causing Yun Nuashing's eyes to flicker slightly. Then, he saw a beautiful figure rapidly dashing over from afar. Then, she suddenly rushed into the valley and crashed into his arms. "Xing Xing, Xing Xing, we're here to save you." Just as Feng crashed into Yun Nuashing's arms, her clear voice hadn't even faded when her arms tightened. She hugged Yun Nuashing tightly and was about to soar into the sky. He couldn't help but bitterly smile and pulled Feng back. "Feng Yun Nuashing called out softly. He hugged the delicate figure in his arms and smiled. "It's fine, I'm fine. It's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Feng raised her head. There was a trace of doubt in Mei Mao's eyes. However, when she saw that he was unharmed, she seemed to be relieved. However, when she saw the 6 people behind him, she became worried again. Mei Mao looked at the 6 people vigilantly. She even pulled Yun Nuashing behind her and waved her little fist at the mountain monarch and the others. She said angrily, "Bad guys." The mountain monarch and the others were stunned. They looked at each other and couldn't help but bitterly smile. All right, after living for tens of millions of years, this was the first time a little girl called them bad guys. They felt an inexplicable sense of guilt in their hearts. Die. Kill. 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 Little star, step aside. Watch me raise this place to the ground. After Feng took the lead and rushed over, the army in the distance finally arrived. There were more than 30 gods and more than 20 emperor gods. All of them were carrying eternal weapons. The vast pressure they exuded made the heavens and the earth almost collapse. The 9-colored energy majestically crushed the entire sky. In the distant sky, the energy cloud spread out for tens of thousands of miles. Jin Jinwang's group, as well as the Great Elder of the Lightning Divine Hall and the Great Elder of the Fire Divine Hall, and the others, who he had met before, aggressively stepped on the air. Their imposing manner caused the mountains and forests below to quiet down. Even the ferocious beasts in the mountain range were silent as they shivered in their caves. 9 Deities Hall? Little fellow, are you from the 9 Deities Palace? When a mountain sovereign saw the more than 20 emperor gods, he couldn't help but gasp. This was like poking a hornet's nest. However, after he calmed down and saw the very conspicuous logo, he quickly recognized the people who came. He couldn't help but blink and look at Yun Nuashing. We have some connections." Yun Nuashing scratched her head and nodded. Hearing this, which was equivalent to admitting it, a row of black lines appeared on the foreheads of the mountain sovereign and the others. This was called having some connections. It felt more like someone had stolen their family's treasure. More than 20 emperor gods carrying eternal weapons could easily destroy a large force. Almost everyone in the divine prefecture knew that Yun Nuashing was related to the Nine Deities Hall. This was confirmed after the incident in Lihuan City. However, this news didn't seem to have spread to the other four origin regions. Their understanding of Yun Nuashing was more based on the incident in the Ghost Forest. Therefore, the mountain sovereign and the others didn't know that Yun Nuashing had the Nine Deities Hall behind her. Deity King, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Stop right now. Yun Nuashing hurriedly transmitted a message through the Jade Slip, in case Jin Wang and the others lost control and bombarded the valley with the 9 eternal weapons. The mountain sovereign and the others would be in trouble. On the side, Jin Wang and the others heard the message from the Jade Slip and couldn't help but be stunned. Misunderstanding? A golden light flashed and a fragrant wind wrapped around Yun Nuashing's body. His eyes flickered and he felt a little dizzy. After a while, he recovered and focused his gaze. Then, he saw a beautiful figure in front of him. She wore a thin feather robe, 2 large and small jade beads hanging from her delicate earlobes, a delicate face like a young girl's, and long golden hair. Yun Nuashing immediately guessed the identity of the person who came. It's you guys. What do you want to do to our little son of God? The person who came was the Jin Queenie whom he had met once in distant Seoul City. At this moment, there was a smile on her face. Mei Mao, on the other hand, had a hint of fierceness and a dangerous aura. She looked at the mountain sovereign and the others maliciously. One of her jade-like hands grabbed Yun Nuashing's arm tightly, as if she was worried that he would be kidnapped. As one of the guardian forces of the divine world, the Nine Deities Temple had information about all the emperor gods in the divine world. Therefore, the Jin Queenie recognized the mountain sovereign and the others immediately. Sister Jean, it's a misunderstanding. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and told the Jin Queenie everything that had happened last night. The Jin Queenie's expression changed slightly. It was especially interesting when she heard that he had seriously injured the 2 emperor gods. Even Mei Mao's eyes lit up. After hearing Yun Nuashing's story, Jin Wang and the others who were at the back heaved a sigh of relief. While the former was transmitting a message to the Jin Queenie, the latter was also transmitting a message to Jin Wang and the others. Therefore, the news spread quickly. Therefore, just as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, a large group of people landed on the cliff. Xian and the others quickly rushed to Yun Nuashing's side and touched his body with their hands. It was as if he was missing something, which made him smile bitterly. Mountain, you guys are really naughty. If you have something to do with the little god, just take him away. It wouldn't be so troublesome if you told us. Now, the Divine Prefecture and the Taiyuan region think that the Nine Deities Temple is going to destroy some force. The Great Elder of the Fire God Temple had the most explosive temper. He directly jumped in front of the mountain sovereign and the others, scolding and pointing at them. The latter was speechless. How would I know? How would I know? How would I know that this little guy is from the Nine Deities Temple? If you had told us earlier, we would have gone to the Nine Deities Temple and waited for him. We couldn't find him even after running through tens of millions of mountains. Soul Blade couldn't help but roar. Hey, you brat, you're still in high spirits. Let's fight. The Great Elder of the Fire God Temple blew on his beard and roared at the top of his voice. Then he soared into the sky. F*CK. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Millions of years ago, we only fought to a draw. Why are you so arrogant? Soul Blade also soared into the sky while cursing. From his voice, it seemed that the two of them had crossed paths before. Then, in the endless sky, there was a sudden burst of terrifying energy. It seemed that they had really started fighting. Yun Nuashing ran away from Xian and the others, as well as Jin Wang and the others, with a pale face. He tidied up his messy clothes and turned around to look at the Empress, who had been quiet all this while. However, he realized that the Empress and Empress Jin's eyes had met. He seemed to feel that the elements around him were a little chaotic. Then, Yun Nuashing was stunned to see the Empress and Empress Jin smiling at the same time. They stretched out their jade-like hands and gently shook each other's hands. Yin Nuashing was a little surprised. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? I heard that you want the little god to be your junior. Empress Jean chuckled. Little brother has obtained the Glaze treasure mirror. My Glaze divine court doesn't have many people. How can I let go of such a good seedling? The Empress smiled sweetly. Oh, so you want to teach my little god? At the very least, I can help him cultivate the Glaze treasure mirror. I have plenty of Glaze divine crystals. My 9-deity hall has plenty of treasures as well. We also have Glaze divine crystals. Could it be that your 9-deity hall also has people who cultivate the Glaze treasure mirror? Could it be that you have the cultivation insights left behind by the Glaze deity? Looking at the place where the two of them held hands, the space seemed to be collapsing. Then, golden energy and multicolored energy suddenly rose from their hands. The astonishment on Yin Nuashing's face instantly turned into astonishment as he hurriedly turned around and left. After that, when he saw the mountain sovereign king and the others chatting with the great elder of the lightning divine hall and the others, his face could not help but turn dark. Yao Hua and the others also recognized that the people in front of them were the few statues that they had been cultivating at that time. They were all seeing stars. This farce lasted from the afternoon all the way until the crimson moonlight poured down from the sky. At this point, the surroundings were completely silent. Yin Nuashing and the rest of the younger generation had been cultivating in a corner when the farce started. They tactfully ignored the group of crazy seniors. Little god, come over here. Yin Nuashing, who was sitting at the edge of the cliff and didn't dare to cultivate, suddenly heard the Golden Empress's voice transmission. He couldn't help but blink and jump up. He looked at the building beside the waterfall that was lit up with fire. He was a little puzzled, but he still walked over there. The door of the building was half closed. Yin Nuashing directly pushed the door open and walked in. Then he saw the mountain sovereign, Jin Jinwang, Empress Jean, and the others all sitting on the sofa. When they saw him walk in, they all looked up. That uniform gaze made him shudder violently. He felt a little uneasy. Just as he entered, the door behind him closed with a bang, causing Yin Nuashing to become even more flustered. Turning his head to take a look, he saw the Empress looking at him with a grin. That luxurious and beautiful face of hers had a tinge of treachery that had succeeded. Don't tell me you're going to lock me in a small black room and kill me. Yin Nuashing shuddered violently and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. That, if you have something to say, just say it. Yin Nuashing took a step back uneasily. Then, the Empress pressed on his shoulders. Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. Come. Sit down. The Empress pulled him to the centermost seat. Close to 30 god emperors stared at his face in unison, making him flustered. Little god, let's take a look at your seal, Empress Jean said softly as she pinched his handsome face. Yin Nuashing, can I say no? Yin Nuashing shuddered and said weakly. The Empress on his left and the Empress Jean on his right were holding him down with all their might. He couldn't even run away, no. All the god emperors shook their heads. Yin Nuashing glared fiercely at the mountain sovereign. Only the mountain sovereign knew about it. He must have been the one who told Jin Wang and the others. Don't glare at me. I didn't say it. The mountain sovereign spread his hands innocently. Who? Who is it? I'm going to fight it out with him. Yin Nuashing screamed and struggled. However, the four little hands on his body looked weak and powerless, but he was firmly restrained. He struggled for a long time, but couldn't move. Even the light elements were suppressed by a certain elder from the light shrine. The only path left for him was to resign himself to fate. With a crying face, he rubbed the star pearl in between his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, a blue-red light flickered. Then, the girl's face, which was covered in black seals, appeared in front of a group of god emperors. The black rune seal had already covered his entire face, and it was even spreading down to his neck. The rune seal had spread a lot, and his scarlet eyes looked particularly ferocious. Seal of darkness, is there something sealed in your body? The elder of the light shrine frowned when he saw this scene. Yes, I sealed something that came uninvited and couldn't be removed. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh and nodded. He also mentioned the matter of the demonic aura in the soul. Now that he had entered the demonic rank, he could see more clearly. A part of the transparent soul was stained with black, like a stain that could not be washed away. It was the same for the spiritual power. The light shrine elder moved his hand away from Yun Nuoxing's forehead and shook his head with a sigh. I can't remove the demonic aura in your soul and mind. Maybe the Hall Master will have a way. However, before the demonic aura is removed, if your strength continues to grow, your mind and soul will come into contact with the demonic aura, increasing the chances of you falling to the dark side. The cultivation of the demon rank requires the demonic aura, the elements, the soul, and the mind to resonate with each other. In the end, you'll be able to use the energy of the world and the elements you control. However, if the demonic aura taints your soul and mind, it's very easy for you to fall to the dark side. Jin Wang murmured softly. He felt a headache coming on. If it really comes to that, I'll leave them to the Divine King. Help me take care of those idiots. Yin Nuoxing smiled and said indifferently. Jin Wang and the others were stunned. They looked at Yin Nuoxing strangely and hesitated for a while before slowly saying, Are you making arrangements for your death? What else? Yin Nuoxing smiled gently. She crossed her fingers and supported her chin. Her beautiful and ferocious face looked a little evil. She said, Everyone will die eventually. I'm not afraid of death, but I don't want to lose my life for nothing. Small people also have things that small people want to do, even if they risk their lives. Although I don't have it, I promised a certain idiot that I'll look for her. At least before I find her, I can't die so easily. Big Brother Mountain said that I only have one obsession. Then I'll let this obsession support me. If I really reach the last moment of my life, I'll ignite the light of my life and watch it alone. In the end, I'll quietly wither and extinguish. I'm just a life. Yin Nuoxing smiled and looked at the moonlight outside the window. She had never been so fearless before. Jin Wang, the Golden Empress, and the others looked at each other. Then, the Golden Empress suddenly reached out her two white hands and pinched Yin Nuoxing's cheeks and pulled them to the sides. Brat, big sister, we called you here to discuss how to help you get rid of the evil in you. Why are you in such a hurry to make a will? Do you want to try dying once? The Golden Empress pinched Yin Nuoxing's cheeks and couldn't help but shout. What's wrong with me? What else can I do? What else can I do? Even so, you shouldn't have made up your mind to die from the start. How old are you? How dare you act so mature in front of us? The Golden Empress opened her mouth and bit Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Her hands pulled harder on her beautiful face. Big sister, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I won't act mature anymore. It hurts. It hurts. Let go. Save me. Under the quiet night sky, there was a heart-wrenching scream.